Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 4-2. The St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. Now the series is split one game apiece, setting up the rubber match to be played today. Game time set for 2:15 today. If you want to listen to that game live, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. The Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rodi Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Exists 36 months, $10,000 per year, $29.99 due at signing. As qualified HMFC Tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fees. Stock units only, offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023 Nissan Frontier with standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-feet of torque.
2024 Pitt football season tickets are on sale now. Catch the action at Acrisure Stadium this fall as the Panthers host the return of the Backyard Brawl against West Virginia. ACC foes Clemson, Syracuse, and Virginia, and new conference member Cal. Tickets start as low as $220 for all 7 games. Visit PittsburghPanthers.com/tickets to secure your seats today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bill's Over on Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning and welcome to Sports Talk on 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and the Fan Early Morning Show is for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale, our Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. It's Thursday, and baseball is a funny sport. Pirates lost 4-2 yesterday to the St. Louis Cardinals. And the NL Central is just so jacked up right now that the Pirates were in second place, 6.5 out of the Brewers. In first place, the Brewers got their 40th win yesterday, by the way, so congrats to them for that. But the Pirates, who were 6.5 out in second place, are now back to last place, 7.5 out. The Reds, Cubs, and Cardinals are all 7 games out. Their winning percentage is about 48.5% each. The Cardinals are 32 and 34. The other two are 33 and 35. So, what a strange season already. I mean, I never thought about it, as much until now about how really weird this is. And I saw that yesterday. I said, well, now the Pirates are in second place. They're 6.5 out. But now they're 7.5 out back in last place. So they jumped from last to second and now back to last. Very strange. 412-928-9370. Give me a call this morning. We'll talk a little bit about it. And you're welcome to join the conversation as well, because I think it's an interesting conversation to have with this team, especially with the way the offense has been performing as well. It seems at St. Louis, it's always been difficult for them to go into St. Louis and perform well. So, give me a call, 412-928-9370. We'll take a quick break here. I'll come right back. We'll talk more about the Pirates. But get your phone line now, 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. We'll talk. We'll have a conversation about the Pirates, who, again, are now in last place in the NL Central, but that doesn't mean too much right now because it's just so weird. And, I mean, it's something I think that's important to talk about, how close this division is right now. Pirates really could be in the market to add to this team. It's just, let's talk about it. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Get your phone line now. I'll be right back, and we'll talk more about the Pirates, focus on the Pirates all morning. Well, at least for the hour, or not even hour, at least for the half hour that I'm on here. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
Some people just know the more you protect, the more you save with Allstate, because they know insurance math. Like if you protect your home and auto, Allstate can save you up to 25%. So it's like losing money if you don't bundle. Save more when you protect more. Bundle home and auto with Allstate today.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything. or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off that. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Hey, it's Pony at Wiggle Whiskey. Everything is for the love of whiskey. From the grain to the still to the barrel and to the bottle, their award-winning craft spirits are rooted in rich history and tradition, boasting unique and distinctive flavor profiles produced with locally sourced ingredients. Wiggle is proud to present the next era of small batch craft excellence, Wiggle Reserve, the next evolution of small batch handcrafted whiskey. Wiggle Reserve represents the most premium whiskeys crafted by Wiggle with distinct flavor profiles using the finest local grains. Wiggle Reserve, the proof is in the whiskey.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at two of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out schultzford.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Go Caleb! Come on, hit a homer, Jesse!
Let's go, guys!
Hey, did you guys know that kids who play sports earn more money when they grow up?
Of course. I knew that.
Hey, did you guys know that kids who read books have a bigger vocabulary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Wow, jinx. Did you guys know that friendly children have more friends?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's true. I knew that. Did you guys know that winter babies are better at music?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
obvious.
Oh, hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
Huh, I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I knew that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Nnamdi Asamoah. I play football for the Philadelphia Eagles, but what I do off the field with United Way might be more important. I'm a volunteer tutor and mentor. Why? Because over 1 million kids a year drop out of school, and that's not okay. It takes 12 years to create a graduate, but it takes about the same time to create a dropout. And the difference between a child becoming one or the other could be me, or it could be you. Studies show that if we get to these kids earlier, their chances are better, and kids who read well by 3rd grade are more likely to graduate. So join me in United Way. Suit up and take the pledge. Become a volunteer reader, tutor, or mentor, because when a child succeeds, we all succeed. Give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Take the pledge at unitedway.org. Brought to you by United Way, the Ad Council, and the National Football League.
Many websites selling medication may look professional and legitimate, but the vast majority of sites selling prescription drugs are doing so illegally. Have you seen websites that don't require a prescription or offer to ship medicine internationally? Then you've seen a rogue website. Often they sell fake meds with too little, too much, or no medicine at all. Criminals use websites to sell counterfeit medications that may contain life-threatening toxins. Dot Pharmacy is a website verification program that helps you identify safe and trustworthy online pharmacies. You know where .com is located in a website address, right? That's where you'll find Dot Pharmacy. And because it's part of a website address, Dot Pharmacy cannot be faked. Think that a seal on a website means safety? Only Dot Pharmacy websites are fraud-proof. Purchasing medicine online doesn't have to mean risking your health. Finding a safe online pharmacy is easy. Just look for pharmacy to the right of the dot in website addresses. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wilkins Township Fire Department activity has closed William Penn Highway, Business Route 22 between Thompson Run Road and Kingston Drive. You'll be detoured around it. You can take the Parkway East as an alternate. Also, Morningside, Lawrenceville sections of the city. Crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident, the intersection of 55th and Butler Streets. Also, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam has shown that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of The Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My name is Nicholas Henry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. For the average Joe, and when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale. All right, so talking about the Pirates this morning, that's what I want to focus on. So if you want to call and talk, 412-928-9370. I got lines open for you. So it's been a weird season. Touched on that yesterday. The Pirates were in second place yesterday. They were 6.5 games back of the Brewers. The Reds, Cardinals, and Cubs are all tied right now. They've got 48.5 winning percentages. The Reds and Cubs are 33 and 35. The Cardinals are 32 and 34. So they don't have the same records, but they're all the same amount of games back with about the same winning percentage for the season. Brewers, 40 wins. They are commanding the NL Central right now. And the Pirates, 32 and 35. They went from 6.5 back to 7.5 back. And that's just the nature of baseball when your team, or when you have a division where the teams are all very similar. The National League Central may be considered the weakest, but it also might be the most competitive. And now as you look at it, where the Dodgers are, the Brewers are 2 games away from matching the Dodgers record. So, and the Phillies are the best record in the National League right now with 46 and 21 record. So, before it was pretty clear that the leader for the NL Central was the weakest among the teams, but the back end of the division was stronger than any other team. Pirates don't have any 20 winners in the division, or excuse me, not just the Pirates, but the entire National League Central doesn't have any 20-game winners anymore. The National League East has 2, and the Rockies are the last one in the NL West with 24 wins. So it's a weird year. It's a year where you can capitalize if you really want to. Cherington was talking about it this past weekend, and now it's time to start seeing some of that put into action because they're close and they can take advantage. I mean, this is the weakest entire league that I can remember since I've been alive and following baseball. Pirates, even though they lost, now they're a half game back of the Cardinals in the wild card standings as well. The Cubs, Reds, and Cardinals are all a half game back of the Giants for the third wild card spot in the National League. The Pirates, again, 32 and 35. The Pirates are a game back of that third wild card spot. So it's attainable, and it's a league right now that you can take advantage of if you make some additions and take some risks and play the odds a little bit risky this time around. I mean, I was kind of talking about that yesterday, and Doran and I were talking after the show. We were just talking about some of the, what Cherington should do, or what the Pirates just in general should be willing to do to give this team a push. And we've been pleading all week. The morning show's been pleading all week for this. But I think it's an interesting conversation because I brought up, I'm like, well, are they still spooked a little bit from the backlash from the Chris Archer trade? Which, I mean, the more I think about it, and I mean, Doran and I discussed, and he kind of led me down a different thought process here because, we look at that in hindsight as a really, as not a great trade, which is fair. But I think back then, too, there wasn't as much talent on the team. Like, there wasn't this palpable talent, especially in one area. They've got such great starting pitching right now that I feel like fans would be forgiving if they made a trade that didn't work out. But at least if they went and they tried to, put a few better players out there. And I'm not saying that this entire team needs an overhaul. This entire team is structured pretty well. It's just back to that refrain of another bullpen arm, another first baseman, or both. Take that risk, and I think that's really what we all want to see. And so the fact that Cherington's talking about it now gives us, some inspiration as well. But until something actually happens, there's just words. Now, I have some faith too that he's going to get stuff done. So don't get me wrong there. We just have to wait and see what it is, what the right timing is, what the right deal is. I don't know if ownership, because Cherington wasn't around for that, but I don't know if ownership is just scared of doing another deal like the Chris Archer deal again again, I don't think that haunts them as much because, again, this team is a whole lot better. I would say they feel like they've got better players on this roster than they did in 2018. And hindsight's 2020, but, one extra piece, one extra addition to this team, and you've got a whole new outlook. You got a whole new outlook on it. You've got you'll give yourself the best chance to win, is what I'm trying to say. The Pirates would give themselves the best chance to win, I think, by just, getting in one more established piece. And the trade deadline, we're about, a month and a half away from that. So July 31st, August 1st, I forget what they do now in baseball, but they've changed it over the past few years. But either way, I mean, it's still a good while away. So, I mean, who knows what they're going to do, but, I mean, that's my argument there. And I think it is an interesting conversation, like if there's anything holding them back. Cherington did also say this, which is interesting. He doesn't want to mortgage the future to make acquisitions at this point. And I've heard the argument, too. Some, counter that by saying the future is now. So, I get it. I'm leaning on the side of make another move, make another acquisition. Get yourself some leverage in the league while the league is as weak as it is. The Giants have a wild card spot right now, and the Giants are not above 500. The Giants are 34 and 35. That's the reality of the league right now. It's weaker than it has been since I can remember. It's just been the refrain this entire week, and I'm on board with it. Make a decision now. And I think Pirate fans in general would be forgiving if they took a risk. And then it's on the player. Like you acquire a guy who has, established ability and that player doesn't end up playing well or working out. I'm not going to put that on management, on the front office. Because at least you tried. You identified your problems, your weak points through 3 months into the season now. You've established those weak points. You've established what isn't working. Again, it's partially the bullpen and first base. And you're working to improve those aspects. You're trying something, and you're getting a guy that's established. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. still sticks in my head to be a first base solution for the Pirates. He's still sticking to my head. He's still somebody that I would be interested in them acquiring. But somebody like that, somebody who's established, I don't think there would be as much frustration if they tried at this point in the season, if they tried. And I know Rowdy had a good stretch last week of games where he played. But before that, he wasn't cutting it. And since, it's been a short sample size since. Is Rowdy the guy? Is Rowdy really the guy? Who knows? I don't know. Can he keep up his success? That'll depend. But if not, go get an established guy and hope for the best. That's my argument there. There's no need to fear risk anymore. This is a different Pirates team. And Paul Skeens is truly shaping up to be generational. He's shaping up to be everything you'd want out of a 1-1 pick. And he's a rarity in this case as well. A record low time in the minors before being called to the majors, and is just making mostly child's play of the hitters in the league. That's why this is different, too. You've got Paul Skeens and Jared Jones. Jared Jones was mostly a surprise. Paul Skeens wasn't. Either way, they're both performing well. Seeming to take pressure off Mitch Keller, who's pitched well since he's been out. Bailey Falter is still serviceable despite, his outing yesterday, which wasn't even terrible. 3 earned runs over 4 innings. 8, the 8 hits are probably not great. But, there's not a large enough sample size yet to think that he's going to be out of there. They've got a strong rotation right now. Yeah, Crowley looking at me with the FIP Crowley was talking about a couple weeks ago. Fielding independent pitching. Projective stats. Yeah, he might be right now. Against certain teams who can hit for contact, he seems susceptible to giving up runs just because, these teams can get hit after hit after hit against them. And 8 hits is a little too many. Yeah, a little too many. But, 3 earned runs given up isn't terrible. Wasn't the worst. And the Pirates had opportunities to score in that game. But you've got a pitching staff right now that is among the best in baseball. That's the difference here. That's the difference between, recent seasons past and now is that you've got a pretty solid structure on the team already. It doesn't feel, at least in the starting pitching at this point this season, it doesn't seem like there's too many leaks or cracks in the starting rotation. And you've got a guy who may become one of the best to ever pitch. Now that's way foreshadowing, but that's why you add now. I mean, it all makes sense. It's all leading to the same point. Add now. Just to give a quick review on the game yesterday in particular, the offense, 6 hits, 2 runs, but several runners left on base in yesterday's game, including the first inning. They had a couple in scoring position and didn't get it done. I feel bad for Henry Davis. He did later homer. I think it was the 8th inning he hit a home run off Andrew Kittredge. But man, against Sonny Gray, he had a chance to tie the game before the Cardinals scored their 4th run. And there was a breaking ball that was hung right over the plate, and Davis was a little too anxious, and he hit it foul, though it was over the fence. It was over the wall by plenty. He just hooked it into the seats, foul, and then he struck out on another breaking ball that was well out of the zone with a runner in scoring position. So, runners in scoring position hitting yesterday, not great. And the offense, despite the 6 hits, nothing really came together. None of the clutch hits came together, I'll say. And Nick Gonzalez is still hitting well. He hit a double in that game. He did pretty well. And he scored on a Michael Taylor RBI single, so that was inspiring to see. Taylor got a hit. Good for him. And Davis with the home run was the other accounted run. It's just, when they hit in bulk, it's fantastic. And you love to see it. It's games like this, though, where you just get frustrated because you got a Cardinals team. It's tough playing in St. Louis, too. I'm not going to say it's not. It's tough playing in St. Louis. It's a tough environment. They've got good fans there. We've talked about that, ad nauseum this week. They've got great fans there. They applaud guys like Paul Skeens for just pitching, which is fun, which is fine. I don't know how much it may bite them in the future if they can't figure out how to hit with runners in scoring position. And they have against certain teams, but it's just frustrating to watch. And I'll say this too, and this will be my closing point. Right now, I believe some people would say that we should be optimistic because, hey, at least they're winning series. At least they're staying in it. And my counter to that would be they've been swept, so there's no reason why they can't get sweeps. There's no reason why they can't go on a long stretch. And it's within their control to go on a long stretch. They had opportunities. It wasn't like Sonny Gray was absolutely lighting it up. They had an opportunity in the first inning to score. They had 2 runners on, less than 2 outs, and they didn't get anything. So that's frustrating to see. They have the opportunity. They can indeed compensate for their losing by then going on a winning stretch. And that's my only opinion there. You can still have optimism. I've had some people tweet me in this morning, too. They say, have some optimism. Nick, tell them why they should be optimistic. You should be. But it's just frustrating when you see those opportunities not be taken advantage of when this team already had a poor stretch earlier on in the year. They've got to compensate for that now and go on a run. And if they go on a run, too, they're going to be in the thick of the playoff race. And that's what you want to see. That's good. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next, it's the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Check them out. on Washington Road, McMurray, or you can shop online at sunchevy.com today. High of 87, low of 57. Clear skies expected in the forecast. Then tomorrow, high of 80, low of 63, 45% chance of rain. Quick traffic report, and then it's the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big problems to start the morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, fire department activity has closed William Penn Highway, Business Route 22 in Wilkins Township between Kingston Drive and Thompson Run Road. Also an accident in the Morningside section of the city, the intersection of 55th and Butler Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I am back. I am Crowley. Doran crushed it yesterday. He's sitting across from me, and Nicholas Harry Callis is behind the glass. How we doing, guys? Good morning.
Fantastic. Good morning. Glad to have you back. Callis, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Crowley, everything okay?
Yeah, I got pills.
Yeah, I couldn't really pinpoint why you were out yesterday. That was a little topic on the pre-show for us. I was like, where is he at? Hey, what's he doing? I think he's okay.
Yeah, it was a specialist appointment, which it just takes forever to schedule these things.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible. And I'm not blaming UPMC or anything because it's wherever you go, but you get a referral and then 4 months later or whatever it is, and this actually was only a month-ish, but this was the first available time, and I took it. And then, of course, you know what happens? I get the pills for my back. It's all for my back. Get the pills, which will be good. And then you get foisted off to another specialist. I got to go see a spine specialist.
Which will tell you probably you need to do physical therapy, and then that's another deal.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of your time.
Yeah.
And you'll probably initially do it, and then you'll get sick of it and not want to do it anymore.
That's what happened before, yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
When she said, I'm going to refer you, I went, no! No! You fix me!
Fix me up.
I don't even care if you're the expert that I need for this particular thing. Just try to fix me anyhow. But then my brain is so screwed up anyway, man, that she's telling me about these pills. And it's not like an opioid or anything. It's just for arthritis. I got the arthritis in the back. And I'm all gung-ho. I don't pick up the prescription until last night, and then they give you the packet at the pharmacy, and I start flipping through the packet. I'm never doing that again because you start reading all the
side effects.
And
I've never done that. Wow. You do that? You read through the packet?
I did. I read through the packet.
Oh, no. That's like Googling, like when you're sick, Googling the symptoms of why you're sick.
Yeah.
Like you're going to die.
I have a headache. Oh, well, that sure is a shame. You have an alien implanted deep within your skull.
Right. A parasite that's eating away your brain.
Which you can get solved. You'll just have to get referred 3 times.
Right.
So I haven't taken the pill yet because now I'm scared to take the pill. So I'm a trip. I hate myself. I don't know how to get out of my own head. But I'll probably pop one this weekend, one of these pills. See how it makes me feel.
Aren't you supposed to take it every day?
Yeah, I am supposed to take it every day.
Yeah, it doesn't work until you have it in your system.
Yeah, you got to build it up.
You probably should have taken it today.
I was thinking about that, but I didn't want to have any potential side effects on the air.
There's no side effects for those.
No. I mean, I could have a heart attack or a stroke.
Yeah, well.
But that's not what she told me. She told me it's the gastrointestinal kind of deal.
Oh, well, I'm glad you didn't take it then.
Well, yeah.
Because you'd be
cramping, diarrhea, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I said, are there any big-time side effects? And those are the ones she mentioned. The other ones probably I just had to put on there for legal purposes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll be fine. Hope my back pain goes away.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Hope your back pain goes away.
Oh, thanks.
Text her,
Can you
90-year-old
refer
Crowley
me?
over here. I'll refer you. She's a great woman. Seen her before. Rheumatologist, had to go before because my blood work was all wonky, and they were like, this is not good. But now the blood work's fine, but the back hurt. I don't know. I'm old. That's what it is. And my wife turns 34 today, so happy birthday to
happy
her.
birthday. Nice.
Happy birthday. If she's listening, she's not right now. She usually rewinds. I'm very excited about the gift I got her.
Are you?
I am. Hey, baby, if you're listening, turn it off so you don't get the gift spoiled.
I'm going to have to ask you off air.
I'm going to say it.
Don't say it.
Yeah, we don't want to ruin it.
Don't say it.
I'm never excited about the gifts because I'm always afraid I'm going to F it up. Again, deep within my skull, I have problems, and there's that alien in there. I actually think I did a good job this year.
I think it's all about the thought whenever you're at this point in your relationship.
And that's why I'm feeling good.
Okay.
Could I have spent more money? Yes. But she would have then gotten mad that I spent so much money.
Are you expecting a gift Sunday for Father's Day? I'm not. I don't know.
I just want to be able to do what I want to do.
Right.
I don't need a gift. Now, if she gets me a gift, that's awesome. But if it's just I get to chill and watch baseball and just get to be with the kids, and then also if I don't want to be with the kids, not be with the kids, I will take that.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, I don't need a gift.
Yeah.
It's just I don't really celebrate birthdays. Like people do like for me, but like I'm not big into that.
Yeah.
I don't like people having to give me gifts. Because then it's going to have to come back around where I have to remember to give them gifts.
Yes.
And that's where I get all messed up because I'll forget.
Now, do you get your dad a gift?
Sometimes.
I'm 50. It depends.
Right.
Like 1 year I got my dad his lawnmower. Got him a lawnmower. And then he was very happy about that. So then the subsequent gifts, they don't quite stack up.
Right.
Like I'm thinking about meat. Like going to the butcher and getting him all these nice,
that'd be good.
Yeah, cuts of meat.
That'd be good.
And then having him grill them for me.
I just like to spend the quality time with my dad.
Yes.
And I think he agrees. I think he likes that more than anything. And we'll do that Saturday, not Sunday.
Saturday.
Yep.
Have a couple of beverages.
Yes.
He is a Bud heavy man.
Correct.
Oh, man.
Yes. I always have to have a case of Budweiser in my fridge for him.
Budweiser is good.
It's
I like a non-light beer every now and then. Like I had Coors Banquet beer not that long ago.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, it scratched an itch I didn't know that I had. And they got me with the marketing. The can looked good.
It does.
Yeah.
And the bottles, aren't they like little miniature type looking bottles?
Yes, the stubbies.
The stubs, yeah.
Is that what they call? Maybe.
Kind of like the what's the Red Stripe?
Yes. Did you ever drink like the pony bottles of Rolling Rock? Always used to have pony bottles.
The little ones, right?
Yeah, they're like 8 ounces or something.
Mm-hmm.
Callis, any big plans for Father's Day?
No.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Texter, Crowley is such a wuss. Yeah, I know. We know. We know this. This is not a surprise. Which is why I never watch horror movies. And you tweeted out yesterday, man. You are just you. This is what I love about you. Like, you are who you are. And you love horror movies. And so it's middle of the day, June 12th, and you tweet out, giving Halloween ends another try after I said I'd never watch it again. Just in the middle of the day in the summertime.
Yeah, it's weird.
You're real about it, though. It's not like, it's not like me with I love pumpkin beers, but I wait till we get close enough to the season. It's always Halloween season for Dickerson over here.
Like, you know how you love sports?
Yeah.
Like, I love sports, but I don't think my sports fandom and love is as high as yours.
It's the only thing I do.
For other sports outside of football, but that's how I am with horror movies. Like, they just make me happy. I don't know. I mean, it's just something that I developed when I was really young. My mom liked horror movies, and whenever I would stay home from school, we're sick, she would get me 3 movies from the Instant Replay or Blockbuster.
Oh, man.
One would be like Problem Child 2, another one would be Terminator, another one would be like Nightmare on Elm Street 3. And ever since I was like 5 or 6 years old, that was my kind of in a row of movies that I would watch, and I loved horror movies. And they give me like a nostalgic feel. And I don't know. It's not even like an outlet. Like, I could put on a horror movie and go to sleep. Like it's just soothing.
It's comfortable, yeah.
It's like comfort food. It's like a nice stew. In October. It's like a nice chili, a hearty chili in October.
Oh, there's nothing like it.
No, it's like a grilled hot dog whenever it's 78 degrees out and the Pirate game's on in the background.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's like for me.
Yeah.
It's a horror movie.
It's for the soul.
It's for the soul.
Do you get scared?
I pick and choose. I know what's not going to scare me, and I don't watch that. Like, I will not sit there at night and watch Strangers, the movie The Strangers. Like, I don't want to get jump scared. I don't want it depends on what mood I'm in, but there's times where I will just not, I'm not in the mood to get scared. And I know what I'm going to pick that won't scare me, like slashers, like Michael Myers, Freddy, Jason, Leatherface. Like, they're not scary to me. They're more just like, I can't believe, I put myself in the people's situation.
Yeah.
And I play a game with myself more than,
what am I doing
scared.
here?
Yes, what would I do in this situation? I couldn't believe, like, what if this was real?
You know what I would do? Die.
Yes. Yes.
As someone texts in, Crowley looks like Low T. Thank you. Check out my friends at Mentality, lowtusa.com. So, the jump scare thing, I think I've asked this, but things go in my head, and I remember them, and then I don't remember them. That's how that works. Like, do you look at jump scares and go, okay, that's cheap? Like, that's a cheap scare?
Well, I also know I've watched so many horror movies that I know whenever the jump scare is going to come, even if I haven't seen the movie. Like, I could tell by the music, I could tell by the walk of people, I could tell by the stance and how still, and just the sounds and everything. Like, oh, they're about to jump out now, and usually like, okay, they want us to think they're going to jump out now. They're not going to jump out now. Then the person will take a deep breath, and then they're going to scare you. Like, I just know that from movies. So I don't think it's cheap, but it's not as creative anymore as it, probably was back in like 1985 whenever you haven't seen something like that.
Yeah.
So, like, there's only so many ways to scare people in a theater.
Yeah.
To jump. So it's not as creative, and I just kind of know what's going to happen. So I guess in a way it is cheesy, but not.
I hate that. Like, I don't know that I'll ever watch a scary movie again because I just don't want to be scared, Doran.
Yeah.
But the jump scare thing, like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Drives me nuts. Hate it. Want to pee my pants. Don't like it. But the things that get, like, The Exorcism or The Exorcist, Exorcism of Emily Rose, that's probably the last freaky movie I watched was probably Get Out.
That's a good one.
That's a good movie. Freaky. But that's probably it.
That's the last one?
Yeah, and I don't know that I'm ever going to do it because my wife's not into it either. If she was into it, I'd probably just have to be into it.
I've made Rochelle into it. Like,
Yeah.
she hated horror movies.
Does she love them now?
She doesn't love them, but she knows I love them, and she'll sit there through it, and she'll just scream the whole time. Right? And I'm just, like, torturing her, and I just laugh. Because I know, like I said, like, I know when things are going to happen. And I just wait, and then sometimes I'll, like, scare her at the same time that I know.
Oh, my God.
Happen, and it's, like, triple the scare. No, I mean, horror movies, I just always really like them, and my creativeness always has wanted to write a horror movie because I know what would scare people after seeing so many movies. If you just combine them all together, like, what is really scary? What is as real as possible, but also a movie? And that's what would scare people. And that's why I want to write a horror movie, and that's why I love them.
You should write one.
I might.
You could practice on me.
I might. You could be the main character.
Thank you.
And you will
die.
Yes.
Texter, snub-nosed bottles were created to avoid violent bar fights.
Oh.
Can't crack one of those bottles and stab someone. Interesting. That can't be it.
Probably not.
I would doubt it.
Probably not.
How about Zeiss busting into the RV during the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon? He's like, who wants to go get in a bar fight? Right. He's like, it's great. Sometimes, you're on the bottom of a pile, you get up, you got a knot in the back of your head. You taste blood and you go, yeah, that felt good. I don't know. Nah.
I'm good.
Nah, if I get in a bar fight, I'm not tasting that blood till like days later when I wake up. And it doesn't have the same thrill to it. Texter, watch a scary movie with no sound, totally different and not as scary. Well,
one thing I can't do during horror movies is eat, though. I just can't eat.
because of like the gratuitous violence in some of these things.
Mm-hmm. Like that's why, like Rob Zombie, his movies are extremely violent, and extremely gory. He's a director, and obviously he was the musician. He remade Halloween with Michael Myers. He Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses. He and his wife, who she stars in the movies, are vegan because of all the blood and the bodies that have been in the movies. They are vegan. Oh. And I've never had something make more sense in my life. I'm like, oh, like he posts pictures of like vegan food, like vegan dinners, vegan restaurants. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like I'd be vegan too if I had pools worth of blood in my movies.
Oh, I mean, I see where you're coming from too. Like I couldn't even imagine like eating a bag of chips or a bowl of cereal while I'm watching a slasher movie.
Right. You hear something crunch. And
oh
like,
yeah.
Oh man, I'm crunching on that.
No.
Right.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Scott texts in. He says he's a paranormal investigator. Need to take y'all on an investigation. Nothing scarier than being in a dark, haunted place.
See, I don't want to be scared. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to put myself in situations where I am going to be scared. I am not messing with that.
I was supposed to do it with Bubba and Mel. Didn't we? We talked about this, and then we were like,
and Callis, right? Doesn't he do stuff like that?
Yeah, I owe him a bet of some. Why did that not happen? We just forgot about that. I was supposed to come to a haunted house with you.
Do you still want to go?
I never have wanted to go, but I do need to make good on the bet.
You need to make good on that bet?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Then you can come with us.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
I don't do it on the regular, though. It's just one of the TV shows on our Bethel Park station.
I did used to watch the show Ghost Adventures.
Mm-hmm.
Back in college, we'd, smoke a doob,
mm-hmm.
and we would sit there and watch it. It was on, I think, Thursdays during the day on whatever station that was. And then my bedroom was in the basement. I would never want to go down to the basement after that.
Right.
Thought it might be haunted. Someone says, Dorn, you need to watch the anthology series Them.
I heard that's pretty good. But I'm so messed up now that, like, I mean, I guess it's kind of what my mom did to me. Like, my kids watch this stuff now, but they aren't as scared. And, like, I've tested them. Like, I've tested them with the movies that I watched at their age. Like I said, I started watching when I was, like, 5. So, like, my youngest, like, he'll watch, and I test them and see, like, all right, like, how scared are you? If you're really as scared as I was when I was watching this movie at that age, then we'll turn it off. They are not scared of anything.
Huh.
And I'm like, how does this not scare you as a kid? And they're like, well, we live with you. Like,
it's iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, like, I scare them every day. Like, talk about jump scares, like, every single second. So now they're just immune to it. They're just like, whatever. So good for them.
We camped out in my friend's backyard. I was probably 10. And everyone's like about to fall asleep. And someone's outside the tent. What was that? What was that? And they dragged it on for seemingly forever. I hate being scared. I hate it. I hate the whole thing. And you were doing the scarecrow thing. Susie Cool tries to scare me from time to time now.
Mm-hmm.
I have no stomach for it. Not at all. I also, like, my wife will want to put on, like, dramas. And I'm not even so much in the mood for that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I just want to watch comedies, but there's not a lot of great comedies out there anymore.
I get in those moods too, like where I want to watch a comedy, but I usually go back to the vault, man. Like I just go back to the 90s of like Tommy Boy, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I can't find a new one, but I've been really into sci-fi lately. I don't know why.
This new Star Wars one apparently is pissing people off.
Really?
Yeah. You're not a Star Wars guy, though.
A little bit.
You
like,
are?
I'll watch it. Like, if we all were like, hey, let's go see the new Star Wars together, I'd be like, okay, yeah.
We should do that.
Yeah.
A movie date, fan morning show.
Mm-hmm.
Invite Bostic.
Yeah. We can invite other people, too, to come watch with us, like a watch party, some listeners.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Not a horror movie.
No, we'll do.
I know Nancy, our friend from sales, is probably like, oh, let's do a horror. No, we're not doing a horror movie watch party.
Well, we might have to. I mean, in October, we might have to watch. I mean, you're not Pittsburgh unless you've seen Night of the Living Dead with George Romero. I mean, it's made in Pittsburgh. George Romero's from Pittsburgh. He's the king of zombies. If people watch The Walking Dead and all these zombie movies, it's from George Romero. We might have to watch Night of the Living Dead.
That's fine. I don't even know who George Romero is, so that probably tells you everything you need to know.
One in R.I.P., but he's one of the best horror directors ever. He is probably the best.
So it sounds like I need to at least see that one.
Yeah, like that was a movie, and real quick, whenever I was younger, like I was laying there watching it for the first time, and then like there's like you know how we get those alerts, like it's like so you're like watching the movie, and then all of a sudden, like these cities have to be on lockdown because of like the zombies are walking around, and it said like Evans City, and I'm like, Evans City. Then it said Monroeville, and I was like, what the heck is going on? Am I being pranked? Like I remember being little, being like, what is this real? And then obviously I didn't know the movie was made in Pittsburgh, but it had all these like surrounding cities, like Mount Lebanon, and it would say like Beaver County, all in lockdown. I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is happening.
This
right
is
now.
real.
Yeah, I'll never forget that.
The zombie stuff is freaky. Like I did watch for a while Walking Dead, and then, in my opinion, it jumped the shark. But the first episode of Walking Dead, where Rick is crawling under the tank, and you kind of put yourself in his position, and they're all closing in. I wanted to puke.
Yeah, anxiety.
Yeah. But then that did become addicting. Maybe I like it more than I think.
Zombies aren't too bad.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you could just run.
Imagine like a little baby zombie, like eat your face off.
Yeah, don't get too close to it.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. In 15 seconds, we're back with you, and we're breaking down the Pirates game from last night. But then there's an opportunity here for the Pirates, and we've discussed that. But Doran brought something up before the show, an opportunity for the Pirates that we really haven't discussed. We'll tell you what that is when we come back in 15 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man,
Davis cranks one out to deep center field. Ciani back in this one. Home run number 1 for Henry Davis. He sent one out to left center, and the Pirates now trailing 4-2. Helsley sets in the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right to short. Wynn collects it on the first. Ball game over. Cardinals even the series. 4-2 the final.
All right, everybody, good morning. We were talking about horror movies last night. It was scary. Anytime a Pirate got up with a runner in scoring position, they go 1 for 9. It was scary when Brian Reynolds comically dove for that baseball. I mean, real quick, before we get into the nuts of this thing, if Bailey Falter's out there throwing a perfect game and Brian Reynolds wants to dive 5 feet short,
okay,
you got to give it your all. Like the St. Louis center fielder who ran he crushed himself into the center field fence because you're trying to make history there. Like that makes sense. I don't know what in the world Brian Reynolds was thinking. And so last night's game, look, now the Pirates are a game back in the wild card and they're back in last place again. And we could do this every day. Now they're in second. Now they're in last. Now they're in second. Now they're in fourth. Now they're in third. Look, the Pirates are good enough to be in this wild card race. Games like last night, you are going to lose. You play 162 of these things. We don't have to break it down chapter and verse. It's a little bit frustrating, though, and we don't want to overreact, but it's a little bit frustrating that you lose by 2 runs, and you had that dive that leads immediately to a run, and then first inning, second and third, nobody out, you can't get a guy home. 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. It feels like one of those games where hopefully you're not looking back at the end of the year going, oh, we missed the playoffs by a game, and this would be one of the ones you can point to.
I kind of had a feeling that was going to happen. I had a feeling that they were going to come back down to earth, as I say all the time, after that first game, and it was almost exhausting the first game. Like, I mean, with Skeens and then the ovation and then, the ninth inning and Hannah Mears, who is awesome, by the way. She's on the broadcast and saying, David Bednar, he's about to welcome his first baby, and he has the graphic of him and his wife holding the little baby thing, and then they go right back to the mound, and he just throws it in home run. There was a lot of stuff that went on that game.
Like the anti-Rob McCoy act.
Right, like, I was like, okay, like, that was exhausting. So I kind of expected a game like this from the Pirates, but there was a moment where, like, I think bases were loaded and Bailey Falter got out of it.
Yes, he did.
And I was like, okay, like, you got out of that. You didn't score the runs that you probably should have in the first, the top of the first. Maybe this could be the rallying point, but they just didn't have the energy. They just didn't have it yesterday, and I'm okay. Personally, I don't think that we're going to look back at a game like last night and say that's why they didn't make the playoffs. It's going to be the series against like San Francisco, those games where it's like you do something or something does happen where it's like you're one run away. Like why did the ball roll that way?
Yeah, you blow 2 games there. There was the Tigers game, which started their downfall for a period of time, where you had Rowdy Tellez come defend David Bednar. You're right. Those are more the games you look at and you go, dang, you had it and you lost it. The Pirates never led yesterday. So, okay, I can come around to your way of thinking. It was frustrating, but it wasn't one of those throw your remote at the TV games. And you also have to understand, and this is what I've tried to do, the mental gymnastics in my head, because you can't live and die with 162. You are going to drive yourself crazy. Go out there today. Mitch Keller's on the mound against Lance Lynn, who's been a St. Louis Cardinal for 862 years. Go out there, beat him, take 2 out of 3, and I don't think anybody cries over yesterday's loss. Henry Davis hits a home run. Thank God, because I think he had struck out 38 of his prior 82 at-bats.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Yes. And even the one that looked like it might be a home run until it hooked foul, he is in love with that foul pole.
Yep.
He tries to pull off of everything. But Neil Walker, our friend, he said on the broadcast he had a good feeling about Henry Davis. He even popped one up the center. Well, kind of landed on the pitcher's mound, but at least it wasn't to the left side. And then he hits one left center. That's a good sign for Henry Davis. O'Neal Cruz goes 2 for 4. Maybe those guys can start coming around. But we can only spend so much time dissecting one of 162, especially, like, to your point, it wasn't a dramatic loss. It was just a loss.
Yep.
But you brought up before the show this unique opportunity that the Pirates have, and I have not thought about it from this standpoint. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 7 years, and they are, right now, for lack of a better way of putting it, the favorite to be the last place team in the AFC North. The Penguins, we are watching the Stanley Cup final.
Yes.
They are nowhere near contention. Nowhere near.
They've been done for a long time.
They've been done for a long time. They ain't Florida. Holy shnikes. They ain't the Oilers. They ain't the Rangers. Name a playoff team. The Penguins, it feels like, are leaps and bounds away from that. So you were saying, and this is something, I have not thought about. We've been saying, get a bat, get a bullpen arm, take advantage of the opportunity. It's not just take advantage of a bad division. It's not just take advantage of Skeens and Jones and Keller and what they could do in the postseason. It's take advantage of you have the Pittsburgh sports spotlight, and when recently have you been able to say that?
This was actually Bostic's idea after the show. We were talking to Craig, and I looked at him. I was like, "That is a great point." Like we've danced around this, and we've talked about little elements of this throughout the last year. But he put it like, look, like it's one thing to look in directly, indirectly, within your organization, and say we need to fix this because our window could be now, and alongside of that, I don't know how Cherington could sit there and look himself in the mirror and say that if we just add a bat or we add an arm, that it wouldn't benefit us. So there's that one thing right there. There's that one area where you look inside and you say, we need to fix this. If we do this, we'll be good. Then you look a little bit outside, which is the division in Major League Baseball. We're going to be in the thick of things. So we really need to make some moves here and make our team the best it possibly can be while we have Skeens, while we can find our way throughout the season, because we could be right there at the end of the day. But it's another thing, and I think a bigger 30,000-foot view picture of taking the top spot in the city, which you haven't had in how many years? How many years? I mean, before us.
It hasn't been really since, 2013 you had that element of it.
You had an element.
But the Penguins were supposed to be very good.
Yes.
And they were coming off of a conference championship run against Boston, I want to say. It might have been the other way around. Regardless, you had those guys in their prime, Crosby, Malkin, Letang, in their prime, Fleury. You had the Steelers, Ben, still in his prime, Killer Bees. You, Bostic, you guys are right about this.
I mean, you have a serious opportunity of taking that spot of being that team that everybody wants to see in the city, and you just haven't had that in a long time. You have to take advantage of that. Let alone you're taking advantage of what's inside the Pirates organization and baseball moves and the division and Major League Baseball, your own respective sport. You have a chance to be the top dog. You have the top dog on your team.
You do.
You have the top dog really in the city right now. Obviously, Sidney Crosby's still around, but right now, the hottest name in Major League Baseball is on your team. You talk about revenue. You talk about selling tickets. You talk about engagement. You talk about viewership. You talk about winning. Like you right now, you would do yourself a serious disservice not adding to this team to give yourself the best opportunity to get into the playoffs, and then who knows what can happen after that.
Yeah.
Don't know what the Steelers are going to be, man. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the Penguins are going to be. They haven't showed us both anything in a long time. Pirates can really take advantage of this situation, and I think that should be the focus alongside of what's going on inside of that building.
Yeah, not just, hey, here's how we're viewed and how we view ourselves within Major League Baseball, but can we capitalize now when these other teams are down? We've got the guy. Look, Pat McAfee obviously knows what he's doing. He gets $17 million a year or whatever from ESPN. He had the deal before. He's got Skeens on the show.
Yeah.
Because he knows, and Skeens doesn't always say a lot. Like, he's warming to it, but he doesn't always say a lot. He's putting him on because he knows people are interested. Adam Shine, who does a national show, was talking about Paul Skeens the other day. Jeff Passon's on national podcast being asked about Paul Skeens. You've got the guy, to your point. Like, Doran, it's very early, and I don't mean any disrespect to two guys in particular, really, T.J. Watt and Sidney Patrick Crosby. I think Paul Skeens, you can make an argument, is as good at what he does as those two guys are at what they do right now.
Right now.
You don't have the body of work. You know, T.J. Watt probably should have won the Defensive Player of the Year award last year, but on most people's short list, he's a top 3 or 4 at worst defender in the league. Sidney Crosby's a top 10 player. He's not top 5 anymore. He's an all-around brilliant player, fine, but he's not among the elite of the elite right now in terms of the scoring, in terms of what makes you eminently watchable as a casual sports fan. Paul Skeens, he doesn't qualify yet because he hasn't pitched enough, would be 4th in the National League in ERA.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a pitcher in Major League Baseball that if you said we're starting from scratch and we're doing a draft, there is not a pitcher in Major League Baseball that goes before that guy.
Nope.
Not one.
Nope.
But if you did it in the NHL, people would pick players before Sid, and people in the NFL might take Myles Garrett before they take, that sounded like Pony. They might take Myles Garrett before they take T.J. Watt.
Yes.
They might take
Micah Parsons.
In fact, I'm guessing a lot of people would take Micah Parsons first. Skeens is the guy.
Not debatable.
No. And maybe even if you said position players included, you know, it might be Ohtani, it might be Judge as your first 2 picks, and then it's probably Paul Skeens.
Yes.
Surround him with the requisite talent to win, and it's making an investment for the franchise in terms of winning, but also this could be when you get the next group of diehard fans. Like, how many times have we talked to Craig? We need to make sure we get the young listeners, and we are. Thank you, everyone. Because that's how you build your ratings. Oh, now you listen as a kid, and now you listen as a young adult, and now your kid's going to listen. And can you get people excited about the Pittsburgh Pirates now when they have the market's eyes? It's an investment for the future for them.
They have every single thing going for them right now, and people are going to think that's crazy. But, I mean, even like I just talked about, Paul Skeens, 1-1 pick. I mean, being one of the better players in Major League Baseball, but venue-wise too. Like, you have one of the best parks in Major League Baseball. You have probably one of the best venues in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have everything going for you right now. You invested a lot into PNC Park. You've upgraded. You continue to make that a one-stop shop event place for people. Now you can just put a couple things on the field, and you could have a winning team. You have everything going for you to be that top dog.
Well,
and that should be the focus as well.
It should be, because we all know the score. Anytime we talk about anything Pirates related, it comes back to the owner. Well, this is an opportunity here to make an investment where you can make more money.
Yes.
Let's get into that a little bit more coming up next. I love this stuff. 412-928-9370. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll also get a little bit more into last night's game. Bailey Falter, any reason for concern there? But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 4-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday in the second game of 3 in the series. Rubber match today because the series is split now 1 game apiece. Scheduled start times 2:15, and if you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Clouds and sun today, the high 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals on everything from technology to print and marketing services. Save more with the new Easy Rewards program.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The U.S. Open Championship tees off today at Pinehurst, number 2, with its devilish turtleback greens. Fresh off winning the Memorial, his 5th victory in his last 8 starts, Scotty Scheffler is the prohibitive favorite. But hang on. Next, there's Colin Morikawa. He's been in the final Sunday pairing at both the Masters and PGA Championship this year, and never, ever rule out Brooks Koepka. But this golf course is diabolical. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Available only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush looking a little better in Wilkins Township. This report brought to you by Allstate. That earlier multi-alarm structure fire now under control with crews leaving the scene. That means that Business Route 22 is now back open between Thompson Run Road and Kingston Drive. You may still find some restrictions in that area, so use some caution and prepare for a possible delay. Parkway East, you're in line at Edgewood Twistvale. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing traffic getting a little heavy on the Parkway West past the Banksville merge point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Been talking about how the Pirates have a unique opportunity here to be the team in town. And we've seen it at times where, depending on the season and the success of a given club, they can capture the hearts, minds, and spirit of this wonderful sports town. And I always think about Pitt with Jamie Dixon and with Ben Howland and how you could not buy tickets. Mm-hmm. You could not. I mean, you could go. You'd pay a lot for tickets. And that place was as tough a place to play in all of college basketball. And I think they branched out to where Pitt people are always going to love Pitt. But it became a Pittsburgh team.
Yep.
It almost felt like the professional basketball team. In fact, it did feel like that. And right now you feel like the Pirates have an opportunity to capitalize. And so here's a text. I think this is a good one. I think this bears discussing, Doran. Texter, what's going to happen when they shut down Skeens and Jones in mid-August? Don't.
Probably, right?
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't shut those guys down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hello? This goes right into what we're talking about. I understand wanting to be careful. And we've talked about Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor. And
but I don't want to cut you off, but this is why this 2024 they have medicine and they have the best doctors. And, the athletes are different now. And I know guys are getting hurt, but if you monitor a situation, which they are very closely monitoring, and you have the right people that are talking to Skeens and Jones and saying, how do you feel? That's what they did the other night. Skeens threw, 103 pitches? First time ever he's went over 100 pitches. You don't think they were monitoring extremely close that situation? How do you feel? Tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, how do you think he's feeling? Do you see anything wrong? I didn't mean to cut you off, but
it's okay.
People are, and I know that injuries are part of every game. And it's going to happen for pitchers. I get that. But if you're in a situation, man, it's like playing an extra quarter in football to say, okay, if I play this extra quarter, I know that I'm beat up and I'm tired. If I play 5 quarters instead of 4 so we can go to the playoffs, what do you think that they're doing?
Yes.
What do you think we're doing? It's just sometimes it's I got real passionate about it.
I love it, though, because I've come around on this. I was one of, and I think our show viewed it differently than most, the people who said they pulled Jared Jones at 59 pitches. Hey, you want him to pitch later in the year, you've got to be careful. Well, so then his last time out, Jared Jones's, he was only going on 4 days rest. Only the second time this season he's done that. The first time they pulled him out after 59. This time they went to 84. And so when I said they should have left him in again, they should have left him in longer. Well, 84 on 4 days rest, that did show that they're trying to have it both ways.
Yeah.
I get wanting these long-term investments to, in 5 years, be good for you. I cannot sacrifice the present for that, though.
No.
I can't. And I think they're wrestling with that. I heard Shelton on the other day, and he says they've got a plan. You could sense the conflict within him. Like midichlorian levels jumping all over the place. You could feel it, the conflict inside of him, like he's Anakin Skywalker. I was encouraged that they let Skeens throw 103 pitches. Dang it, man. I was stunned when he went out there for the 7th. Stunned. Shocked. I think it was a Noah Hiles or a Destin tweet that I saw. Skeens going back out for the 7th. Stunned.
Yes.
They're healthy now. They're elite as a triumvirate right now. So I would hope that they don't screw it up, because there is also no science that says one size fits all. There's only one way to do this.
Right.
Shelton even talked about that the other day. Like, generally, rule of thumb, as Zangrilli has pointed out to us, is you're going to take a 25% increase on your innings from the last year. Okay. If Jared Jones, as the season progresses, becomes ineffective because you think he's getting tired, that's one thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's what you're saying. Like, if Skeens is not the same guy in August because all of a sudden he's throwing 94, 95, okay, let the guy's body tell us, but it can't be this one-size-fits-all thing, because we don't know if they're ever going to, the three of them, be healthy at the same time. And we don't know if they're ever going to be as effective as they are right now at the same time. And they have this opportunity here to do something special. You can't worry about 3 years down the road. You just got to deal with it now, man. You just got to let these guys pitch.
There's no doubt. I mean, it'd be very tough scene to watch Skeens in August throw 102 miles per hour consistently and then be shut down.
Yes.
Like, okay, so what's telling you physically and mentally that he's needs shut down? Like, let's not, sometimes it's not rocket science. Like, I get it. Like, guys are going to get hurt. I understand that. But sometimes, I mean, you have something in front of you, you got to go grab it.
I mean, they were very careful, the Nationals were, with Steven Strasburg, and in year 2 he pitches 24 innings. Like, they were careful with him. They treated him with kid gloves in 2010. 2011 he pitches 24 innings because he can't go out there. Like, just because they were careful, it didn't mean that he was not going to get hurt. He did. Now, guys like Kerry Wood, you push them to the brink and they get hurt. It happens both ways. Like, these arms, you're either going to have it where your elbow's going to be all messed up or you're not. And I don't know really if I don't know that you can predict it. And Washington had a chance to win a World Series with Strasburg early, and they ultimately would win one, but they had a chance to win one early, and he doesn't get to play in the postseason, and they have a Game 7 against the St. Louis Cardinals, and he's not on the mound because why? Well, we want to protect him so that what? You have him to win a World Series.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like, that idea to me is so absurd.
It's bizarre.
We need to get 5 good years out of this guy. What if this is the year?
The year of the 5 years.
Yes.
Like,
is the National League going to suck out loud as much as it is this year for the next 5 years?
Probably not.
Probably not. Like, St. Louis fans, it was a $2 get-in price the other day to watch Paul Damn Skeens pitch, and there's empty seats all throughout the ballpark because they're not winning. Like, it's so funny. Their record is so similar to the Pirates, and their fans are like, we stink. And Pirates fans are like, here we go.
Right.
But that's how they feel because they're so used to being good. They're going to be good again very soon. Chicago's going to spend. Milwaukee is good. That's a really well-run organization. The Reds are percolating underneath. The time is now. And the time is now to capture the city's attention. So there's no one way to do it. You really can't predict these pitcher injuries. But they're healthy right now. Go for it. Go for it. 412-928-9370. That is the phone number. We've got some Third Eye Blind tickets at the Pavilion at Star Lake on July 9th, tickets to give away. We'll do that coming up in the next hour. More on this. A lot of good texts pouring in. We'll get to them when we come back. Plus, Bailey Falter, his second not great performance in a row. Where are we on Falter? Is there a panic meter there? There's always a panic meter. Where are we on the panic meter? We'll get into that coming up next as well. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played yesterday, and the Pirates lost 4-2 to the Cardinals. Series is now split one game apiece going into the third and final game, which is scheduled for today at 2:15. If you want to listen to that game live, you can go over to 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. You can always listen free, too, on the Odyssey app, AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. If you like going to the casino, you will love the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I use myself and that I ever recommend. Bring the casino right to your home with the BetParx app. How about a little blackjack, roulette, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer? How about that right on your phone? All the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. Plus, you get to bet on all your favorite sports. Download the BetParx app, play all your favorite classic casino games and all your favorite sports, live in-game betting, so much more. And BetParx has a great offer for new users. Download right now, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at betparx.com for details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Insight all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Available only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Plus, Universal Windows Direct backs it up with a true lifetime warranty, as long as you own the home, and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You Universal Windows Direct.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit SlipperyRockGolfClub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I just witnessed Harry Callis having a battle with the vending machine down the hall.
Oh, yeah? What was he trying to get?
Pop-Tarts? What were you trying to get? Good question.
Yeah, I need some Pop-Tarts. I'm hungry.
Cinnamon?
No, they got s'mores in there today.
Oh, sweet mother of God. I love a good s'mores Pop-Tart.
You love Pop-Tarts, huh?
No, there's just something that's there that well, yeah, okay, I like them, but
don't feel shame. Who doesn't love Pop-Tarts?
Right.
Pop-Tarts are great. The Pop-Tarts Bowl is great. Kansas State, your champion.
I'd
The
pretty
Pop-Tarts
much just
Bowl this year.
eat anything with carbs at this point in them. That's
Just something to get you going.
If I could cook pancakes in there, I would. But
I don't love eating a Pop-Tart sans toaster, though.
No.
It's fine, but I love when the edges get a little bit burnt and then it bends because of the heat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I think you said you didn't like it in the toaster.
I've changed.
Wait, what?
I've changed on that.
I thought you said you're like, I don't like it sans toaster.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but you know how it feels when that happens? Mm-hmm.
I like it. I want to make this very clear. This is an important topic. I prefer them to be toasted, the Pop-Tart.
Huh. I thought you were just saying you didn't like them. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably.
I'm just telling you how I like it. And I like it burnt.
Do you like it just normal, though?
They're fine.
They're fine.
They're
Okay,
fine.
That's what you're trying to. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Here they come out of the vending machine cold.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, that's... Miss me on that.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
Yeah. You like a cold Pop-Tart?
Kind of.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you like a cold Pop-Tart? It's our Twitter poll. How about Bailey Falter last night? I'm not doing I told you so, but FIP. I mean, it's come around. Little regression by Bailey Falter. Last 8 innings pitched. He's given up 8 earned runs. He battles. He's your 4th starter.
Yeah.
He's your 4th starter.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask anybody associated with the Pirates, Pirates fans, whomever, they would be lying or they're a jag-off if they would say they're not happy with what the Pirates have gotten out of Bailey Falter this year.
Absolutely.
He's been really, really good. So 2 games, I kind of saw it coming. I think it'll level out again. But if he's a 4 4-ish, 4.25 ERA guy the rest of the way, you will take that.
Yes, it's fine.
Yes. My concern, though, is you can't be the guy you've been the last 2 starts. You need more length from him because we know about their bullpen issues. And you can't be a team that can only rely on 3 starters. And I am concerned, not about the shutdown thing or anything like that at this point, but God forbid, if one of the big 3 did have to miss a couple of starts, they do not have the depth right now with Marco Gonzalez's injury, with Martin Perez's injury, and with Bailey Falter kind of taking a step back. You miss one of those 3 guys, now you are hurting big
That's
time.
ugly.
Yes.
That would be ugly.
Yes. Like you can't backfill for one of those guys. You can backfill, and they have for a while, for Marco Gonzalez. It's been tough because you've lost both of these dudes to backfill for Martin Perez. You cannot make up for losing one of those other dudes. And that's Captain Obvious stuff for me, but those are the things I worry about.
Yeah.
Now, Marco Gonzalez, I guess, did throw 20 pitches off flat ground, and they're going to monitor him and see where he is.
What was his injury? A groin? No.
Elbow.
Elbow, yeah.
Which was concerning. With his medical history, Martin Perez, it sounded like when Ben Cherington talked on Sunday, like he'll probably take his next turn in the rotation. So you should get him back, but then Quinn Priester's hurt, and you need your big 3 to stay healthy. But I have a question off these 3. Mitch Keller's been awesome. He might have 10 wins at the All-Star break. Who should be the Pirates All-Star?
Skeens.
Oh, I have a hard time with it. I
get it. Like, I mean, he's only been up here for so long, but I mean, like, people want to see him. Like, they want to see him.
And it's an all-star game.
He's an all-star. Like, Jared Jones has been fantastic. Mitch Keller's been fantastic. But people want to see 103. They want to see 6'5", 240 pounds on the mound. They want to see the mustache. They want to see Libby Dunn. Like, I mean, it's funny, but, like, that's what an all-star game is. He's an all-star. That's who should be the pitcher, in my opinion.
I agree. The reason I have a hard time with it is because, I mean, Mitch Keller, I would like to see them both make it. I doubt that would happen. Like, it comes down to the manager's decision. All the position players get voted in by fans, and then there'll be the extra fan vote and all that fun stuff. But the pitchers are going to get named by the manager. Both guys deserving to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an exhibition. More people want to tune in and watch Paul Skeens throw an inning at 103 like you're talking about. Like, Paul Skeens going up against the All-Star AL lineup is must-watch television. He would pop their ratings in a way we haven't seen in a long time, I think. And I don't know that would be the starter. Like Ranger Suarez from Philly and Amanga from Chicago, Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola at Phillies rotation, my God. All those guys have an argument to be the starter. Chris Sale of Atlanta, they all have an argument to be the guy who gets the ball. But for him to get an inning, that moves the needle in a way that Mitch Keller getting an inning just simply would not.
But you still have to worry about the shutdown aspect of it. That would add to it.
It is just one inning.
It is one inning, but
it would be oddly, you would imagine it would kind of be a high-stress inning for Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that Shelton was saying the other day, was that it's not so much the innings total itself, but more about the stress of given innings.
Yeah.
And the stress of the entire country watching you. You know it's not a game that if you give up a run or anything that you're like screwing your team, but you want to go out there and perform.
Right.
And he can be trying to throw as hard as he's ever thrown.
Yep.
He can be trying to be snapping that breaking ball off with as much spit as ever. So, yeah, I mean, I do understand what you're saying with that. I mean, twofold. One, everyone wants to see him. The other thing is, look, I'm sure the NL wants to win the game. And I do think, as good as Mitch Keller's been, Paul Skeens, just using our eyes, is a better pitcher.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I struggle because I think Mitch, and I was critical of Mitch after his first 2 starts. And, boy, while I've said this is only fair, I saw it coming with Bailey Falter. I was concerned about Mitch Keller. We had a long debate and a good debate about that. I've been dead-ass wrong about him. Dead-ass wrong. So I'd like to see him get rewarded. But I'm with you. I think the The obvious choice is Skeens.
Yes.
The obvious choice. It's kind of like a Caitlin Clark deal, like with the Olympics.
Right.
Now, you're not playing for as much, obviously, in the All-Star game as you are playing for your country for the Olympics, but the show element of it, he's the show.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be the guy. He'd be the show. He would be the headliner. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just real quick, I think the Pirates have the second best rotation in the National League. Philly's just stupid as I'm sitting here looking at the stats. Ranger Suarez, 1.81 ERA. Zach Wheeler, 2.16. Both guys with better ERAs than Skeens, who's at 2.43. Nola, 2.77.
Oh.
Christopher Sanchez, 3.07. Dear God.
They're going to win it all.
I have that feeling, yeah.
Yep.
You and me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, Greg Brown caught in controversy. Addressed it yesterday. And someone who was there amid the controversy, he comments. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 4-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. The 3-game series is now split 1 game apiece. Going into the third and final game, which is scheduled for today at 2:15. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here. Or excuse me, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Pirates were in second place after jumping from last place, but after losing yesterday, they're now back in last place, 7.5 back of the NL Central. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush lining up in the usual spots. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing mainly steady traffic on inbound Route 28 past the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway West, you start to slow between Carnegie and Green Tree, then jams up at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg and in Wilkins Township, watch for possible restrictions due to that earlier multi-alarm structure fire on Business Route 22 between Thompson Run Road and Kingston Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day. And what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella Windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
Is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Doran, you told me you talked about this yesterday, but scandal in the Sportsnet Pittsburgh broadcast booth. Neil Walker, Greg Brown, calling the game, the Skeens game. What a baseball game that was. An awesome baseball game, and the Buccos came out to win, but did someone fart in the broadcast booth?
95 and higher considered hard hits. Barrel balls, I guess you'd say. 1 ball, 1 strike.
100%.
100%, right?
100%. Sometimes, like, you can say, oh, that was a chair moving, or this.
That's what Cal said.
Yeah, that was wind.
Cal said, he was like, I think that was Greg Brown just kind of humming and clearing his throat.
No, that was something else clearing. That was the intestine clearing is what that was, which is, that happens. It happens. So yesterday on the broadcast, then Neil and Greg, they denied it. They said, no, this did not happen, which I found hilarious. And I was trying to find the audio today. Forgive me, I could not. I should have written down the time that it happened yesterday, but I forgot to do that. Didn't happen. So I feel it's a little odd, though, that only Greg Brown was the suspect. Like, why was Neil not the suspect?
Well, I asked that question yesterday. Which one was it? Like, Neil, we went through this yesterday, Callis and I. We talked about it, and he thought that it was Neil because Neil probably thought that Greg Brown was going to continue talking, and then there was a pause, and Neil thought he could squeak one out, and he accidentally paused because, he was, calling the play, calling the pitch, and Greg Brown gave that little pause, and he was like, oh, maybe he's just going to continue.
He thought he had cover of Greg Brown. Well, so during the game, I saw it on social because I didn't catch it live. Like, I didn't hear it. And I sent Neil during the game the tweet where somebody had the video and alleged that there was a passing of gas. And Neil said, I can confirm I do not know if this happened. Didn't hear a fart, but I also have a headset on. And then after the game, he said, I just watched. Hilarious. I didn't have a bad gut tonight. Would totally have admitted to it if it were me. Look, I know that you go to PNC Park and they'll flash those really bizarre, stats. In July, when it's below 72 degrees and Mercury's in retrograde, Andrew McCutcheon's hitting 735.
Uh-huh.
Well, I got one here. When there's a fart in the Pirates broadcast booth that is audible to people, Buccos are 1-0.
They are.
So eat your beans, guys.
Let's go.
I think they can really gas up the team, Doran, if they eat their beans, get your Franks, maybe some greens and beans, and get that thing percolating down below. I think it only means good things for the Buccos.
I like it. Got it.
We've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
Right.
Like, you try to muffle it as much as you can, but I mean,
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Just own it.
You got to own it. I don't know that I believe that Neil would own it.
I don't believe that at all.
Right?
No.
He's a fun guy. Neil's a great guy.
So he's trying to say that if he knew that he did that on air, that he'd be like, excuse me, guys.
Right. No. I don't think so.
No.
Now, yesterday would have been the perfect opportunity to do that. I even think if it didn't happen, even though it totally did, I think one of them should have said that it happened, and it would have given it more legs, and it would have just been a fun thing.
Yep.
Come on, guys. Why so serious? How about Greg Brown's call to Bailey Falter strikeout with the bases loaded?
Yes.
Bailey's Irish Cream!
So good.
With the Irish accent. That guy's a national treasure. They need to make the playoffs. We talked about this earlier because the Pirates have the platform now in Pittsburgh sports to be up on that podium themselves.
Yes.
Also the state of the league and this, that, the other. I just want Greg Brown back calling playoff games again. The excitement he has for regular season games when they're 3 games under 500, give me Greg Brown in the playoffs. Please.
Times 1,000.
Oh, my God. Meet me in St. Louis. Okay. Coming up next, you guys did a great show yesterday, but I heard a fair amount of the Doug Whaley Hour, and there's something that Doug said that I want to react to and have a discussion around coming up next. First, though, let me tell you about fan weather. It's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Hot weather returns for a single day today with highs hitting the mid to upper 80s. Humidity levels will remain on the low side, so this may be one of the better feeling hot days of the summer. I have Pittsburgh hitting 87 today for the high. Noon temperatures will be in the upper 70s, and out the door morning temperatures have dipped into the 50s for most places. Hey, rain chances are set to return tomorrow. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit slipperyrockgolfclub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
Attention landowners, got big summer plans for your property? Then here's an offer from John Deere you'll really dig. Get 0% fixed rate APR for 60, 72, or 84 months on 1, 2, 3D, and 3E Series Compacts tractors. If you've always wanted to get in the seat of a powerful John Deere machine, now's a great time. Offer based on dealer participation. For complete finance details, call toll-free 1-800-468-8501 or online at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems now on Route 28. This report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health. We have an accident on the outbound side of Route 28. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that it partially blocks the right lane just past the Delafield Avenue on-ramp. Traffic is getting by in the left lane, but it's a little bit heavy past the scene. Meanwhile, the inbound side of 28 is fairly steady to the north side. Parkway West, you are slow around the bend at Carnegie and then jam just over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, and the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health.
Paul Zeiss, suffering from ED can be rough. She feels the same way. New Flow Men's Health offers a long-term solution to get your confidence back. Serious about treating your ED issues? We are serious about helping you. 412-784-9000 or NUFLOmenshealth.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. You had a great conversation yesterday with Doug Whaley. Pat Bostic was in. I'm sad I missed those guys. Life happens. Now I have arthritis medication for my back, so we'll take that win. But we're talking about tomorrow's show. And the Buccos hopefully win 2 out of 3 against St. Louis. We'd like to talk Pirates tomorrow. And you said, hey, let's try to get Hannah Mears on the show. Mm-hmm. Damn right. Hannah's so good at her job. Let's get her on. So I go to her Twitter. I'm like, I'll slide, get in there, DM her. Hey, Hannah, what's up? She doesn't follow me. What the hell? I'm crestfallen.
Did she follow you before and then unfollow you, maybe?
I could have sworn she followed me before.
Uh-oh.
And I'm wondering what would I have done to get me unfollowed by Hannah Mears.
Well, she was in with you on the morning show a day that I wasn't here. So maybe you rubbed her the wrong way.
She might just not like me.
Rubbed her the wrong way, like talking-wise. Not...
Yeah, yeah, right. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Speaking of not that, but while we're on the subject of Twitter, how about Twitter likes are now not public?
Yeah, it's weird. After they say basically porn is going to be a part of Twitter, it's like, let's just kind of hide the likes of people.
I don't want to out myself or my algorithm here, but if I ever click the For You tab and not the Following tab, there's some wild stuff going on.
That's the one I just stay on, and it's wild. It is a wild realm.
I do the same thing.
And
it is insane.
So you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. It's not just, okay, very good.
I see, I mean, even outside of that, like, there's just some wild stuff on there.
Wild stuff. You know what I think happened, honestly, with my algorithm as I'm thinking through it now? Oilers girl.
Yep.
I think I sought out Oilers girl enough times that Twitter's like, oh, you like this, huh?
Here we go.
Well, look, I'm not saying I don't, but like I wasn't really coming to Twitter for that, but now I click on Oilers girl enough times for research purposes.
Yes.
I wanted to see if she had been discovered, and apparently she has by spitting chiclets, and now all of a sudden Twitter's showing me all this stuff, I just bit my tongue, that I don't really want to be seeing.
Yeah, on accident.
I'm also, word of the wise, I'm not buying. I'm not biting. I'm not playing. I'm going to like the stuff I've always liked. Just because it's private now does not mean that I'm going to go in and start liking stuff I wasn't liking before.
No.
Because at some point, it could just be all public again.
Yes, and then that'll pop up all of the things that you liked before.
Oh, no. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yesterday, you had a conversation with Doug Whaley about Tomlin and Tomlin's contract extension. And Doug has brought this up before, but this is not something that in this round of Tomlin discourse I had heard brought up until Doug brought it up yesterday.
I think the two things that you can have issues with, number one for me, is not the playoff record. Mm-hmm. It's his hiring practices, how he has hired coaches in the past. And if you look at it, McVay's been in the league 7 years, and I can't count how many guys he's had a tree of, a coaching tree. There's only been 2, and Bruce Arians was ceremoniously let out of town. That was a head coach. And then Scotty Montgomery went to be the head coach of East Carolina. How do you coach 17 years, not have a losing season, win 1 Super Bowl, and not have a coaching tree? So if you had to scrutinize, for me, the most telling tale that you could say, well, is he warranted? The coaching tree. And then second, the lack of playoff success recently.
Yeah, 8-10 in the playoffs for Tomlin. You can't count Arians because they retired him.
Mm-hmm.
He can't count. They tried to push him out of coaching, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I think Arians did a pretty good job here. Todd Haley didn't go anywhere else. We know the list. So Doug's not wrong. There is no coaching tree. My question to you, Doran, is what does that mean? I don't really know so much what to do with it because Belichick has a long coaching tree, but none of those guys have had success.
Well, it shows that the hiring process, that guys aren't doing a good job, a great job enough to be considered to be head coaches or coaches, coordinators, somewhere else. It's more of a development. Like, okay, like Steelers hire X, and this person, either stays with the Steelers or makes a sideways move. Nobody has really done such a good job that is like, oh, that's the next guy that's going to be a head coach.
Yeah.
I think like there's no development underneath Mike Tomlin that shows that his coaches are doing a good job.
So it's not so much Coach X goes somewhere else and is successful. It's that no one has been successful enough to then be hired someplace else.
Like who?
Hasn't happened.
I mean, head coach-wise,
has not happened. I mean, do you count Brian Flores as part of the coaching tree?
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
I mean, he gave him kind of the rehab stop, and then he goes off to be a defensive coordinator, and his blitz rates in Minnesota are like comically.
I mean, it's not like Brian Flores went to be a head coach again either.
Correct.
He's a D coordinator.
Yeah. I think the biggest downfall of this most recent, since the U.S. Open is on, the most recent 3 holes of Mike Tomlin's round, the biggest failure is the offensive coordinator. And it's not just Canada either. Like, I don't want to only do the Canada thing. I mean, we spent so many hours talking about Canada that I don't so much want to do it anymore. But Randy Fichtner before him. Like, Todd Haley's out, and Randy Fichtner's the guy?
Right.
Because he's buddies with Ben? And what's he doing now? Nothing. And he was old and a nice guy. Like, I liked hanging out with Randy Fichtner. Doesn't mean I want him to call my plays. And then Matt Canada. And the more I've thought about this, like, I thought
that Mike Tomlin was going to in some way be tied to Kenny Pickett. Kenny either succeeds or fails, and with that, Mike Tomlin either succeeds or fails. In terms of being a Steeler for the long haul, clearly that's not the case. Kenny's gone. He's got the extension, and I think he screwed Kenny up. The way he went about inserting him as the Steelers quarterback and then the man who he had in charge of developing him and calling his plays, they did not do right by Kenny at all. And I don't know why that gets lost on the national media as much as it seems to. Like, you know, Doug knows, Bostic knows, we're all close enough. We know Canada was Tomlin. I can't separate that. Fichtner was Tomlin. I can't separate that. Like, what a disaster. And I think that they've at least acknowledged that, and that's why Arthur Smith is here. But, okay, those years still happen, and you have nothing to show for them.
I hope that he, and I think Doug said this as well yesterday, I hope that Tomlin acknowledged it first. That, like, okay, like, I was in charge of hiring the last two guys. It didn't work out. We need to go in a different direction. Like, that's self-evaluation. You know, the stuff that he talks about. I would hope that Tomlin would recognize that he was not the problem, but the root of the issue for the offensive coordinator spot, and admit it and say, like, we need to do something else. Instead of Rooney saying, we need to go a different direction. And I think you said this as well a couple of days ago. So the whole thing in the last 2 years have been screwed up. And does that warrant a contract extension? Like, that is my main question. Like, is the contract – I knew it was coming, but is 3 years warranted?
It's rich, man.
I mean, is it warranted? I mean, you really messed up a first-round pick quarterback by keeping somebody around. I mean, I'm being redundant right now of what you're saying, but –
Well, and he got – I don't know what he's making now, and there's been figures that have been thrown around. Presumably, he got a raise. Like, that's just the way of the world. The next quarterback's the guy who gets more money. The next wide receiver is the wide receiver that's the highest paid. That's just the way it goes. I'm guessing Tomlin did not get more money than Andy Reid because he's Andy Reid, and he's won 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls, but he's probably right there in that top 5. And there's been some speculation that he's number 2. He screwed up a first-round pick quarterback and got an extension and a raise.
Yes, and lost in the playoffs.
Yes, with the guy he didn't want to play.
Right.
Like, he had to play Mason because of gestures wildly, everything that happened. If he came to Rooney and he said, I know you fired Canada, because we know that wasn't Tomlin. Okay, you fired Matt. I know I have not done a good enough job at this. Let's do it more as a collective, and you tell me what you're looking for, and we'll make this thing work. It would make me feel a little bit better about Tomlin than if they just said, hey, Arthur Smith is your offensive coordinator.
Right.
Like, the acknowledgement of failure is important in anything you do. I suck at this. I need to get better at this. You know, and I don't know that Tomlin's always been the biggest look-in-the-mirror guy. Like, Dan Bilesma had that problem. They won a certain way. They didn't change it. Mike Sullivan's going through that right now. If Tomlin said, hey, next closest warm body isn't working, I want a proven bona fide guy who was good enough as an OC to be a head coach, that would represent growth to me. And it would make me feel a little bit better about Tomlin moving forward. If it was foisted upon him, well, to me, same old Tomlin, if that makes sense.
It does.
Speaking of Arthur Smith, he had a really strange answer to a question about wide receiver number 2 the other day. I want to react to that. And then George Pickens with a nice reveal yesterday, Doran, that I don't know what to make of, but you sure as bleep will. We'll do that coming up next. Jeff Hathorn at the bottom of the hour. And we've got live golf on the television.
Let's go.
Yay! But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played yesterday, and the Pirates lost that game 4-2. The series is now split 1 game apiece going into the third and final game, which is scheduled for today at 2:15. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Nope, excuse me. I'm sorry. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can always listen free on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey, but also again on KDKA AM. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Doran.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors. Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yes, that is true, because it's a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals, and it gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy a Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off, plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
I was thinking of getting you the Snappa Cabernet.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow.
You always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
I was talking to the Cabernet.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. Yes, name, image, and likeness and transfer portal issues also affect college baseball. Newly retired Coastal Carolina coach Gary Gilmore recently commented that if pro sports let all players become free agents every year, it would be absolute chaos, with no other teams able to compete with the Yankees, Dodgers, Boston, and Texas, and I would also put the Phillies and Mets right in the middle of that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning, Raj Alpha Crowded. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Outbound Route 28, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam. Taking a look at that earlier accident blocking the right lane on that outbound side just past the Delafield Avenue on-ramp. Traffic still getting by in the left lane. No significant delays. Also, the Parkway East is jammed for you and Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels while the Parkway West is stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 65, traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Same story for Route 51 out of the South Hills heading toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Does Stranger Things count as spooky?
For some people.
Yeah.
No.
It's
no.
more like a mind twister kind of deal.
It is spooky. Like it is the 80s feel of like sci-fi and like, you know, dreams in a different world, and then there's an alien monster.
Upside down.
Yeah, it's up there for me, like all-time shows. Though.
It's really good.
It's awesome.
It's really good. And I think there's one more season coming out.
Mm-hmm. They're all old now.
They are all old.
It's weird.
Millie Bobby Brown is like 20 years old and posting bikini shots online.
I think she's getting married.
What?
I think so.
She's like 6 in my head.
Yeah, I mean, she's older now.
Now she's 20.
Yeah.
And she's online.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't looked.
Algorithm.
The
For You tab. For You, Crowley.
That For You tab on Twitter, man, is dangerous. You can text us. Stay off of Twitter. 412-928-9370. And we were talking about Mike Tomlin, the coaching tree. Doug Whaley brought it up yesterday. You guys were talking on the show in the 9 o'clock hour. And the thing that is bothersome about Tomlin not having a coaching tree is that you haven't had other teams go, wow, what is Pittsburgh doing?
Yep.
They've done something different. They've done something on the cutting edge. They're looking at things in a way we haven't looked at it. That's what bugs you. Because you think about Shanahan, and now he's got the coaching tree, and Slowick is now in Houston. And I would be stunned if within the next 2 years, if that guy is not a head coach somewhere.
100%.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And McVay, he's doing the thing. And you just wish Even the Pirates 13, 14, 15, it was, they're shifting more than other teams.
Mm-hmm.
They've got this pitching, what's the way, market inefficiency that they have that they're making it look easy as a small market team. Tampa's had that for a while. So Tampa in Major League Baseball, their GM goes to the Dodgers, and that sucks because now they're doing all the smart stuff and they got all the money. Point being, Belichick's coaching tree hasn't had success. Like a lot of these guys, varying degrees of success. And Bill O'Brien's now the head coach of Boston College, for God's sakes. It's not so much about that. It's, they're doing stuff that you want to emulate.
Yes.
No one's trying to emulate the Steelers.
Like, they haven't done anything in a long time that people are like, oh, man, like, we need to start incorporating that. Like, I can't even think of anything that they do now at all. Like,
what's different?
Even outside of the football field. Like, sometimes it's like, oh, you have a great marketing team. Or, you got the, great stadium. Like, you bring, like, the Steelers, there's, as a whole, like, they're the Steelers. That's what it is. That's what the marketing is the name.
It's the logo.
It's the logo. It's the name. It's the tradition. They've been riding on that way too long, and it's really run out of gas.
And they seem to understand to a point we've got to change. And so that's why you get the new quarterbacks, and you spend more money in free agency, and you hire an old head coach as OC. But then the point where it stops is Tomlin. Like, they've gotten by on being the Steelers. And the one thing that they think makes them the Steelers above anything else is we've had 3 coaches for how long? We hire a guy, we keep a guy.
Correct.
And Tomlin's been a big problem. A big problem. You know what his floor is, and that's great. I love that the Steelers, I know I can watch, they're not going to suck. Like, there's value in that. But the ceiling and the floor are touching, and that's the problem. Arthur Smith, we've talked about him a fair amount already this morning. He was asked about wide receiver number 2. Who's your number 2 wide receiver, Arthur?
It's all subjective. Things happen coming during the season. Thankful right now I get to go back and just coach the players. Thankful, grateful for my previous stop, but now I just dive in and may have conversations, but that ultimately not my responsibility. Things happen, guys get injured first play of the game, and you have to have contingency plans, and that's our job. I mean, the ball's going to kick off every Sunday or now Wednesday at 1 o'clock on Christmas or whenever they tell us to play. But you better have depth, and you're always working contingency and looking for improvement. Deal with whatever circumstances thrown your way. I don't get too caught up in labeling guys, especially this time of the year. When the guys are all, we're in football and shorts trying to compete for a job. A lot of things will be worked out in the Latrobe, and things can always change too.
The last part of that was the only part of that was really the answer. The rest of it was, I don't know. We're talking about Christmas? Like, what? Like, what? Guys get hurt. What I gathered from that was...
I kind of got it, but...
how do I want to say this? It was almost, and there's no political... There's nothing political in this. It was kind of Trumpian.
Yes.
In that...
He was...
He danced...
he was
filibustering, yes. What I gathered, the bits and pieces there, he learned from Atlanta.
Yes, I was just about to say, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And now now I'm just dealing with my guys, and I'm calling plays. That's what I gathered. And then the end, it does actually make a ton of sense. It's June. Who's my number 2 receiver? It would be nice. It would be nice if you had Nayuk or something. It's okay, those are my guys. But you don't. So I'm not going to make a declarative statement right now who my number 2 wide receiver is.
Well, the thing is like, you can go into these press conferences or, these, post practice conferences if you're Arthur Smith, and you don't have to lie to anybody. But there are, like, little things that you can say, like, I don't know who the number 2 receiver is based on personnel, based on formation, based on what I call during a game. I mean, one time I could run a trip set, and another time I could run a 3 tight end set. Like, who's the second wide receiver in that set? Like, I'm not lying to you, so I have to see how things play out. And I can't tell that right now because we're in shorts, and it's only June. And in training camp, we'll figure out how I want to identify this offense, and you'll be able to see who the number 2 receiver is, whoever that runs out of the tunnel the first game of the year and the first play of the game. And I don't know who that's going to be based on personnel.
Well, and people have talked about, and Mueller has beat this drum a lot, that if you look at his time in Tennessee and his time in Atlanta, it was one guy at the wide receiver position that would have the majority of the target share, and then it would kind of be spread around. And rightly or wrongly, it has been projected onto him that your philosophy is you only need one wide receiver. I don't actually know that to be the case. I think you deal with the personnel that you've got. Now, he had a big say in personnel in Atlanta, understandable. But if you've got a 2, I think you're going to use the 2. If you don't feel like you've got a 2, maybe your tight end's the 2.
Right.
Or maybe you, like you're saying, it's specific to matchup. I do think that with the quarterback that they have, presuming that it's Russell Wilson, and with this guy having an idea of what he wants to actually be offensively, I would love them to get a 2. I think they'd be a much better team with a 2. I think there's still going to be a significantly better offense, even as presently constructed.
With all that being said, and kind of how I tried to break it down of what he said, he basically is telling us we do not have a number 2.
He is, yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, he is.
He's like, we don't have a number 2. If you have to filibuster and if you have to say, like, oh, well, you know, certain ways that we do things and it's this time of year, like, you don't have a number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's the answer.
I would rather it be they've got 2 guys and you don't know who's your 1, but they don't have that. I still think they're getting a guy.
Yes. If I had to bet, I would bet that they are.
You told me to bet on Scotty Scheffler to win the first round at Pinehurst.
Yes.
And then I forgot to do that. Is it too late?
No.
Well, then I'm going to do that.
Doesn't tee off till, I think, 12:30, maybe?
In this golf update from Pinehurst, brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. I do want to get into the U.S. Open coming up a little bit later on in the show. Up next, we're going to talk to Jeff Hathorn, his biggest takeaways from Steelers OTA and minicamp so far. First, though, we've got a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 4-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday in the 3-game series. So far through 2 is split now 1 game apiece. Third and final game, the rubber match, is today at 2:15. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you, my friend Crowley, here to tell you about windows. You want to stay cool in the summertime. Your windows are really going to help you do that. You got to have good ones. If you want your house to be warm in the winter, same deal. That's why I am thrilled that when I bought my house, I already had Renewal by Andersen windows. They're made of Fibrex material. It means they're twice as strong as vinyl, just as beautiful as wood. And plus, Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors are installed by certified master installers. We've had our house now 4 years. We've had 0 window problems. Problems with other stuff, nothing with our windows, because they do a great job. And right now, through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door. When you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off, plus take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Your next step, you call them. Pick up the phone, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
When you're shopping at GetGo, you might meet the Maximizer. He knows how to get the most from My Perks, like up to 20% off his groceries, or a free tank of gas for the ride home. The Maximizer, leading the way to big savings. Really big. Find your My Personality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/myperks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $129 and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188 or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to PittsburghFoodBank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at PittsburghFoodBank.org. Again, that is PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Share the fun fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Millie Bobby Brown is engaged to married to Bon Jovi's son. So you said she was married. I didn't know that. I didn't know that she was married to Bon Jovi's son.
Mm-hmm. Good for them. Nice young couple. How old is he?
Good question. I don't know. She's 20, which that's like a big life comes at you fast deal right there.
Like, I mean, I hate to say this, but they're destined to get divorced at some point.
Too young.
Way too young.
Way too young. I got married at 25. We're happily married. It's my wife's birthday today. Love you. Happy birthday. But 25 is young.
Especially being a celebrity.
20? Jake Bon Jovi is 22 years old.
22.
20 and 22. Young love. Jeff Hathorn joins us now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Are you a fan of Stranger Things, Jeff?
No, my daughter is. She's tried to get me hooked. By the way, is Jake working down on the docks, down on his luck a little bit? It's tough, man. It's tough.
I don't think he's down on his luck anymore, Jeff. I mean, she's got to be worth lots of money.
What's he do? Like, is he a singer too or something?
He's a model, it says.
Oh,
my God. He looks just like his dad. What a couple. Anyhow, Jeff, we were discussing Mike Tomlin's coaching tree because that's what happens when Mike Tomlin gets a contract extension. And Doug Whaley said, it's not a good look that there's no coaching tree. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, it's better that coaching tree than the Belichick coaching tree, which is this like horrid oak that just where all the limbs fall down to the ground. Yeah, I mean, there's not, and I'll say this for Tomlin, he's had a ton of veteran coaches, guys like Dick LeBeau. As Whisenhunt really isn't his tree. That's Cowher before him. There have been some swings and misses in that group, but yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair criticism of him. He hasn't had young coaches that have developed. Now, I'll say this. Maybe Tom Arth, Zach Azzani, the new quarterbacks and wide receiver coaches, maybe they'll be that next generation. And maybe as Tomlin says he's improved, maybe that's where he will improve. He'll look to some of these younger guys, and maybe a coaching tree will sprout.
Jeff, Najee Harris missed the first day of mini camp, and the second day he didn't practice. Do we read into anything that is going on with Najee Harris? I know he was, I think, excused for the first practice, and then Tomlin basically poo-pooed him not practicing yesterday, saying that it gives him the opportunity to look at other guys, blah, 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 like Cam Hayward. Do we look into anything with Najee Harris not participating 2 days in minicamp?
I'm not yet. I mean, there was a little, hints of injury as to a reason that Najee and that they didn't want to push anything at this time of year. So I'm not going to go there yet. If he wouldn't have shown up at all during minicamp, then obviously that's something. But he was there. He was around the guys for part of practice. So I'm going to go with more injury or being cautious at this point than any kind of contract issue.
We were reacting to what Arthur Smith said a few days ago about wide receiver 2, and a roundabout way basically of saying, yeah, we don't have one. Where do you think they are on all of that? Do you think that they are continuing to dial out and try to make a deal, or are they satisfied with what they have in the building at this point?
Well, one of the things I thought was interesting from yesterday was Pickens saying how much he's working in the slot and how he likes it. Whether they've sold him on it or whether it was the touchdown towards the end of last year, he's bought into this. Hey, I could make plays on linebackers and safeties. If I'm not just standing on the outside, it's hard to double me. It's hard for them to bring their best corner and shadow me. Maybe that is their plan. And then they just find a guy, and maybe that guy is Van Jefferson, that will just run on the outside. It's intriguing to think of him in the slot, because you just think of him, okay, he's your outside guy. And Doran, you could speak to this, but he said that working on the inside is like, he called it working against crash dummies, because linebackers don't have the same type of intricate coverage skills. So they have a couple of plays, and I'm smarter than that, and I could make easy touchdowns, is the way he phrased it.
Jeff, Holcomb. Hearing some good news about him, Cole Holcomb coming back and maybe participating a little bit in training camp. That's a good sign, in my opinion, that has been leaked out there, that he has been responsive to his rehab.
Yeah, and Mike Tomlin said as much, that that he is it's ahead of schedule, or it's on schedule. It's where the doctors want him to be. I mean, we see him walking around. He hasn't wanted to talk about it, and that's cool. I mean, you thought when the injury happened that, man, is this guy still going to be in black and gold this year? And here's the nice thing. He would be a luxury addition at this point, because, you think of Queen and Roberts being your starters. If Holcomb could come in, and the way he was playing before the injury, that's the sad thing. Like, he was really coming into his own. Then you add that to the mix. You've got Peyton Wilson that's making plays in OTAs. But he has that athleticism, and it's you could go from 2 years ago, like just rolling the dice, or even at points last year because of injuries, where you're bringing guys out of retirement at that position, to having it being a strength for this defense.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. So Terrell Austin talked about Minkah Fitzpatrick. This is something that Doran and I talked about when Deshaun Elliott was signed. Like, that kind of went under the radar given all the other high priority stuff that was happening for the Steelers and them operating in a way that we really haven't seen. We had said at the time, like, does this allow Minkah to go back to center field? And I am delighted that seems to be the plan for Minkah now this year, because we did not see the splash out of him last year.
Yeah, and he almost went third person on us, talking about Minkah ball the other day. But that is Minkah ball, allowing
Benny
him to
Snell
go play.
football.
Yeah, and it's Elliott, and then it's also having the linebackers that are doing their jobs. Or the linebacker like Queen that can cover. Yeah, I think they've got the personnel that, and if they can get back to that, you got the rush from the outside. If the defensive line can hold their own, this defense, it has the makings to be top 5. You wonder about that other corner position, but Rush can make those corners better, as we all know. So I don't get too freaked out about Dante at this point, given the fact I like so much else about the defense that I don't think you're ever going to have a defense in a salary cap world where you have stars at every position. You got to kind of pick, okay, where can I try to hide somebody?
Jeff, this was wonderful, as always. A lot more great stuff on the website, 937thefan.com. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, Jeff. Dante Jackson there. I saw in press coverage, he had an 80-plus PFF grade. I don't want to make too much of it, but that's the way they're going to use him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was not used correctly elsewhere. I'm trying to be positive about that guy.
Yes.
Because they've got so many other good things going for them on the defense. We will get into what Terrell Austin had to say about Minkah Fitzpatrick later on in the show. We still got a lot to do today. But when we come back, the U.S. Open has teed off. We get into it. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday, 4-2. Bailey Fulcher pitched 4 innings, gave up 3 earned runs in his start. Rubber match of the series is today at 2:15 this afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Pirates jumped from second back to last in the division, but they're only a half game back of the 3 teams tied for second right now in the division. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Adam Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmets. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. We have an accident. Crews on the scene in Robinson Township, Route 60, Steubenville Pike near Park Manor Drive. Also, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam keeping an eye on that earlier accident blocking the right lane on the outbound side just past Delafield Avenue. On the inbound side of Route 28, you start to jam at the Route 8 at the bypass and then again past Millvale to the north side. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East delays the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer downpours have arrived. Protect your home from water damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. That's 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Don't miss a minute of the action on the diamond with ESPN Bet. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities, including daily odds boosts and home run specials all season long. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas, or shop Father's Day specials like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Coming up in 10 minutes, a question posed by a national host that we're stealing, because I'm not sure I agree with the national host's perspective. We'll get to that. Has to do with the Pirates and the Steelers. How about that? Want to talk golf here in one moment, but first, I saw that Russell Wilson said, as I missed yesterday, Russell Wilson said that he feels the fountain of youth, Doran. Revived in every way. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I was kind of hoping he would mix in a physically at some point.
Right.
You know, like, my brain's good. My soul is good. Body's crap, though.
Yeah, horrible.
I mean, he didn't say that. And by all accounts, he looks good out there, and he keeps himself in shape. I would have liked to hear the physical thing.
He's never really gotten hurt, though, right?
He's been banged up. I don't think he's ever missed, like, a long chunk of time. Like, kind of Ben-like in that. Ben did with the elbow. But apart from that, Ben really would miss, some time, but not a lot of time.
So he's been fairly healthy.
Yeah. And he takes hits. I mean, he's taken a ton of hits. I hope he stays healthy for them. I think if he does, they'll be pretty good. But we'll get into that a little bit coming up at the top of the hour. I mean, do you bet on anyone but Scheffler to win this thing?
It's kind of hard. I mean,
there's Tiger.
He's in
first.
Is he really? Oh, yeah. He's 1 under.
Yeah.
Tied for first.
Stop the count.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you could bet on Tiger, but no, I mean, Scotty Scheffler, we talked about this the other day. I mean, is he the most dominant athlete going right now? I mean, outside of Mahomes, maybe Caitlin Clark if you want to, connect her college career. I mean, I guess that's this year. That's right now. I mean, Scotty Scheffler's just been on a tear. It's kind of hard to bet against him. I mean, he doesn't get rattled. And this course, and Bostic, of course, has golfed Pinehurst before. He said that yesterday.
Oh, God.
And he said it's very, very difficult. And during the practice round, there was a lot of gripe about it from the players.
I like that. Like, I was talking to Kale about that in passing in the hallway, former host of Going Low. We were also talking to Paul Alexander earlier. Some people complain, the golfers complain. This course is hard. I mean, the winner might be over par. It's not like you get that every week. That's why I've always loved the U.S. Open. I like it when you got to go low. I like it when you feel like if you score a par that, oh, darn, like, I'm screwed. I like that, too, like where everyone's, 15, 20 under, like we saw not that long ago. I like that you get one tournament like this.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that they're human.
Yes.
this is the only time whenever things are hard that you can relate to these guys. Because other than that, I mean, you can't relate for real because they're insane. If you ever watch them in person, it's just absolutely insane the way they hit the ball and how good they are. But in your mind, you could say, oh, yeah, like I know how hard golf is, and they're showing how hard golf really is, and that's kind of as close as you can get to being the same.
Yeah, it's nice to see the frustration not born from, oh, I lipped out, now I have to make a par instead of a birdie. Whereas, like, you are fighting tooth and nail for every par at Pinehurst. Scotty Scheffler coming into the round, plus 300 to win it all, that's insane. Second best odds, Rory McIlroy.
What is he, 2,000?
And Xander Schauffele, plus 1,100. This was 13 hours ago, so that might even have changed. But, I mean, there is one clear-cut favorite, and it's the almost felon, Scotty Scheffler. How crazy is that? I want to see him do it. Like when it doesn't ultimately affect my team, like I didn't want to see. I root for greatness, is I guess how I'll put it. But I couldn't root for Brady because it so often got in the way of the Steelers. Ain't nobody getting in the way of my enjoyment of this.
No.
I just want to see good be great and great be great consistently. Like, that's why everyone loved Tiger.
Yes.
Because you're the best of the best and you're so far ahead of everybody else and everyone's playing catch up to you. I love that.
I love when Tiger's doing good, though.
Yes.
I do. Like, I mean, even if he doesn't win, if he finishes in, like, top 5 or top 10, like, just him doing good, even like right now, it's kind of put a smile on my face that he's number one because we're probably not going to see that after in probably like an hour or two. He'll drop out or something, get cut at some point. And it's just nice to see when Tiger is doing good.
Yes, it is. And we're actually able to watch it on TV, for God's sakes.
That is it's so ridiculous that they do that.
It is.
And this is like the first time that we've been able to actually watch it from start. And whenever they actually start in the morning throughout the day.
Instead of it having, you can watch holes 3 through 6 on ESPN+.
Right.
What the hell is that?
Unreal.
Or watch just the Tiger Woods group. Like, you got to pay $19.99 or whatever it is a month for ESPN+, and they don't even give you the actual coverage. The Masters is a disgrace for the viewers.
Yes.
Like, you get Saturday and Sunday and CBS, and it's wonderful, but the first 2 rounds, I mean, I'm always Googling, how the hell can I watch this? So this is nice. You got it on USA. And we can make some side bets here in the studio as this thing goes along.
I like it. There's Tiger at the tee.
He's teeing off, on 11th here? We're not allowed to give play-by-play, I don't think. He is yoked up. I know the legs and the back. He looks the part. He looks as good as Tiger has looked.
Well, he's the first golfer that really, brought being in shape to golf.
He looked like a professional athlete and still does.
Like, he was benching like 300. I remember, like, being younger, like, Tiger benches 300 pounds, and people were, like, freaking out because he benched 300 pounds because no golfer ever could probably even lift it a weight.
Was it for the golf or to meet Perkins waitresses?
Both.
Drive right down the fairway for one Eldrick Woods. Coming up next, national radio host says the Pirates have a better chance of doing something than the Steelers do. Do we agree? Disagree? We'll take your phone calls as well at 412-928-9370. Best call on the topic we're going to bring up wins 2 tickets to see Third Eye Blind at the Pavilion at Star Lake on July 9th. That's my sister's birthday. Immediately regret bringing my sister up. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, low humidity, high 87. Let's go.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go.
The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 large TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including pro basketball, hockey, and soccer, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps of local beer, and over 500 beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Dan Zangrili, proud member of the Legion Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at allegionfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Keeping our eyes on a couple of accidents. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. One of them on the Parkway East inbound, blocking the left lane just before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Traffic gets by in the right lane and stacks back to Greensburg Pike. We also have an accident in Robinson Township, Route 60 Steubenville Pike near Park Manor Drive. Outbound Route 28, that earlier accident pretty much out of the way. Just a disabled vehicle off to the side just past Delafield Avenue. Inbound delays, though, from the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You got to talk about the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, that's right. The Pittsburgh Pirates. Because if you're a Pittsburgh sports fan, you feel better about the Pirates right now than you do the Steelers. That's just a fact. Who's got more playoff success this year? Pirates or the Steelers? Who's better chance of making the playoffs this year? Pirates or the Steelers? The Pittsburgh Pirates.
So that's Adam Schein. He said that's a fact. If you're a Pittsburgh sports fan, you feel better about the Pirates than you do the Steelers. A fact, he calls it. Well, Rich Eisen seems to think that he's the guy who can have all the Tomlin opinions and tell us how to feel. Mike Greenberg, same thing. The national people, they want to tell us how to feel Pittsburgh. We just want to know how you feel on that. So he says, that's a fact. You feel better about the Pirates than you do the Steelers. Do you? 412-928-9370. You can call us on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. It's the subject of our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll today, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Which team has a better chance of winning a round in the postseason, the Steelers or the Pirates? So far, about 500 votes in, 55% of people saying they disagree with Adam Schein, that it's not a fact. They say the Steelers. 45% of people saying they think the Pirates have a better chance of winning a postseason round. What do you think?
I'm with the Steelers because it's TBD with the Pirates. I don't know if they're going to make the right moves to even get to the postseason. But with the Steelers, I know what they are. Like, they're not going to bottom out. They're going to finish with a winning record, and they're going to give themselves a chance to get into the playoffs. And that is their focus this year. As Doug said yesterday, the focus has shifted from at least like 15 or so years ago that it was we need to get back to a Super Bowl. No, the focus is we need to win playoff games or get to the playoffs. And I know that they can do that. Like, I don't know if the Pirates can do that. I hope that they can do that. But it's TBD because I don't believe that they are going to make the right moves at the right time to put their team in a position to do that, to even get in. So I have to wait and see.
I think that's totally fair. And we have not seen Ben Cherington have a Pirates team that is in contention. So we have no idea how he's going to operate.
No idea.
And we do know that 13, 14, 15, the Pirates would do things at and around the deadline, back when there was the waiver deadline as well, to augment the team. I mean, they made the trade for J. Happ. They got Justin Morneau. They got Marlon Byrd. But those Pirate teams, and in 13 in particular, they were 20 games over 500 in July. Hey, so if you don't make moves then, what the hell are you doing? We're talking about a Pirates team that right now is under 500. But I will disagree. I will say I do think the Pirates have a better chance of winning a playoff round than the Steelers do. Now, the Pirates haven't won a playoff round in 30 years. The Steelers haven't in 7 years. But I have to take in the scope of the sport, too. Like the Steelers, if they make the playoffs, I don't think... Let me rewind before I get going. I think the Steelers' roster is better than the Pirates' roster. I don't see a ton of holes in the Steelers. I really don't. Wide receiver, too. Not a lot of holes other than that. Their linebacker core, which was a sieve at the end of last season, is probably going to be a strength for the team this year. They've got a good roster, but they're projected to be the worst team in the division by the betting experts out there. I'm not sure I agree with that, but that's the way that they're viewed. Joe Burrow's back, two-time MVP Lamar Jackson. The Browns were a playoff team last year. I don't know what's happening in New York with the Jets, but if Aaron Rodgers is there, they're going to be better. Miami a contender, Buffalo a contender, Kansas City a contender, Los Angeles, the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh a contender. The AFC is a bear.
Mm-hmm.
If the Steelers were in the NFC, I think I'd have a different answer. You have the 49ers, you probably have the Eagles to contend with. Really, those are like the power teams. Charger, whatever. The Rams, whatever. But they're not. They're in the AFC, and they're in the AFC North. If they make the playoffs, I don't think they're going to do so as a division champion, so they're not going to have a home playoff game. The Pirates are guaranteed a series if they make the playoffs, and they're guaranteed a series with Jones, with Skeens, and with Keller. And I just think it's a lot easier when you look at the NL to for me to project, oh, okay, those teams aren't good. The Pirates aren't great, but they could be better than those bad teams. Whereas the Steelers, I think they're a much better team than last year. But with the schedule and with the AFC, I have a hard time seeing it, man.
No, that's a great point. I totally agree. It's really what's going on outside than inside for both teams in both situations. Like, you can see the Pirates taking advantage or even not even taking advantage, but it's just falling their way at the end of the season because of how everybody's just so neck and neck. But the reason why I side with the Steelers is because I just close my eyes, and if I put Russell Wilson on the Pittsburgh Steelers last year and they go into Buffalo, I think they win. That's and it's like, yeah, there is a gauntlet of quarterbacks. There's a gauntlet of teams, but I could see them winning a playoff game with Russell Wilson because their quarterback play was just so ridiculous last year.
When they got legit quarterback play, they looked like a totally different team. A totally different team. And you just don't know how this year's schedule is going to work out. But knowing what we know right now, it is a pain in the ass, particularly the last 8 games. If you would tell me that the Steelers, this team, got to play last year's schedule, they win 12 games.
Yes.
They contend for a division championship. But with this schedule, I have a hard time of saying with any kind of confidence that they can get in. Or I should say that they will get in. If they do, they have a much better chance of winning a playoff game than they did last year. And if they had any semblance of health, like if this year's team played last year's Buffalo team in the playoffs, you're giving them even more of a run.
Yes.
Like, what was it, 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter and you're down a touchdown? The game changed on that red zone interception by Mason Rudolph.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know that Russell Wilson threw 20 touchdowns and 1 pick in the red zone. Probably ain't happening. So, yeah, I can see what you're saying. I can't get over the damn schedule thing. And I can't get over how good I expect this division to be. Like, we kind of quibbled, you, me, Bostic, about do we buy Cincinnati or Cleveland more? And we had differentiating opinions on that. What I do know is Cincinnati has the 15th easiest schedule in the NFL, and the other 3 teams in the AFC North have really tough schedules. I also think that Baltimore can battle through a tough schedule because they're so difficult to prepare for. So I think they'll be right up there. And I think by virtue of the schedule and Joe Burrow, Cincinnati will be up there. But what do you think, Pittsburgh? At 412-928-9370, which team do you have more faith to win a playoff round this year? The Steelers? The Pirates? 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also tweet in on this topic. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll take your phone calls on this when we come back. But first, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday 4-2, and the Pirates fell 3 spots down in the division. That's what happens when 3 teams are tied with similar records. But the Pirates are going to play the Cardinals in the rubber match of the series today at 2:15. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Also important to point out the Pirates are 1 game back now on that 3rd wild card spot in the National League. And the San Francisco Giants, who hold that 3rd spot, have a record under 500. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life. And let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Mike wanted to sell his home in Bethel Park as soon as possible and contacted Gina and her team. He said that Gina not only got him a fast sale on his home, she was able to get multiple offers and a smooth closing as well. Mike says that Gina is an excellent real estate agent, and he highly recommends Gina to anyone that is thinking about selling their home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to weathersealhomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So how does one describe the great Jerry West? Olympic gold medalist, MVP, champion, friend, West Virginian, Laker, 3-time Hall of Famer, icon, immortal, and NBA logo. As heartfelt tributes poured in yesterday, it was clear what an impact this 86-year-old's accomplishments had on the game he absolutely loved, and on the countless lives he touched. Rest in peace, Mr. Clutch. What an absolute legacy you left behind. I'm Boomer Esiason.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hulu is coming in hot this month with new shows, new movies, and all new seasons of your faves. Don't miss FX's Clipped, the story of one NBA team's racial reckoning starring Lawrence Fishburne. Stream a new season of Shoresy, the underdog hockey team that might just knock your teeth out. Then catch the high-speed drama Ferrari starring Adam Driver and Penelope Cruz. Kick your streaming into high gear this month with so much new stuff to watch on Hulu.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Who's got a better chance of winning around in the postseason, Pirates or Steelers? Doran going Steelers, me going Pirates. Valid points, I think, on both sides. Though in our Twitter poll, more people seem to agree with Doran. 55% leaning that way, 45% going with the Buccos. 412-928-9370. We'd love to hear from you, and we will do so momentarily. The best point, among other good points, Doran, that you brought up was we just don't know what the Pirates are going to do leading up to the trade deadline. And I'm not sure they're going to act unless the team really gets to the point where you go, oh, yeah. And what I mean by that is you get 4 or 5 games over 500. Because then I think Ben Cherington's hand is forced, and I think he will make a move. But if I wonder what it looks like if the Pirates are under 500 and a lot of these other wild card teams are also under 500 at the deadline. Like, you'd be adding to bolster yourself, but like, you're not really a good team. Mm-hmm. It's fascinating. Whereas the Steelers have added this offseason to better themselves.
I brought this up yesterday. I thought you made a good point the other day, and I said, Adam made a great point the other day, saying that
write that one down.
They're gonna have to force Cherington's hand to do something, and they're gonna have to win games and show that they're at least a decent team, a consistent team, in order to add. And I kind of asked the question: are we there right now? Like, kind of feels like it. I mean, I know they lost last night, but kind of feels like if you do add something, another arm or a bat, especially a bat that, they could just go on a run here and kind of separate themselves from the pack. Like, that's also a question, too. Like, could you separate yourself from the under 500 teams that are going to be there as well? Like,
that's what I'd be looking to do.
Even though you're not a great team and nobody else really is that's around you that is competing for that spot, does one move separate you? Maybe. If everybody's the same.
Man, we're watching the Cardinals right now. They're nothing special.
No.
They're right there with you in the standings. They're a half game up on the Pirates right now. And when Sportsnet Pittsburgh showed their lineup, all the OPSs, there's no one around 800. It's the same as the Pirates. They don't have anybody that's an impact guy right now, and they're hoping Nolan Arenado turns it around. And they've got the first baseman who's hit 15 home runs, but even he's got Goldschmidt. Sorry, the other fat guy, wherever he plays, he's got 15 home runs. Like, they're wanting their big time dogs to play like big time dogs. Same way the Pirates are waiting for O'Neal Cruz, who was 2 for 4 last night, to be a dog. I am more the way I look at it, and the reason I say the Pirates is that the NL sucks, and so that doesn't really have much to do with the Pirates. But then the other thing is, what we have all agreed upon is, if they get into the postseason, they're going to be a tough out. And as we've seen with the Steelers under Tomlin of late, they have not been a tough out. Last year was the closest thing, and really, it didn't ever feel like they were in danger of winning that game. Shall we talk to Anthony in Oakland?
Yes.
Hello, Anthony. Good morning to you, friend.
Baseball. Of the wild card teams, the Pirates do have the best pitching of that bunch.
Mm-hmm.
You would so hopefully that the general manager will realize that and go out and get a trend center in the middle of your lineup to help them, because you don't want to waste this pitching.
Does it all come down to – sorry, Anthony, I'll let you go in a second here. Does it all come down to you then whether or not they make that move? And do you have faith that they'll make a move like that?
I do not, because There's been a cautionary note for the past 8 or 9 years, and it shows. That's why they're treading water, and it's a shame because their pitching right now is one of the best if you get them in that position of a playoff. But I don't think between the owner and the general manager and the manager, I have absolutely no confidence they'll do it. Let me just say what Doran, if I could play off what Doran said about that playoff game last year. He felt that if Russell Wilson was there, they'd win that game. Doran played the NFL, and I listen to you a lot. I think you're one of the best on this station, but not with those linebackers they had over in the middle last year. I mean, they were exploited by those tight ends from Buffalo. And it was amazing they got to the playoffs, to be quite honest with you. But they weren't going to beat anybody with that misfits they had there playing linebacker.
Well, I mean, if you've taken it, I take into the fact that Russell Wilson was 20 for 1 in the red zone last year. He did beat Buffalo last year, and I don't think Russell Wilson throws that interception that Mason Rudolph throws in the red zone last year. And anything can change the momentum of a game. I agree with you that they were exploited on defense, but who knows how the game would have went if Russell Wilson was the quarterback and his efficiency in the red zone, only throwing 1 interception all year, and he throws a touchdown there, how the game would have gone. I mean, that's different defenses. It's just different mindset, everything. That's kind of why I say that if he was on the team and they would have won a playoff game, it would have won in Buffalo.
Maybe if they would have played bully ball, ran the ball in there instead of putting it in Mason's hands.
Well, I love that we're doing this on June 13th, Anthony, and thank you so much for the call. Like, this is so Pittsburgh. It just makes me giddy inside.
Thanks, Anthony.
And thank you. I love Anthony.
Me too.
I am now looking at the play-by-play of that game on June 13th. The Steelers were down 14-0 when that interception is thrown. And then Buffalo comes right down the field and make it 21-0. If it's 14-7, totally different ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different ballgame. And we assume that the other things that happened would have happened the same way. Steelers went 3-and-out and punted. They went 5 plays in 19 yards their first drive. Then the next drive, punt. Then a fumble, which was Najee Harris, I believe. Then a punt. Like, maybe they don't punt on those other drives. Like, so who knows how it goes? I'm inclined to agree with you that at the very least, they are really in it in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
If they've got a legitimate quarterback, and in this instance, a legitimate play caller, which last year they had 2 offensive coordinators in that playoff game. I think the Steelers and the Pirates are in significantly better places than they were last year. Significantly better. The Steelers are a much better football team, in my opinion, and the Pirates, come on, it's night and day with Paul Skeens and Jared Jones and the way that Mitch Keller's pitching. I just think it's more likely the Pirates get in than the Steelers get in. And I'm hoping that the Steelers get some of that schedule luck they got last year down the stretch. Because I think if you just look at this roster independent of the league, you go, oh, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good roster. But then you look at the rest of the AFC, and it frankly, it pisses me off that there are all these other great quarterbacks.
It's a gauntlet.
There are 11 potentially good teams in the AFC. There's going to be some that overperform, some that underperform. Nobody saw Houston coming last year, and everyone thought it would be Jacksonville, and it was. They were 8-3, and then they fell off, and it was Houston. And when we were listing all the good AFC teams, I didn't even list Jacksonville. But it wouldn't shock me if they were good this year. So to me, it's so hard for them to get there, and their division is tough. I think if you take the Steelers and you put them in. If you put them in any of the AFC conferences, or NFC conferences, excuse me, they're probably a second-place team behind the 49ers, in my opinion.
I mean, you still have Green Bay. You have the Lions.
That division's tough.
You have Tampa Bay.
I ain't buying.
They were pretty decent last year.
They won a playoff game. That pisses me off, too!
They're decent.
They won
and they got everybody back,
game.
Right?
Mm-hmm. If you took last year's Steelers team, or this year's Steelers team, and put it in last year, I think they win a lot of games. I think they're going to be better. It's going to be one of those things, to kind of get off topic a little bit here, it's going to be one of those things that's going to be, in my opinion, hard to quantify. Are they going to win 10 games? I don't know. They could be a 9-win team this year, but everyone looks at it and goes, oh, they were way better than they were last year, even though they won fewer games.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see that happening. Rob in West Mifflin next up on the show. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how's it going? First off, I'd like to say that I'm going to answer your question, and I just got something to say about what you keep saying about the Steelers division. But I think it's most likely the Steelers to get to the playoffs. But if the Pirates were to get in, I think they will win the playoff series before the Steelers will win a playoff game just because of that starting pitching.
Yes.
I think the series is the first series is a 5-game series now. So you throw out Keller, Jones, and Skeens for 3 games, I got to say we're winning at least 2 of those games off top. And then we're going to win another one somewhere near because Skeens and Jones is going to probably pitch twice.
I mean, Rob, series. I think that is a really fascinating way of putting it. That you think the Steelers have a better chance of making the playoffs, but less of a chance of winning once they get there, and you don't think the Pirates have a great chance of making the playoffs, but if they got in, that they would do some damage.
That sounds crazy, right?
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, picking up what you're putting down. That's kind of what Starkey said the other day. He said the other day, sorry, Rob, that the Pirates have a better chance of winning the World Series than making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see that line of thinking. One more?
Yes.
Todd in Latrobe. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Crowley. I think the Pirates missed out not signing Trevor Bauer. The Astros got a deal. How great would he look in that role as a 5th starter?
I mean, yes, I don't think pitching's their problem, though.
But he certainly would help.
I don't know that he's officially signing with the Astros anyhow, Todd.
Looks like it.
Thank you for the call.
I was like, did I miss something?
So, everybody needs starting pitching depth, right? And you got Bailey Falter, who's regressed the last 2 starts. And you don't have a 5th starter right now because you're hurt. So, if you added a starter, that's not going to hurt you. But that's not their deficiency right now. They've got Skeens, Jones, Keller. If there was a hitter out there that had the past that Bauer had, but he's a 300 hitter who's going to hit you 25 homers, and no one's kicking the tires on him, I'd be really ticked off if the Pirates didn't do that. But I don't think that's their biggest deficiency right now. And so, do you really want to bark up that tree with everything that will come with it in terms of scrutiny for a position where one of the reasons why we feel like the Pirates could have postseason success is their starting pitching? I don't know if you want all that to come with it. Before the year, I was on a different place with that because I just didn't know what it would look like. It looks pretty good.
Looks pretty damn good now.
Man, analysis, we love our job. I don't want to speak for you. I think you love your job. We have fun here. It's one of the things that makes this as fun as it is we go out there, we make predictions. Sometimes we're like the weatherman. Like, I thought coming into the year that the rotation would be an issue, the bullpen would be great, and that they'd score some runs. And now the rotation's awesome. They're hit and miss offensively, and the bullpen has at times been disastrous. Who really ever knows?
I mean, that's why I think this job is so fascinating. I think about it all the time. I'm like, because being in locker rooms, like, you know what's actually going on. And then there's on the outside, like us, where you're kind of guessing and trying to predict, and you just don't know what's going on. Only people that know what's going on are the people that's inside the locker room, inside the building. And that's why I think that this is so fascinating. And then sometimes you are on par, and I'm sure that people are like, where's the leak?
Yeah, right.
You know, like sometimes you're like bang, 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 and it's like, okay, there's a leak because only we know that. Or you can guess, and you can guess your way into things. But there's certain things where if you just hit bang, 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 then I'm sure that they're like, where's this leaking out from?
Mm-hmm. There will be something that the Steelers are good at that we don't think that they'll be good at, and there'll be something that we thought was going to be a strength that they're going to suck at, and it's just going to be totally out of left field.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's give the tickets to John in the car who's waiting on hold right now. You get to go see Third Eye Blind at Star Lake July 9th. You get 2 tickets to that show, so congratulations to you, John. Coming up next, Terrell Austin with some interesting comments on Minkah Fitzpatrick and what they can do to get him back to playing like Minkah again. First, though, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played yesterday in the second game of 3 in the series, and the Pirates lost that one 4-2, so now there's going to be a rubber match today. 2:15 is the scheduled start of the game. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can always listen to on the free Odyssey app. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Storn.
Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with their famous lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick is doing some work in my home right now, and I've been just so impressed with their organization. An experienced home improvement professional will thoroughly explain the issues with your roof and the possible solutions. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, and more. Whatever they do, it's with a focus on quality. Quality craftsmanship, quality materials, and quality service. How about a new shower? Get 50% off installation of your new shower system. Visit trustpj.com. Plus, they've extended their 12-month financing deal. Nothing down, no interest, and no payments for qualified buyers. Tell them Dorn sent you. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident pulled from the inbound Parkway East. It now sits in the safety plaza right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, still causing delays for you all the way back before Churchill as you make your way past the scene. Route 28, you're slow past the Route 8 Etler bypass towards Shaler Waterworks, heavy from there to the north side. Parkway North jammed right around Bellevue Westview, and we did have an earlier accident in Robinson Township being cleared on Steubenville Pike near Park Manor Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hulu is coming in hot this month with new shows, new movies, and all new seasons of your faves. Don't miss FX's Clipped, the story of one NBA team's racial reckoning starring Lawrence Fishburne. Stream a new season of Shoresy, the underdog hockey team that might just knock your teeth out. Then catch the high-speed drama Ferrari starring Adam Driver and Penelope Cruz. Kick your streaming into high gear this month with so much new stuff to watch on Hulu.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Dunkin' is dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Two Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. Medical benefits, sign-on bonus, and top pay in the industry. Visit careers.twomen.com. What are you waiting for? Get off the couch, get moving, and change your life.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
U.S. Open going on right now at Pinehurst. Someone just texted in, Neil Shipley is teeing off at 8:24. Well, it's 8:39, so did he tee off or is he teeing off at 9:24? I don't know. Go Neil Shipley. So, for our wallets, as we've placed bets on Scotty Scheffler, go Scotty. Nostalgia, go Tiger. Pittsburgh, Lebo. Go Neil Shipley.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Good for him, man. Holy cow, good for him. Nice kid. We talked to him. PM team didn't. Winner, chicken dinner. I'm looking for this Terrell Austin clip that I have now lost. Terrell Austin was asked about Minkah Fitzpatrick. Minkah was not a dynamic playmaker last year. Bad inside linebacker play, all kind of safety injuries. How can they get Minkah back to being Minkah?
To get him back to Minkah ball, as he would say, Minkah is at his best when he is playing back a little bit deeper, seeing things and able to react and see the game because he sees it really fast. And so my job is to try to keep him back there as much as possible and keep him out of situations where he's blitzing and doing that stuff. Not that he can't. He's better doing the other things. And that's where the other additions come in. You got guys that are able to handle some of those duties that, he kind of picked up last year. We're going to have other guys do those duties and let Minkah get back to where he's really, and not good, exceptional. My job is to get him in a place where he can perform. Because when he performs at his highest level, it helps us. It makes us better. It really showed itself when Minkah had to play down. Really showed itself more in the Okie stuff, in our base package, and so we want to keep him back where he can really perform. And so no matter who's in there, Minkah's going to get back to being Minkah.
We did some sort of thought exercise. We were ranking free agent acquisitions or whatever, and you were high on the Deshaun Elliott signing from the Miami Dolphins, who's going to line up next to Minkah and play some safety here. And it was all because let Minkah do what made Minkah great. I'm really happy to hear Terrell Austin come out first time he talks, and that was my biggest takeaway from what he had to say. I think the defense transforms when they let Minkah do what he's absolutely best at.
Yeah, just a general. He's a center fielder, and they had him playing shortstop and center field, basically. It's whenever you have to go in the box, it's just a different game. And you couldn't put KZ in the box because he's too small. He's a physical player, as we know, but, if you're running the football and the tight end has to, go up to the second level and block a KZ, that's just an open hole right away. So they had to put Minkah there to kind of do certain things that they wanted to do, but also not get crushed in the run game. And he did have to do a lot of different things, and that's why he didn't have the explosive season that, you expect from Minkah, being around the ball, having interceptions, things of that nature. Whenever he does go back as the center fielder, he's going to be able to see everything and be able to help everywhere. So whenever we're thinking about the cornerback spot, and Joey Porter Jr. being on one side, and hopefully his development grows, and you are worried about Dante Jackson or whoever's on the other side, like Minkah will be able to see where the matchups are. He'll be able to see the routes and be able to, just even lean towards that side to give some help. And that's what he's best at doing.
Man, that's a really good point. I mean, that can help mask over some of the secondary problems when you've got Minkah just back there roaming around. Because last year, look, he made a ton of tackles. Year before that, he had 96 tackles. And I think a lot of it has been predicated not even as much about his partner. That does matter, but also the inside linebackers.
That too.
And they just haven't been good. Last year, were good, then weren't healthy. He had 0 picks last season. 0 after having 17 in his first 4 years. Minkah was not bad by any stretch of the imagination, and then he himself had injuries later on. But this defense, when you pay what you're paying for it, needs to be elite. And I don't think you're the best possible version of this defense unless Minkah Fitzpatrick is this havoc creator in the middle of the field. I mean, would that not have helped significantly last year? They couldn't create offense and field position. Maybe the defense scores a point or two. Minkah, they knew that they had a luxury in him and they could use him in different ways to help where they were deficient, but just letting him be him is going to help out the offense too, big time.
Definitely. Yep.
I didn't know that we'd get that kind of clarity from Terrell Austin on it either.
I think it's pretty black and white, though.
Yeah.
And that's just the type of safety he is. Whenever you're that talented and you're a coach and you have a hole, you think the talented player can mask over those holes and do multiple things, and you task him. And a lot of people get used to the Troy Polamalu's that are able to do so many different things, but able to handle that. And not saying that Minkah couldn't handle it, but it's just so enticing to be like, oh, okay, well, we have Minkah, so we're good here. We could put him down, and he'll be able to handle that, even though he's not in his truest form.
And then it created another hole.
Exactly.
And it's sort of, okay, you tape over one, and then you wind up creating another, and then all of a sudden Patrick Peterson, hey, buddy, can you play safety? And it kind of got away from him from that standpoint.
Like, essentially, they were asking him to play linebacker and safety and cover and blitz and get the defense in the back end all set up alongside while having a rookie corner. Like, that is a lot.
DeFabo, to that point, tweeted out some context. So, and way to go, Mike DeFabo from The Athletic. Minkah aligned in the box 12.2 snaps per game last year. That's 5 more than in 2022. He pass rushed almost 2 times per game, which was up from nearly once per game. And he was in the slot 8% in 8 coverage snaps per game, which is up from 5. All those things you add together, and I mean, you're talking about 20-ish snaps where he's doing what he's not best at.
And he was hurt.
Coming up next, how are the Steelers going to use George Pickens? This is interesting. I don't know what to make of it. Doran does, football guy. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 4-2 yesterday to the St. Louis Cardinals and have fallen back to last place, but they're a half game behind the other 3 teams in the division that aren't the Brewers. The Pirates are also a game back of the 3rd wildcard spot in the National League. The San Francisco Giants, who have that 3rd wildcard spot, are under 500. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still a little hitch on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. Crews are in the final stages of clearing an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East, sitting in the safety plaza right before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Most of the units have left the scene, but you're looking at delays on the inbound side back at Churchill, almost to Business 22 as you make your way toward the Squirrel Hill tunnel entrance. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway North, you're slowing around Bellevue, Westview, and also on Route 28, you're jammed before the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Say goodbye to gutter problems and costly repairs with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with their lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Like 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. Switch today.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended Window Nation as their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90-NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Celebrate the Holy Cross Greek Orthodox Church Greek Food Festival. Enjoy authentic Greek dishes cooked on premises, homemade pastries, Greek beer, dancing, and more. Located on Gilkison Road in Mount Lebanon, across from the Galleria Mall. Join the fun today through Friday.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Come on now, wake up.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Coming up in about 10 minutes, the Patriots did something, and it begs an obvious Steelers question. So we'll get into that before we hear from a national writer on the Pirates and how good he thinks they are and can be. But right now, Arthur Smith spoke. George Pickens spoke. It's minicamp for the Steelers at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex, and George Pickens says he's being utilized in the slot, Doran. And I saw some people react, if you put him in the slot, who your outside guy's going to be? Look, I'd like to get worked up about that. Can't get worked up about that. I don't really care. I really don't care at all where they utilize George Pickens. I just want him to be productive. And if they feel like a given matchup, they want to use him in the slot and they feel like he can eat, then I'm down with that. He's not going to be their primary slot guy. They're just going to use him there from time to time.
Like, tell me you don't know football without telling me you don't know football. Like,
hey, we going to play there 12 snaps a game?
Wait. So you're telling me if George lines up on the outside and he motions down, and then the Roman Wilson's now the outside receiver because George motions inside of him that he can't be in the slot?
Oh, no!
Like, what?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, motions down to a snug set or a bunch set that he can't work from the slot. People should want this to happen because that just creates matchups, as you said. If you can motion down to the slot, then somebody else, the number one corner that doesn't travel, and if it's a zone, he's going to stay on the outside, and then George is going to have to work on linebackers and safeties.
How many years have people bitched here? Why is Joe Schobert covering Michael Thomas? Right?
Exactly.
This is ridiculous. The Steelers, there's a linebackers matched up on Robert Spillane is covering Amari Cooper.
I mean, it is such a different world running routes from the inside than the outside. And you hear the term Revis Island because it is an island out there. And the focus of a corner is to cover receiver. The focus, if you do shift or motion down inside, is not to cover so-called receiver. Whenever you motion inside and there's a linebacker, what is their first job? Is run. So a split second of their eyes and their step going forward, because maybe it's a run or a play action, you are going to be open if you are a receiver because you'll be faster, you'll be more savvy, and they're just not used to covering safeties, and that's why they play safety. That's why there are corners. If you can get a guy that is an outside receiver, but he has to learn this stuff to be able to execute it, if you can get George motioning around and finding matchups and running routes on different guys and finding zone holes, that is what you want.
And it's rudimentary stuff. Like, I don't even want to say he's Arthur Smith's being creative. It's just,
no,
that's what you do.
Right.
And the old guy did not do a good enough job at that. And I do think it's a necessity, too. Like, you don't have a guy that you can put out on the other side, on the island, like a Brandon Ayuk, like a Deebo Samuel, like a Deontay Johnson, to where, okay, Deontay, you're out here, George, you're out here. You guys are that good. We don't need to move you around. Well, we know what their wide receiver core is right now. So however they feel like they can get their most dynamic receiver, and without question, it's that guy the ball, I don't know that anybody should be upset about it.
No. You could run so many different sets out of George being motion down or even line it up as a slot. I mean, that doesn't mean so he lines up in the slot and Roman's on the outside. Oh my gosh, Roman Wilson's on the outside. And Roman Wilson motions down. Now it's a bunch set and now you just disperse. It's the same thing. But just different matchups and guys get confused.
Yeah, your guys are your guys.
It's just going to come to, like I said, the point that can George take that to the next level of learning the motions and why you're motioning and where you need to end up and who you're running routes on and why you're running the routes. And then the other guys also knowing where they need to be if they are the inside receiver but end up as the outside receiver because George is the inside receiver. Do you need to get width on your route to make sure that it is acting like you're the outside receiver? I know that was a lot.
No, but to that point, I feel like Pickens in year 3 is in year 1 again. Because they just said, go line up outside and run down the field. And they got some slant stuff with them late whenever Canada wasn't there.
But maybe George is being taught something that wasn't even a real subject.
Well, they got rid of the wide receiver coach, too.
And, yeah, maybe now it makes sense. It's like, Oh, you're an offensive coordinator. This makes sense.
Yeah, because I know
didn't.
I have been hard-ish on him saying – and we talked to Bostic about this and Whaley about this, like the route tree. What can Pickens run? What does he feel comfortable doing? What is he good at? Blah, blah, blah. Well, it might not. How much of that was ever on Pickens? We're going to start finding out. Like, they're moving him all over the place, and he's doing all kind of stuff he wasn't doing before. Hey, it probably wasn't him.
Right.
Probably just what they're tasking him to do, or in these cases, not do. All right, coming up next, the Patriots did something last night. Oh, my God. It was all over social media, but it begs an obvious question about the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get to that when we come back. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 87, low of 57.
Here, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fans, fan about town. It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorite, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hug rib sandwich are back. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free tots. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Summer is here, and McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to keep you cool and comfortable all season long. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are trained and certified to repair or install any type of or any brand of cooling system out there. Whether you have a central AC system, heat pump system, mini splits, ductless, or geothermal cooling, the team at McVeigh is your local, trusted, and honest go-to cooling professionals that you can rely on. So save the day. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
Leases 36 months, $10,000 per year, $29.99 due at signing. As qualified HMFC Tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fees. Stock units only, offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, the morning rush continues to be a little rough. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. We still have some solid delays for you on the inbound Parkway West between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, you're jammed from Churchill down past that earlier accident, cleared in the Safety Plaza right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side. Parkway North just a little heavy around Bellevue. Westview now. Also northbound 79 heavy in the construction zone from the Craft and Moon Run interchange up to the Coriopolis McKees Rocks exit. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ah! Watching the U.S. Open in here, and Tiger just missed a birdie.
Oh, it didn't break.
It didn't break.
Goodness.
It's got to break. Playing well, though.
Yeah.
You need that to fall. You feel like the birdies will be few and far between. You need that one to fall.
You absolutely need that one. Need it.
Because if he could just, while he's playing well right now, score low, there are going to be a lot of guys. That cut line's going to be ugly.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can, early on here.
That would have been a mojo birdie.
Yes.
Like, that would have carried him for, what is he at, 5 right now? That would have carried him through 9. Like just mojo was. Oh, man. That's sickening.
Golf much, much better when Tiger Woods makes the cut and is in contention on Sunday. I don't know that he'll be in contention either way, but first step, make the cut. Step before that is make the birdie. Come on there, Tiger. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. From one GOAT, Tiger Woods, to another, Tom Brady. And you were invited to this soiree. This shindig last night, Doran. Tom Brady inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame, and his number 12 retired. Now, Terry Bradshaw is in the Steelers Hall of Honor because the Steelers, when they opened up the Hall of Honor a few years ago, everybody who was in the Hall of Fame, bang, you are immediately in the Steelers Hall of Honor. So Bradshaw is in that. I feel like the obvious question here is, are you going to retire 12? When are you going to retire 12? And I'll add my piece here. Can we do it before Terry passes away, for God's sakes?
Mm-hmm.
He's not a healthy man. He's been battling cancer, hadn't he, Terry? Are they going to do it? Like, you would figure they'll do it at some point. He won 4 Super Bowls as a quarterback, multiple Super Bowl MVPs, an NFL MVP. I mean, people know the resume of Terry Bradshaw. Like, at some point, they're going to do it. If you do it after he would pass away, and I'm talking years, like you hope Terry's fine, but if you do it after that, are you doing what he wants? Like, I feel like it is incumbent upon the Steelers organization to extend an olive branch to Terry, and I know that people around here get really peeved about this subject because he didn't go to Dan Rooney's funeral, right? He didn't go to Chuck Noll's funeral. Okay, he's hard-headed. I feel like the Steelers can be hard-headed. Troy Polamalu came around real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He was pissed. James Harrison, I never thought he'd be around. Now he's doing social videos for them around the NFL draft. Can you make this happen? Can we please retire Terry Bradshaw's 12 before you're doing it posthumously? Because then I think that's awful. Because I don't know the conversations that have happened between the franchise and Terry and Art II and Terry, but I would feel like if they do it after the fact so that he's not there, that sucks.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's my question is, what's the relationship like right now? I don't know. I mean, I would anticipate it's better than it has been. I don't know what it is.
Him and Ben have had a decent relationship where they've done those like Fox one-on-one interviews, and that had not been great. Maybe it's a Tomlin thing now.
Does it matter what the relationship is now, though? If you're a great player and you have 4 Super Bowls, like, and you are in the Hall of Fame, and you're like, does it matter what the relationship is like now?
It would not to me.
Like, does Lambert come around? No.
Right.
Like, does it matter?
Well, and they're so loath to retire jerseys anyhow, but that has always been weird to me. Like, Franco deserved to have his jersey number 32 retired, and the timing on all that was nothing short of, just such a wow thing that they're about to do it. He's going to be doing the media tour. The game wound up being a hell of a game, and Kenny Pickett and George Pickens at the end, and the end zones were painted, and he passes away, and it was wild. I can't even put into words, and we all felt that. And I hate to do this now because Franco did pass away, but I said it in the lead up to that. Franco meant so much to that organization, and they didn't win until Franco got there, but your quarterback, the most important position in sports, the guy won 4 Super Bowls, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. That's the first guy that's jersey should be retired.
Right.
And you have to think that the only reason that it hasn't happened is because of the fractured frayed relationship. But Donnie, credit to him, a couple weeks ago, he said before the Steelers play the Cowboys this year at home, they should retire Terry Bradshaw's jersey.
I 100% agree.
Right? Like, I think it's, tragedy's too strong a word, but it almost feels like a crime against football and humanity if Terry would, God forbid, pass away and they hadn't done something like this.
They should have did it a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Look at I know Tom Brady's the best to ever play, but it only took, a year?
Yeah.
Like, until he was retired for them to do that?
Are you going to tell me?
Are they retiring 12 or he's just going?
They retired 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm sure they'll do a ceremony before a game or whatever. Big crowd last night. You don't think if Terry Bradshaw, if they say, Terry, we're retiring your number, come on back.
Well, it's not just for Terry either. And, I hate to be morbid, but like we did talk about, like he is getting up there in age, but also the people that watched him are getting up there in age. Like, let's give the fans that experienced Terry Bradshaw a moment to reflect on his career because they're older as well. And like, they probably want to celebrate a time in their life that really transcended the city of Pittsburgh.
Big time.
And they were a part of that. Like, you owe Terry, obviously, that moment, but you do also owe the grandparents, or even the great-grandparents that are still alive right now, that moment. Right? It was, I could imagine being like, 20 to 30 or our age right now and living during that time and experiencing what Terry Bradshaw brought in the 70s to the Steelers. Like, what was the Steelers? What was Pittsburgh before that? It was steel mills. It was tough. We talk about this a lot. But that was that moment to give us this platform to even talk about with passion.
That is why there is a Steelers Nation.
Yes.
Is because of that guy in those teams.
Yes.
And so you retire Mean Joe Green's number, and that took too long.
Right.
That took too long. You retire Franco's, that took too long. And I get it. It's special. You don't want to do it for everybody. Like the Yankees, they have Monument Park, and like you can't wear single-digit numbers if you play for the Yankees because all their numbers are retired. But like, I don't think it takes away. I think all it does is highlight the greatness. Like, nobody goes, the Yankees, man, they have retired way too many numbers. No, people go, you got to go to Monument Park because the greats of all time played here. And the pinstripes mean something. And so is the Steelers logo supposed to mean something. I don't think it takes away from anything. And to your point, old school Steelers fans probably want to see it. But we can open it up at 412-928-9370. That's two young people's perspective on all this. But I don't think we get a ton of pushback on, hey, retire 12. Like, why? You might be mad about the Chuck Noll thing. You might be mad about the Dan Rooney thing. And I get that.
Well, he's not Antonio Brown.
Also that.
Like,
do you think Brady tried to go to the Dolphins in division at the end of the whole Patriots career?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he won a Super Bowl someplace else. Like, it couldn't have been all warm and fuzzy, and I know apparently he's got the better relationship with Kraft than Belichick has with Kraft. Even so, like, you don't walk away feeling good about the way that whole thing ended. And the Patriots, a year after his retirement, yep, number 12.
And I bet you Belichick's next.
Because you just put feelings aside. And what did you mean for football?
For football.
Right?
That's what it's about.
Like, Terry Bradshaw, and I don't want to, I'm going to do this, but we don't need to take calls, texts, tweets on this. But, like, Ben is a Hall of Famer. And in a lot of people's, top 10, 12 quarterbacks of all time. Terry Bradshaw, to me, he had so much talent around him. Terry Bradshaw, to me, is the greatest Steelers quarterback of all time, and it's going to be tough to knock him off the perch. 4 rings, but he was also an MVP in 1978. That means you were the best player. Ben was never the best player. Ben never got MVP votes. And there will be a time soon, Ben's going to get inducted into the Hall of Fame. And when you're inducted into the Hall of Fame, you're going to be in that Steelers Hall of Honor. Well, you sure as you know what can't be putting Ben's number up before Bradshaw's. Like, no way. And maybe they'll just do neither. And I guess the whole Hall of Honor thing was their way of trying to do it without doing it.
Without doing it, yeah.
But you got to do it. At least
there has to be something separate. Like, there's some, I mean, I can't rattle off names who are in the Hall of Honor, but there's names that Terry Bradshaw shouldn't be a part of in that Hall of Honor, and a lot of guys that are separate that mean more.
Yeah,
I mean, it is what it is.
The Hall of Honor should be a catch-all for guys. I mean, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you should be in the Hall of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the main reason, apart from what we just said, the main reason was to honor the guys who weren't quite good enough.
Yes.
Or guys that should be in, but did not get in.
Yes.
Like a current example would be a James Harrison, who's probably not going to get into the Hall of Fame.
James Harrison, great player.
Mm-hmm.
But does he belong in the same category as Terry Bradshaw?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Absolutely not. So you need to distinguish the all-time greats from just the greats, like L.C. Greenwood, for God's sake. 412-928-9370, although he probably bears mentioning among the greats. 412-928-9370. Would anybody have any problem with Terry Bradshaw's number 12 being retired? 412-928-9370. And again, when I say he should have had his number retired before Franco, that's taking nothing away from Franco.
Right.
Like, I don't want to be the guy like, well, he's...
No, we get it.
Yeah.
They get it. They should get it.
Hope they get it. People hear what they want to hear.
Yeah, you're right.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they say there's never a fee unless we get money from you. We'll hear from you on this when we come back. But first, a Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals, they played yesterday. Pirates lost 4-2, and now the series is split 1 game apiece. Rubber match, third and final game is today at 2:15. If you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Where do you go when you want great greens? Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home of the only Jack Nicklaus signature golf course in the state. Relaxation, the spa at Rocky Gap. For massages, facials, and more. Dining options, Rocky Gap for upscale cuisine and low-key sports bars. Visit RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. Like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. So kudos to Netflix for arranging a Labor Day beef hot dog eating showdown between the two greatest all-time competitive eaters. That would be Joey Chestnut and Takehiro Kobayashi. Chestnut was just bounced from the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog contest for endorsing an upstart vegan brand. Kobayashi had retired for health reasons, but he claims he wants to take down his rival one more time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of morning rush still hanging around. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Parkway West getting better. A little heavy, though. It's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also improving where you're stacked before Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28, you're heavy approaching Millvale to the north side. The Parkway North is cleared out, so as the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tom Brady gets his number retired by the New England Patriots yesterday. Sold out Gillette. All kind of players there. Doran was invited. Why didn't you go?
Because I had to be here with you.
Oh. But I was off.
That's right. That's right. Nah, I don't know. It was pretty cool to see that many people there and the former players that were there. And
yeah.
To think that I was a little pebble part of that is actually kind of cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah, it is.
He's the GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephon Gilmore, I wonder if he wishes he didn't go because he was getting grilled. Where are you signing? Have the Patriots reached out? All that fun stuff. Right. It did look like a heck of a party, and Belichick was there, and everyone's all chummy now. Because guess what, folks? Time heals all wounds. So the Steelers should absolutely retire Terry Bradshaw's number 12. Dorn and I agree on that. And I got people on the text line, well, Bradshaw was great. He was not as good as Ben. Look, Bradshaw won the MVP in 78. So you can't, people are trying to do this thing. You can't compare Ben's stats to Bradshaw's stats. A completely different era. I go through the playoff game log, and there were games where Bradshaw's throwing 14 passes, 17 passes. Mm-hmm. So you adjust for era, and in said era, Terry Bradshaw won an MVP, meaning that at that time, compared to his peers, he was the best offensive player in the sport in 1978. How do you ignore that? And then you start looking at what he did in the Super Bowls, and he was a 2-time Super Bowl MVP, 4 touchdowns, 318 yards against Dallas. They win 35-31. He throws 1 fewer touchdown, they lose. All those great defensive players, all the great running backs, I mean, those rosters were stacked. You don't win without Bradshaw. Against the Rams, 309 yards, 2 touchdowns, quarterback rating of 102. It was 119 in the Dallas game, 102 against the Rams. You know, he wasn't just along for the ride. Maybe I'm just arguing against nobody, but he should absolutely have his jersey number retired.
Yes.
75% of people on the Twitter poll are saying yes.
I think that if you make the Hall of Fame, that you should have your respected jersey retired from the team that you played for and went in the Hall of Fame for.
With you.
Like, we had this discussion maybe last year. Like, what's bigger, retiring of the number?
Oh, yeah.
Or Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
And it's definitely Hall of Fame. But there are people out there that think that retiring your jersey number is bigger than Hall of Fame means you're the best of everybody, not just your team.
Well, for the Steelers, to me, it's jersey number. Because they don't do it.
Well, yeah.
But it should be
in sports, though.
You do one, you do the other. Yeah.
Well, I should say in football Hall of Fame. Because I don't feel like the NBA Hall of Fame, NHL Hall of Fame, I don't think it's as big as the football Hall of Fame. Like, it's not as prestigious.
Well,
in my opinion.
You think about basketball, like R.I.P. Jerry West, it's just the Basketball Hall of Fame. And so he got in 3 different times. Explain that to me.
Executive, coach, and player, right?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but if you're in, you're in. For me, I mean, and it's your entire body of work that would judge whether you're in or not. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. We'll give you social media's biggest loser later on in the hour. So the majority of people are saying, yeah, the Steelers should retire Terry Bradshaw's number. People are texting in, well, he was terribly inaccurate. What are we doing here?
Yeah. 4 Super Bowls, MVPs. Like, what's? I mean, come on. He's in the Hall of Fame. If he was that inaccurate, he wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, he had a 52% career completion percentage.
I mean, shouldn't that be in lockstep, though? Like, I know we're kind of going around in circles, but if you are, when did Terry Bradshaw get inducted to the Hall of Fame? Like, 90-something?
I'd have to look.
Okay. Like, so that should be in lockstep for every team. Like, the year in August that you get inducted to the Hall of Fame, that first year of the team that you went into the Hall of Fame for, they should retire your number. Like, it should be
make it a thing.
A thing. It should be just an automatic that should happen. Like, it should be enforced by the NFL and the NFLPA because
1989, by the way.
89. I was going to say in the 80s, but I went 90s. But that's whenever he should have had his jersey retired, in my opinion. Like that, literally that first game that year.
You got to separate whatever the relationship is, you separate that from what you accomplished on the football field. Hurt feelings. This is football. Like, we're grown men. Put him in.
Well, Yager didn't have the best relationship.
And then they bring him back, and look at what happened.
Right.
Like, he literally spurned Lemieux.
Mm-hmm.
Literally goes in. They think it's signed, sealed, delivered. Yager's coming back, and he winds up going to the Flyers.
Of all places.
Of all places. I hated him at that point, and I wasn't spurned. I wasn't his teammate who won championships with him. Like, Lemieux feels like it's going to get done. It doesn't get done, and here they are just a few years later, and they put his jersey up in the rafters, and it was a feel-good moment for everyone. That's what you talked about in the last segment. Like, it's not just about the player who deserves the honor. It's not just about the franchise. You're doing a cool thing. It's about all the people that would love to be able to celebrate that.
Give them one more game. I mean, especially, like I said, like the great-grandparents that were at Three River Stadium, a bunch of those games and championship games and got to experience those Super Bowls. They don't get to go to games that much probably anymore, and they probably would love to. They're sitting on their couch wishing that they could sit in the stands again and have that moment, have that feeling. You can give those people that experienced that 40-plus years ago that last game by retiring his number at Acrisure Stadium before a season starts.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be packed just like it was at Gillette Stadium.
Yes.
Just like it was. I mean, Tom Brady's Tom Brady. Again, I'm not taking anything away, but you can't tell me that Steeler fans all across this country wouldn't show up for something like that. Give these people that last game.
Absolutely.
That before, they had that last memory that they could pass on and keep for themselves, but pass on to their grandchildren and their children's children. Like, I mean, it was a special time for Pittsburgh.
And we're jacked up about this, and we are emotional about this, and I wasn't quite expecting that. And I felt like, because 75% of the listening audience are saying on Twitter, yeah, we'd like to see this. I felt like there was a little straw man going on, like, hey, but no, the Steelers haven't done it.
Right.
Like, I'm angry that they haven't done it. And then you got people who text in stuff like this. You can't retire all the jerseys. The Steelers wouldn't have any numbers left. You would run out of numbers to use for active players. Look.
We're not saying retire everybody. We're not saying retire 92. We're not saying, retire. I mean, who else is in the Ring of Honor?
Right. You can't retire everybody.
Right.
We're asking to retire Terry Bradshaw's number 12.
Yes. Nobody wears 12.
And the Yankees, they've retired a lot of numbers, and it's kind of crazy that the franchise continues to exist.
Man,
I mean,
wow.
How are they doing?
That's crazy.
Oh, my God.
Goodness.
Derek Jeter had 2. Number 2, Derek Jeter. I mean, it's just retire his.
Mm-hmm.
Forget. And then, eventually, then you'll get to the next guy, but your quarterback won 4 Super Bowls. Retire it. And do it before the Dallas game this year. Donnie Football's been calling for that. All right, coming up next, the national baseball writer of note had something very nice to say about the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll tell you what he said, whether or not we agree. Where's this going with the Bucks? That's next, but first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played yesterday, and the Pirates lost to the Cardinals 4-2. That's evens the series, 1 game apiece. Rubber match is today, 2:15. If you want to listen, you can right here on, you can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and you can also always listen live and free on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today. 412-431-7455, or go to the website, SouthsidePlumbingandHeating.com.
It's having you beat the books with BetQL. The Cardinals will look to win their series against the Pirates today in St. Louis. St. Louis took Game 2 of the series on Wednesday and will send Lance Lynn to the mound for today's matchup. The Cards have won 3 of his last 4 starts, and he has given up 1 earned run or less in 3 of those. The BetQL model is going to ride the home team today. Their 5-star best bet in the majors is taking the Cardinals on the money line at home over the Pirates. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my podcast called Search Engine, voted one of the best new podcasts by Time Magazine, Vogue, and The Economist. We answer fascinating questions about business, tech, and history. Questions like, who should be in charge of artificial intelligence? Or, how did ADHD medication get so popular so fast? Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. That, it'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get 1 free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back, without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Man, we just saw Tiger Woods almost salvage a par with a really long putt, and he just missed a birdie earlier on. It's U.S. Open. Plus, we got Julia Louis-Dreyfus on the other TV. She was doing an interview with one of those morning shows. She's 63 years old. God, I've had a crush on her forever. Forever. When I was a kid watching Seinfeld, watching her in Veep, and then now this morning I find that she's stirring emotions inside of me at 63 years old.
I just, obviously started getting into Seinfeld. I've watched it a bunch of times, but I never got into it until like now. And I still I fight the battle. Like, is she hot in Seinfeld?
She's so goofy. And she's got the big, 1990s hair.
Right.
Watch Veep. Watch Veep, where she's older, but she's looking good.
She looks good now. I'm not saying like she doesn't look good, but like
you have to run it through like the 90s filter.
Well, they also have so many different ladies in that show that all of them date that are really good looking.
Yeah, it's a stretch for me.
A very big stretch.
When I see some of the people that like
Newman.
Yeah, the Newman Pools and George.
Right.
Like, George is always be dating these like 10s in New York City.
That's what I'm saying.
Where like ain't no way until he was in the Yankees he could have afforded anything.
Right.
So then we got all that going on in here, and we're distracted, ADD, and then we got a text here, which I don't know if this text was for us or if this text was just, this is an accidental phone number thing. Texter says, I really wish it was normalized to express your feelings. You should be able to say I love you, and if they're not ready yet, you should be able to be patient with that too. When I told my boyfriend that I love him for the first time, it took a long time before he said it back, but I told him you don't have to say it back. I just want you to know how you feel. So I feel like we got wrong numbered there.
A little bit.
I think we did, but I love and appreciate that sentiment, so we pass it along to the people. We'd also like to pass this along to the people. Jeff Passan from ESPN, big-time Major League Baseball insider. He was on a podcast.
Who's the second best team in the NL Central?
I want to say Pittsburgh. When you can trot out Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, and Mitch Keller, when you can come with Colin Holderman in the 8th, he's got a sub-1 ERA this year, and David Bednar, who, after a bad start has stabilized himself in the 9th. It's the sort of pitching that would be so good in October if they can just manage to get themselves there. If the Pirates can go out and actually make a move and acquire a bat or two to go along with Nick Gonzalez, who's been really good since he's come up, and O'Neill Cruz and Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds, maybe there's something there.
A bat to go along with Nick Gonzalez is not a sentence I thought we would hear before the year. He is the only regular, because Joey Bart does too, who has an OPS over 800.
Yes.
And I read that last year, the Braves had 7 regulars with OPSs over 800.
Wow.
They don't have a single impact bat. And that's to take nothing away from Nick Gonzalez, who's been very, very good. And, hey, if he keeps this up, maybe you would consider him an impact bat. But they don't have a single guy in that lineup that puts the fear of God into you. And so you can go out and you can get a bat, and if you got Pete Alonso in a rental deal, he would be that guy. If you got Vladdy Guerrero Jr., I think he's bordering on that guy, has been that guy in the past. But while I'm excited that someone who is as involved in the game in its totality globally as Jeff Passan thinks the Pirates could be the second best team or are the second best team in the NL Central, yes, because the Central's no good, but the lack of that impact guy is really, really bothering me right now. Because Brian Reynolds is a $100 million man and has had an OPS over 900 before in a season in his career. He's getting hot right now, but he's not that. O'Neill Cruz, 2 for 4 last night. He has his spurts. They just don't have anything close to that. And I don't know that they are going to add an impact bat. They'll upgrade, I think, if they're in it. And they'll add a bullpen arm, I think, if they're in it, because those things aren't hard to come by. Are they going to be able to add that impact bat? I don't think they're going to do that.
Basically, Cheriton said that they're probably not going to. I mean, they're not going to mortgage the future, which I believe the future is now. So you might as well go for it. But I don't think that – I think they'll add somebody. That'll be a slight upgrade, but it isn't going to be somebody that you just named. It's not going to be that type of player.
And that's what Jim Bowden said the other day, or wrote the other day, I think in The Athletic. He said he thinks, and what he's heard is they're looking for upgrades. And that should be enough, and you're to get in, and your pitching could carry you once you get there. But like, if we're talking about World Series aspirations, which like you want to get in, and everyone says that they got a chance. Like, I look at the Phillies rotation, and they got 4 guys who all have ERAs at or below 3. You've got Skeens. They've got Ranger Suarez, who right now is the best guy in ball with his ERAs under 2. Like, I'll take Skeens against anybody, and you got a shot, right? But they got 3 other guys they throw at you, and then they've got a good lineup. And the Braves have a good lineup, though it's not what it was last year. You expect those guys to come around. Like, pitching's great, and good pitching, as the old adage goes, can take away good hitting. But I could also see, if they made it, them losing a lot of 2-1 ball games in the postseason, because Kyle Schwarber hits a solo shot, and that's the difference in the ball game. You need an impact bat. So, long way around it here. Can Henry Davis turn it around? Last night, good step.
Yeah, it's Brian Hayes for me.
Yeah.
And Mackey tweeted out those stats from last year. I don't know if you saw that, with his OPS and everything, and you are paying him a lot of money, and he just really has been a nothing burger. And at times, you feel like it's in there, but if he was just decent, I feel like we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
If any of those guys were living up to their potential, I don't know how much we'd be talking about it. But I don't have faith that
they'd be in first place.
Yes,
I know that.
They'd be the best team in the division with this rotation and the bullpen, which at least their big 3 in the bullpen has stabilized. And I know Bednar gave up a homer the other night, but that's 13 consecutive saves for him that he's now got. Like, if Brian Reynolds was 912 OPS guy from a few years ago, and Key Brian Hayes was second half of last year, and O'Neal Cruz had a little bit more consistency, yeah, they're one of the better. They probably do lead the division at this point. But because so many of them are struggling, I have been on this bandwagon for so long, like, oh, if they just get up to career average, they'll be okay. I don't know that I expect that all those guys are at one time going to do it. Like, maybe Brian Reynolds gets hot, and I guess he is. Maybe Key gets hot for a little bit. Are they all going to put it together at the same time? I have almost zero faith in that. Right. Almost zero faith in that. And Key Brian Hayes, I hate to say this about the guy, because injuries is as much a part of this as anything else, but first of all, 2 plays last night, he dives, and the ball glances off his glove. Sorry, man, you're platinum all-world, make the play. And you're not hitting, make the play. Not easy by any stretch, but Nolan Arenado made a play in Game 1.
Yes, he did.
Dives, catches, tags third. That's the guy you're always compared to defensively. He's kind of, again, I didn't want to go here, but he's kind of barking up Austin Hedges' tree to me. He's not that bad offensively, but he's a corner infielder who brings you nothing. He brings no power, and he's a good defensive player, a great defensive player. But at $8 and change million that they're paying him, okay, I guess you get what you're paying for, but we've seen it out of him for spurts. Go get a bat. Solomedo, whatever, whomever you need to trade, go get a bat.
Yep.
Get a bat. Pete Alonso, get a bat. Because you get a bat now, like a bat, now you do have a chance. But if they just remedially upgrade, can it get them in? Yeah. And do they have a chance when they're in because of the rotation? Yeah. But you could easily see them go in a 6-game series where, 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, and you just can't scratch enough runs together. Coming up next, social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a tweet real quick that I just got. Should the Steelers retire Bradshaw's number? We put it up there as a Twitter poll. And someone tweets back, why is this even debatable? Well, because they haven't done it. Social media's biggest loser next. Callis, a headline first.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday, 4-2. Now the series is split 1 game apiece. The Pirates also fell back to last in the division, but they're half game back of the other 3 teams that are right now tied for second place in the division. Pirates are also 1 game back of the 3rd wildcard spot. Third and final game of the series is today at 2:15. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here to tell you about something that's near and dear to my heart, and that is Windows. It is going to be hot today. We are in summertime. You want your house to be cool in the summertime. My house is, because I have Renewal by Andersen windows at my house. They're made of Fibrex material. They're twice as strong as vinyl, just as beautiful as wood. And Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors are installed by certified master installers. All they do are windows and doors, so you get the best of the best. They look good and they last. And now, a deal. Through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off. Plus, you take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. All you got to do, pick up your phone, call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident in Plum Borough at the intersection of New Texas and O-Block roads. Expect delays there. Inbound Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Seeing delays now coming over on the Fort Duquesne Bridge, as well as the Parkway east of the Bathtub section over toward the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway East suburban side delays still solid at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, and Route 28 is heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Thanks to you, we exceeded our goal for the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Over 50 local volunteer fire departments will benefit from your generosity. A special thanks to our partners, Og Murphy Prokowski, The Firm, Firehouse Red Ale, North Country Brewing, Sullivan Supercenter, and Metropolitan Windows. Thanks from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Dunkin' is dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive.
And now everyone can shop Three Rivers' completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right. And during the Make This the Summer of Ram event, you can drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn from as low as $479 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric shopping and get all the details, shop RamofPittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Ram store.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It's now time for social media's Biggest Loser segment. We're all allowed to like tweets now, and they're not public. I think I'm going to just start liking all of my own tweets. Juice my numbers, and no one will know it's me.
Oh, smart.
Actually, I might do that right now.
Yeah. Don't go liking something else, because you know that it's going to come back to somewhat normalcy of how it was before, and it'll be exposed.
Dude, you're so right about that. At some point, they're just going to say, just kidding, they're all public, and then all y'all who went out there and were acting a fool in that For You tab, coming home to roost. One thing I saw today, I didn't see this yesterday. I know that Joey Chestnut's no longer competing in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, and I saw in Callis's notes that you guys touched on that a little bit yesterday. Well, now I see that on September 2nd, Kobayashi and Chestnut are going mano-a-mano.
Netflix.
Streaming. Unbelievable. Are you in on that?
I will watch that.
Oh,
yes.
my God.
Why not? I have Netflix. It's not something I have to, go another stream service I have to go pay for to watch it. Yeah, I'll watch that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. What I would say is, though, that the only reason I ever watch that or, the dog show on Thanksgiving is because there's nothing else on. That's college football weekend right there, baby.
What day
the
is
first
that,
one?
Is that
So the 31st. So that'll be the Monday of Memorial Day, or Labor Day. I'll probably watch it.
Yeah,
I'll probably watch it. And I actually think you can get the best of both worlds for all you hot dog eating contest aficionados. You get the best two of all time 1-to-1, but it's never been in doubt who's going to win the Nathan's competition. Now. Who knows?
Who knows? This is great.
Let's go. Competition, baby. All right. Do we have anything else?
No. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. This NBA Finals not all that fun.
Sucks.
Tonight, Oilers, are they going to get swept in this thing?
Yes.
Dang. Sports. Coming up next, Joe Starkey, who has texted me about a dozen times telling me to read his column today about the Pirates. Don't you peer pressure me, Starkey. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet Washington Road in McMurray or at sunchevy.com. Today, high 87, low 57.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with the Father's Day gift from the Home Depot. Because he's not just Dad. He's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. For Father's Day, upgrade his gear with the Husky 270-piece mechanics tool set from the Home Depot. Just $99. Perfect in the hands of a pro or a dad. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
NBA Finals are here. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you a chance to win alongside the champions. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, so much more. You know, I went in thinking that Dallas was going to win this thing. As I talk right now, it's 2-0 Boston. I'm thinking Luka's going to get one, but, man, he needs help. Where's it coming from? Where is it coming from? If you can jump on that, you can win. Same game parlays, live bets, whole ton of stuff going on right now. Just go to FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at two of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So, check out SchultzFord.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at SchultzFord.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Turnpike work to slow you down. This report brought to you by fourth-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread. We have a crew working on the westbound side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike between the Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Watch for a right lane closure between mile markers 53.4 and 51.9. Also, we do have delays on the inbound Parkway West. You're jammed just over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East still stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, the Parkway North have cleared out, and the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and Crosstown have closed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates conclude their series today against the St. Louis Cardinals. The first pitch is scheduled for 2:15. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Now to the Joe Show with Paul Zeiss.
Now, more Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning, Paul.
Hello, how are you? What are you doing? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know how I am. Sometimes people ask me that question, and I don't know. I'm everything. I don't know what I am. I'm angry. I'm happy. I'm afraid. I'm confident. I'm fearful of the future. I'm satisfied with the I'm a million things right now. Aren't you?
Yes.
What people, and I'm not blaming you, but people say, how are we? You go into a therapy session. How are you? I don't know. I don't know how I am. I'm a million things. A million different things. I'm thinking about a million things. I'm thinking about how I haven't seen my dad in a while. Well, I just saw him last weekend.
I was going to say, you just saw him Saturday.
But, I mean, you know what I mean. I've only seen him once in the last 6 months. My parents are getting old. My kid got her first paycheck. That was a proud moment. That was a great moment. It's up on the refrigerator. I don't even want her working yet, but she is. She has a paycheck. I'm thinking about Nelly and how he didn't answer his phone today. I'm thinking about the show. There's a little bit of pressure here every day. Not a lot. It beats working for a living, but we're putting on a show. People go for months at a time to rehearse a show, and then they put it on Friday, Saturday. That's it. They do it. The curtain opens, they do a show, then they prepare for the next one for 4 months. We have to do it every day for 4 hours, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, but there's a little pressure I'm feeling today. I'm a million things today, Paul.
Okay.
Disappointed in my golf game. I'm very disappointed. I've turned into Pedro Alvarez trying to throw to first. I'm hoping the Pirates make a big trade. I'm watching the U.S. Open. There's a lot of things happening. You? What's happening with you?
I mean, obviously, it's not as exciting as you, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm good. I wake up every day and I'm sort of I wake up every day and I'm always like sore. I feel like an old person getting out of bed, and at that point I then I'm able to stretch it out a little bit, move around, and I just go and get into my day.
That's another thing. Old age creeps. Not yet. I mean, people want to say the old guy this, old guy that. Where and I think you probably feel the same way. I'm in my sports prime right now, my sports media prime. Why am I different than somebody like Mike Sullivan or all these coaches in their 50s? You'll get coaches around the world of sports. All the best ones are right around my age. Mike Tomlin, a little bit younger, but he's in his 50s. In your 50s, if you're a sports media person, a sports executive, a sports coach, maybe even a sports fan, you're in your prime, Paul. It's not like we're walking around here, unable to function.
No.
I'm very young, very healthy. I was hitting drives 270 yards yesterday out at Hickory Heights.
Nice.
Now, my putts and my chips were horrible, so I would turn. I wrote a book called How to Screw Up a Good Drive. Have you read it yet? I turned that 270-yard drive into a 5 all the time.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. What was my point? I don't remember. What did you say before that?
No, I said.
Oh, the age creeping in
right.
for both of us. Well, it ain't here yet. We're in our 50s. We're in our prime. I'm still young. I feel young.
Some days I feel young, and some days I feel not so young. Put it that way.
I went to the worst restaurant I've ever been to in Pittsburgh last night.
Oh, boy.
I'm obviously not going to mention it. It was weird. It was horrendous food. The whole vibe, it was like the Addams Family. It was like I was in a haunted house.
Ooh.
And my stomach felt the brunt of it.
What was wrong? What was wrong with the food?
It was supposed to be hot, and it was cold. It felt like the chicken was not chicken. It felt like the appetizer had been in a freezer for several years. And I was so hungry that at first I thought it was good. I was in that mode. I was eating these shrimp things that then I realized, oh my God, this is horrible, and this is weird. And why is the cook walking out here to my table with my food? Why is that happening? Isn't there supposed to be an intermediary, somebody between the cook and me? Well, something very weird was happening here, Paul.
That's not good.
I'll tell you where it was later.
Yeah, I was going to say, I need to know where that is so I make sure that I never go there.
You really do need to make sure of that. The whole world should know, but the whole world won't know. How about if we salve ourselves with a 6-pack?
Okay.
I don't know what salve means. Is a salve like a thing you put on a wound?
Something like that.
Nelly, how are you?
I'm doing good. I worked at the restaurant that I work at last night.
Yeah.
And you were not there, so
no,
I know
it wasn't that place.
Not my restaurant.
How was IT back there? Pretty good? We heard he was a good hockey player. Everything fantastic. Well? What?
I'm doing fantastic.
Good to hear. Paul, I like the Cedar Brook shirt. You ready for a 6-pack?
Yeah, I am.
Let's do it. Crack one, Nelly. That sounded odd. Paul, the Pirates last night, I mean, Sonny Gray is really, really good. His slider is otherworldly. They were breaking it down on the show before the game, Brault and McHenry, and he's good, but, I'm sick of watching this lineup. They're not good enough to get through a season, and if they were to reach the playoffs, not good enough to get through the playoffs. Last night wasn't necessarily Exhibit A, again, because the other guy is outstanding. But when I'm watching the first two hitters in the lineup strike out 6 times in 8 at-bats, that's troublesome. Brian Reynolds and his $100 million can't get an OPS over 8. Connor Joe's your number 3 hitter. Come on. O'Neal Cruz is cleanup.
But Connor Joe is still one of your best. Connor Joe is still one of your best hitters.
And then it's just give up time at the end.
Isn't it though?
It's Olivares. It's Michael A. Taylor. Henry Davis hit a homer. I'm glad to see that. I really was glad to see that. He's up to 157. Nick Gonzalez is Mickey Mantle in this lineup, and he can't even get in the top 4. What are we doing here? How is Gonzalez not in the top 4 in your lineup. He's your best hitter right now by a million miles.
Well, and they've done that a lot where they've put him down in the 5 or 6 hole. The thing about Connor Joe, although, wow, he's been sliding a little bit. Remember at one point he was at like 290 and he was.
Yeah, that happened last year. Eventually he's going to become Connor Joe, which is a nice hitter, but not a guy you want in your top 3.
He's 255. I would say probably swap him and Gonzalez for sure. I'd have no problem if it went McCutchen, Reynolds, Gonzalez, Cruz, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just think the whole thing needs an upgrade. I'm not even thrilled with McCutchen, Reynolds at the top of my line.
The last 3 are almost automatic outs. You almost knew that when there was nobody on and it was the 8th and the game was pretty much over, you almost knew Henry Davis was going to hit a solo home run. Because that's how it always happens.
Which might be good. Who knows?
Maybe it gets him going. Hopefully for his sake it gets him going. But, at the end of the day, you just don't know.
Which brings us to this. Nelly, please crack one. Thank you, sir. I wrote a whole column about this today, Paul. It was basically a therapy session for Pirate fans to get their rage out. Jim Bowden, who's very connected, you would think, former MLB executive, wrote in The Athletic this: the Pirates feel they're gaining momentum as rookie starters Skeens and Jones have the front office believing if they can improve the offense, the team could be surprise contenders this year, and if not, for sure next year. They're searching for offensive upgrades, including the outfield. Don't expect trades for all-stars, but they'll look to add players who are better than what they're running out there now. I'm better than what they're running out there now. And, of course, he throws in the little Pirate caveats. If not this year, maybe next year. Don't expect them to get all-stars. Then he writes about the other teams in the division, Paul. The Brewers looking for pitching, and more pitching. The Cardinals plan to buy at the deadline. And listen to this with the Cubs. They're searching for more offensive help at catcher with Elias Diaz, a strong trade possibility. Interestingly, Bowden writes, they've also touched base with the Mets on Pete Alonso and the Blue Jays on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Why shouldn't that be the Pirates?
Right.
Here's the thing. Here's the theme to the column today. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that the Pirates are just these poor little piddling children sitting at the kids' table while the rest of the league plays big boy baseball. The fact of the matter is they have the money and they certainly have the prospects. All they've done is hoard prospects for years to go out and get a Pete Alonso or a Vladimir Guerrero. Why are they automatically excluded from such talk? And why shouldn't you as a fan be screaming from the rooftops, even if you think it'll do no good, for them to make a big move? It's just we've all been brainwashed into this.
Right. Well, that's just it. That is a great word, a great word, brainwashed. Because the people that make the arguments for the way the Pirates do business, to me, they're all brainwashed. They say the same thing every year, all the time. They make excuse after excuse after excuse. You can't trade this prospect, you can't trade that prospect, and it's like, well, why? What is the point of having all these guys if you're not going to use them? And I would say this too, Joe. You've got for the next 4 years, at least, if you want, under control, Falter, Keller, Jones, and Skeens. How much more room in your rotation is there? You can always you're every year they go out and get the Martin Perez guy as their 5th starter. So essentially, what are you doing with all these pitching prospects other than providing depth?
Right.
Go get hitters is what you need. You need a first baseman. Go get a first baseman. And I think that's what's so frustrating to me. They absolutely could spend more money than they do. But more importantly, this thing where they're so afraid of well, if we send this prospect out,
right?
What if 5 years from now he becomes an all-star? Who cares? If you win this year, who cares?
It's like
I've said it a million times. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I've said it a million times, Joe. The problem with the Chris Archer trade isn't the 3 guys that went out. It's that they traded for the wrong guy. Because if Chris Archer came here and was good and helped them, get to the playoffs that year, nobody would care that Meadows, went out and was reasonably good for a few years and that Glasnow is still doing what he's doing and Baz had that short, stretch where he was really good. Nobody would care because it's about who comes here. So go get somebody that's going to help you this year. And don't worry if if Bubba Chandler turns into a Cy Young pitcher 5 years from now, who cares? If it takes that, because you don't need him. If it takes that to go get a Vlad Jr. or a Pete Alonso or somebody who's going to help you get to the playoffs this year, and we've talked about it, if you get to the playoffs with your pitching staff, you've got a shot. Go do it.
That's the part I object to, is how it's not just like us in Pittsburgh. It's all of baseball has been conditioned to accept the Pirates' alleged plight. The poor little pitiful Pirates. The rest of the division will go after big boys, right? The Brewers once got Sabathian. Now they're on the lookout for more pitching. They're going to get a guy. But the little Pirates, they can't do that. They'll think about next year. They'll go out and get a little hitter or a little pitcher to help their bullpen, and then we'll all think about next year. Well, why not? Why can't they and why shouldn't they? And even the Archer trade, which is the one trade of that ilk they've made pretty much in the Nutting era, wasn't even for a star. He wasn't even a star anymore.
Right.
So you're telling me you can't sacrifice one big-time prospect or something and pay the rest of whatever is on Alonso's deal as a rental? And you get a guy who's hit 137 home runs since 2021? And this Arias deal still really chaps me. The fact that the Padres went out and got this guy from the Marlins, they didn't even deal one of their own top 5 prospects. And I was reminded today, Miami picked up $8 million on Arias' salary this season, which means the Padres are only paying him the major league minimum. The minimum. That should be right up Bob Nutting's alley. The other team pays for the guy. Nelly?
The Mets have currently over $50-60 million on the retained payroll. They're paying $30 million of Max Scherzer's salary and $25 million of Justin Verlander's. So you can give them another prospect, and they'll pretty much eat the rest of Alonso's deal. So
that too, you'll probably get the Arias treatment there too, which is a good treatment to get. You're right. It's just the whole thing, the whole dynamic infuriates me. And as a Pirate fan, even if you think it's hopeless, you should, for the health of expressing your feelings, get out there on the rooftops and demand it and yell it and everything else. Next. Speaking of Bailey Falter, Paul, I'm a little bit worried. We had the conversation yesterday in relation to Miles Michaelis about you can survive in Major League Baseball if you have pinpoint control, but man, it's really tough to do that if you don't have some swing and miss. I think of Jeff Locke as an example. He made the All-Star game one year, but then he faltered in the end. And I wonder, this guy doesn't have the swing and miss thing happening for the most part. He's gotten some strikeouts the past couple of games. He's getting rocked this month. 8 innings, 16 hits, 8 earned runs, an ERA of 9. I'm concerned about the long-term future of Bailey Falter because of that. Because if he's not absolute pinpoint, I think he's going to get lit up and turn back into Bailey Falter. Thoughts?
Well, I think you've got to keep it in context of he's your 4th starter.
Yeah.
So if you look at, last night wasn't great, but it wasn't like he got lit up like a Christmas tree to the point where the Pirates didn't have a chance to win. So if you get, say, 3 good starts out of him, and then 1 or 2 like this out of his, say his next 5 starts, you get 3 really good starts and then 2 sort of like what he did last night.
Yeah.
For your 4th starter, I think you're probably I think you're probably in good shape. Where it becomes a problem for the Pirates is they're going to need every single win they can possibly have to get to the playoffs. And so you can't afford to throw away a game here, throw away a game here, whatever. But he's your fourth starter. I mean, when you compare him to the four starters of around the league.
Yeah.
I mean, I absolutely know what you're saying. And I think there will be some nights where he's not pinpoint and it's going to be a problem. But as long as 3 out of 5 are really pretty good, you can almost live with 2 being not so good because he's your fourth starter.
Next. Why, thank you, Nelly. Sounds like there's some faltering can tops there. Some faltering tabs that are falling off the cans.
The sound effect that was in here before is no longer in existence. So I had to quickly find one.
As long as it's open, right, and we can enjoy it, that's all that counts. Paul, there. You wrote a great piece on Jerry West. Really a great column.
Well, thank you.
And I got to tell you, I'm not really moved to emotion that much. But some of the tributes to this guy, I was watching the NBA Finals last night. They did a special segment on him. Really were powerful to me.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan put out a statement saying, I always wished I could compete against Jerry West, but after I got to know him, what I really wished was that he was my teammate. That coming from Jordan. And then some of the other stories from Kareem Jabbar. James Worthy. Did you happen to see the clip of Worthy talking?
No, I didn't.
He's like, Jerry West picked me up. Jerry West chose James Worthy with the number 1 overall pick. Pretty good pick. What Jerry West saw that other people didn't see was more than just the player. He saw how this player's particular skills would mesh with the people around him. That's why you mentioned the Klay Thompson example. He said, if you trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, I'm not going to be a consultant with the Warriors anymore because Klay Thompson's the perfect match for Steph. What he saw in James Worthy, if you pick someone from history to be a running mate for Magic on the fast break,
right,
James Worthy would be your guy. Anyway, Worthy said, Jerry West picked me up from the airport after he drafted me out in L.A. We spent 3 hours together, and more than anything else over the years, he was my friend. He was a sounding board. Kareem, who has an edge to him, right? Who's spent a life, probably for good reason, distrusting a lot of people, mistrusting a lot of people, said he loved Jerry West as a friend more than anything. Yeah. Kareem, just all of that, man. And you're right. He might have been the greatest overall basketball man there ever was.
That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing to me, honestly. You've got so much about him that when you look at basketball, there's not much he hasn't accomplished. There isn't much that he hasn't done or hasn't accomplished. I mean, and he's done it in every capacity. What was really interesting, Joe, did you happen to read Plasky's column?
No.
From the LA Times?
What he said?
I did not know this, right? But I read it this morning and I was like, wow. The bottom line is, let me read the headline for you, really, if I can find it here. Here we go. Laker legend Jerry West's final legacy sadly includes estrangement from the Lakers. And basically, he left in 2000. He felt like Phil Jackson was being given carte blanche to do whatever he was doing because he was dating Jeannie Buss. And that, he felt like, the things that he was trying to do to keep the Lakers, pushing them forward to win more championships that were sort of being stripped away.
Wow.
So when he left, basically, I mean, the Lakers have sort of, it's been like a real cold relationship, and there was not really a whole lot of interaction between the two. And when, he died, the Clippers offered a big statement, and a bunch of other teams did, and the Lakers basically had a really cold, quick statement.
Yeah.
And, it was nice. It was 4 sentences long was their little, statement about him. But anyway, it's interesting. You don't realize all of these guys have these egos. And they get their feelings hurt. And there's, but you're at that high of a level, you're probably going to have an ego, but they get their feelings hurt. And, some of a lot of the Laker players obviously had a relationship with Jerry, Magic and them. But it's amazing. I wanted to, I think it was Buss. It was Jeannie Buss. Jeannie Buss, there it is, was asked on a podcast, who are the 5 most important Lakers of all time? And she didn't name Jerry West.
That's just a shame.
Yes.
Man.
So she said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kobe Bryant, Magic Johnson, LeBron James, which I don't agree with that. I mean, I guess, but
not
ahead
James.
of Jerry West.
Not LeBron James.
And Phil Jackson. Not ahead of Jerry West.
Please. It's obviously Kareem, Magic, Kobe. She didn't mention Shaq, Jerry West and
Jerry
Shaq,
West,
or Elgin Baylor, or somebody like that. LeBron's been here for 10 minutes. He did win a title, for sure. But come on. Those other guys were mostly lifetime Lakers who won all kinds of things. He even won when he didn't win, Jerry West.
Right.
All right, next. Nelly, thank you. Speaking of the NBA, listen, man. Luka Doncic is already an all-time great offensive player, but I want to say this out loud. Watching these games and that game in particular last night. By the way, Brian Windhorst had the cojones to go on the air and say this, which I give him great credit for. I've seen a lot of players bitch and moan about calls. It's part of being a superstar. Magic did it. Bird did it. Jordan even did it. Lots of people. It's what you do. I have never seen anybody embarrass themselves more by the bitching and complaining every time down the court than Luka. It's an embarrassment.
It has become that.
And it hurts his team. I agree with Windhorst. The Celtics were allowed to do whatever they wanted last night. And I think it's in part because the referees hate that guy. All he does the whole game is complain about calls. It drives me nuts, Paul.
I know,
and it hurts him and his team.
I think Luka, he whines too much, he flops too much, and quite frankly, because he's not a great defender, he fouls too much. But the officiating in that game was an embarrassment.
Totally.
And I think that when you're at the NBA Finals, I'm sorry, you're in the NBA Finals, you should expect the best officiating. Not that they aren't going to make mistakes or whatever, but what I saw last night was an embarrassment because I felt like the officials basically let the Celtics get away with too much, and I think you might be right. They just don't like Luka.
Man, do I give Windhorst, because he's got to go in and face these guys.
Yeah.
He shredded Luka.
Right.
And I give him a lot of credit.
But he was right.
He was right. I think he was right. And even at the end, Derek White intentionally fouled one of the Mavericks players, like grabbed his arm, and the ref's looking right at it. He wouldn't even call that. It was just a terribly officiated game. And it featured the worst timeout I've seen since Chris Webber tried to call one in the national title game. Jason Kidd, his team's on a 20-2 run. The Celtics are imploding. They were just up by almost 30, and now it's down to 2 or 3, and he called timeout. And Luka slammed the ball on the court. Paul, were you watching when that happened?
Yeah.
What was he thinking?
Someone tweeted, there was a funny tweet about that. I forget. Oh, Jason Kidd with the worst timeout since Chris Webber.
I just said that.
Oh, you said that? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's
you are to me what I was to Ron Cook. Very distracted at times.
Well, no, I was looking actually at this thing about Luka. Whenever you hold up, when you bring up a topic,
yes.
I like to search for Luka Doncic, highest blow by percentage allowed on drives in a series.
I believe that.
He's 67.7% in this series. guys have blown past
No,
them.
somebody put together a video clip. It's actually
Yes,
comical
yes.
because it's fast speed. Luka getting blown past on defense.
I'm just saying, that was amazing. But yeah, that was terrible. Jason Kidd, I think, has been an okay coach in the NBA. He's done some good things, but that was not his finest moment. I would say that.
Remember when he spilled the soda?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, what a putt that was. That brings us to our next thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Ellie.
wait. He just literally 2 minutes ago scolded me for not paying attention, and now he's watching golf.
No, I gave you your say, but
he's watching golf and got excited about a putt.
That was incredible. Incrinculant, you might say. Go ahead, Nelly. Paul, do you like this? The fact that the U.S. Open is an ice skating rink that they're trying to hit golf balls on? I do. I love it. I like it when I can look at some of these freaks and say, man, they're making mistakes just like I make on a course. I can relate to this. These other tournaments, they're shooting minus 90 to win the tournament. I like to watch that. Look at this guy. This guy's walking through the high grass just like I do. I've rented an apartment in that crap. Look at him. He can't even hit out of that. I like this, Paul. Do you?
Watch what he does.
I know. He's probably going to hit it.
Watch what he does with it. That's the biggest difference, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's
there
the biggest difference.
He'll probably put it in.
He puts it
God, I hate that.
He puts it like.
Look at that.
Like 2 feet from the hole.
But do you enjoy this? Do you like
I don't mind.
fact that it's hard?
Here's the only thing I don't like. I don't mind. I think they should make it a really hard tee to green.
Yeah.
I think the greens should be, a little bit difficult. I don't like when they're unfair. I mean, you shouldn't have to.
Are these unfair, do you think?
I don't know. I haven't watched enough of them to see. But to me, I don't like the fact where you hit the ball one place, right, and it rolls and catches just enough of a ridge that all of a sudden it rolls 90 feet down the hill. I just think that you want to make them hit good shots.
Is this Tiger?
Yeah.
Are you rooting for Tiger?
I always do. Yeah, of course. I mean, how can you not? It's like
I still think Tiger has one more major win in it.
It's like the Franco Harris, the Seahawks Franco Harris. You just hope there's
It's like Jerry Rice on the Broncos. Did he play for the Broncos at one point? Jerry Rice? Did he, Nelly? Look up Jerry Rice's later.
Or how about the Wizards, Michael Jordan?
The Wizards, Michael Jordan. He turned into a post-up player.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at Tiger put one on the he hit the hose.
No,
there's a hose off the green.
That was Rory.
Oh. Well, even he can do that.
That was Rory.
They can't land on the greens either. That's what I enjoy, Paul.
But again, I don't mind that as long as there's a place on the greens they can land.
Well, there is because Koepka's leading at -2. There's as long as somebody can shoot under, then it's playable to me.
Yeah. So
and here's Tiger. Where's he from? 508 yards out.
No. He's this is the 508-yard hole.
Yeah, it's his second shot.
He's got an iron.
Man, it's just something seeing him. He looks great, just like body-wise.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
See, here we go. It's not too bad of a roll, but still.
You'd take that shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you got.
I'd take that shot.
You can't miss.
Tiger said it's a game of good misses.
Yeah.
He just had a good miss.
It's true. And it's so true. When you hit the ball, when you hit the ball.
Look at this jackass putting like this. I don't even know who that is. Don't you want to kick the putter out of their hand when they do that? Dave Molinari's playing in this?
What's his name? Francisco Molinari?
And he just made a 90-foot putt.
Yeah, it's Molinari. But look
at his putter. It looks like a curtain rod.
The other day I was playing, at Edgewood.
Yeah.
With my cousin. And there is it's like maybe like 150, 155, 160 yard straight uphill par 3.
Yeah.
But the green literally is almost like a slope, you know what I'm saying? Back to front. So he hits one way up in the air. And of course it's a kind of a blind shot because the green is up at the top of the hill. Way up in the air in the middle of the green. I mean, like it looks like it's going to be a dime. As we get into the cart, we look up. It's rolling off the front of the green back down the hill towards us.
Yeah, I've been there.
I'm like, how did that happen?
That hurts.
And the thing is, he's like, well, you can't hit it too far because if you hit it too far, you're in the middle of the one hillside. And if you hit it too far or too short, you're in the falls front. You're going to – I'm like, See, to me, that's a little too, it's a little too much of a penalty. You hit one in the middle of the green, you shouldn't end up 40 yards off the green down the middle. You know what I mean? You just shouldn't.
Coming up today, we have John Parado talking Pirates. We have Jeff Hathorn, who's been all around the Steelers lately. It's the JP Roofing Off the Top, JP Roofing and Siding. By the way, I'm going to be out at Foxburg tomorrow for a very special golf tournament that my friend JP is sponsoring. And that's the exciting part of all this. Foxburg is the oldest continuous use golf course in the country. It's the Foxburg Fest Shootout, Starkey versus Colony. I don't even know who's on my team, but we're going to win. I think JP's on my team. So thanks again to JP Roofing and Siding. It's off the top here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And, of course, the text line. And later we'll be doing Texts in the City, so give us your best here. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't think that we got to an entire six-pack, and even if we did, let's turn it into an eight-pack. I've got Jeff Passan talking about the Pirates with a clip that might open your eyes, and a former NFL GM with a very eye-opening quote on your Steelers. I'll tell you what he said, who it is, and what he said coming up. I mentioned that Brooks Koepka is at -3, so he leads through 10 today, very early at the U.S. Open. This update from Pinehurst brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit.
I was going to say, at the beginning of the week, everybody was talking about how this is going to be one of those U.S. Opens where it's going to take, the winner's going to be like +2. Nobody's going to score. You can already tell it's going to be another U.S. Open. These guys are too good at it. They're so good now. And the other part of it is they hit the ball so far. They can't make these courses. So, these guys are hitting it so far that their second shots, their approach shots, are not long irons. They're all, shorter irons that they can control.
We'll be keeping tabs on this all day, providing you updates, and it makes for a really good topic, too. All this ahead. Joe and Paul with Nelly and IT in the home office.
What's up? Oh, Jerry Rice, by the way, played for the Seahawks, not the Broncos.
Thank you, Nelly.
You're welcome.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pirates lost last night by a final score of 4-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals. They conclude that series today at 2:15. Is scheduled for the first pitch. We'll have that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
At Giant Eagle, you may have spotted the Stacker. With uncanny MyPerks ability, she stacks up the perks to choose either dollars off or up to 20% off her entire grocery bill. The Stacker, stacking up huge savings with MyPerks. Find your MyPerksonality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/MyPerks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect. the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's baby powder and shower to shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Time to lower the boom on Colts second-year quarterback Anthony Richardson. With only 4 games of NFL experience, the former Florida star claims playing in the pros is easier than the college game because of the stronger supporting cast. Yeah, I don't think so. Not a very smart comment in my eyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. That's 800-285-3636.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Got out of town on a boat going to Southern Islands, sailing to reach before a following sea. She was making for the trades.
Don't think the rest of the baseball world hasn't noticed what the Pirates are doing. Maybe better phrase, what the Pirates are capable of. This is Jeff Passan, who I think is as good a baseball writer as there is in the country. And this was him. Which podcast was this from, Nelly? Do we know?
Talking Baseball.
Talking Baseball.
Part of the John Boy Media.
Yeah, this is Jeff Passan.
Who's the second best team in the NL Central?
I want to say Pittsburgh. When you can trot out Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, and Mitch Keller, when you can come with Colin Holderman in the 8th, he's got a sub-1 ERA this year, and David Bednar, who, after a bad start has stabilized himself in the 9th. It's the sort of pitching that would be so good in October if they can just manage to get themselves there. If the Pirates can go out and actually make a move and acquire a bat or two to go along with Nick Gonzalez, who's been really good since he's come up, and O'Neill Cruz and Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds, maybe there's something there.
Well, I never thought I would hear if the Pirates can get another bat in addition to Nick Gonzalez, but here we are. He's been their best hitter, even though he bats sixth in the lineup. Or what was he, seventh last night? I don't even know. But the point being, and the point standing, that everybody in baseball sees this, and it's obvious. If you can trot out Skeens, Jones, and Keller with a back end of Chapman, Holderman, and Bednar, you're a big problem in a playoff series.
There's no question.
For the Dodgers or anybody else. But if you show up with a little pop gun offense, then you're going to wind up losing games 3-2 and, 2-1 and things like that, Paul. It's just so obvious they need to make a move and get a bat in here.
And, I will say this, a game like today, when you got Keller on the mound, getaway day, have a chance to win a series against a divisional team.
Yeah.
You got to win it. You got to win it. I mean, that's my personal opinion. You have to win this game today. I don't want to sound the alarm. It's June. I know a lot can happen, all that other stuff, but it's a big game. And you know what? I'd feel a lot better about their chances of winning it if they had a guy that we knew that you put in the middle of their lineup that can actually hit, that makes everyone around him in the lineup a little better, that gives you an opportunity, to drive in runs and things. I'm just saying that's what they need.
Well, at the top of the hour, let's take a closer look at this lineup. And I want you to tell me, and I'll express my opinion as well. We'll go through each guy. Is he overachieving? Is he underachieving? Or is he about where you thought? I don't give a crap about short sample sizes, anything else. I don't care what he's done in the last week, the last 11 games, the last 31 and a half games. We're how close now or we're getting toward the halfway point. They've played 67 games. Where are we with this lineup and these individuals 67 games into the season? As Bill Parcells said, you are what your record says you are. That goes for hitters too. They are what their record says they are, what their stats say they are. 67 games into the season. Let's take a critical look at these guys coming up. And I also have a former NFL GM with an eye-opening quote on the Steelers. All of that coming up here. Lednor Corporation, want to talk about them. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with our lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Visit gutterhelmet.com. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Fiat. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. For instance, Edward Olivares, nice player, sort of, and a nice man, I guess. But here we are, 131 at-bats into the season. He has 5 home runs. He's got an OPS that's down around, 660, and he hits 229, and he strikes out a bunch. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Right.
So let's talk about that and a whole bunch of other stuff next. Here it's Joe and Paul and fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road, McMurray, or sunchevy.com. Mostly sunny and a high of 88 today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost last night to the St. Louis Cardinals by a final score of 4-2. Bailey Falter got the loss, throwing 4 innings, giving up 8 hits and 3 earned runs while striking out 5. They look to win the series today at 2:15 is the first pitch. The game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero. Someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBit app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid or on the free app.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh in Greentree, or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Road in Churchill. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates conclude their series against the St. Louis Cardinals today. That first pitch is scheduled for 2:15 in St. Louis. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And then the Pirates begin a 3-game set in Colorado against the Rockies beginning tomorrow night. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Back to the Joe Show with Joe and Paul's Ice.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well. We get it going as we always do. It's always lots of fun. Breaking news a little bit here. Did you see the tampering charges that have come out against the Falcons? So the Falcons, apparently, they tampered when they talked to Kirk Cousins, Darnell Mooney, and Charlie Warner before the actual period of free agency was allowed. And guess what? The NFL is docking the Falcons a 5th-round pick. There's also a $250,000 fine for the team, and the general manager, Terry Fontenot, is being fined $50,000. Charlie, I'm sorry, what's your nickname? I always forget your nickname. Nelly.
I believe it's Nelly, yes.
Nelly. Nelly.
Yes.
If you're a general manager or an owner and you're looking for your franchise quarterback in free agency, and I told you, listen, the only way you're going to get it is if you get in there early, talk to the guy, come up with some numbers that you know are going to be really hard for him to pass up. The trade-off, however, is you're going to lose a 5th-round pick and a $250,000 fine for this billion-dollar organization. Does that seem like a deterrent to you?
Oh, God, no.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's weird that some sports kind of pick and choose at tampering. Like
right.
The NHL, there's that interview window where you're not supposed to talk contracts and whatnot. And then as soon as free agency opens up, like 12:01, a guy will agree to a 5-year, $25 million contract. Everyone's like, how did you agree to that in a minute? Like some sports just pick and choose what tampering charges they want to do. But
now there's a bunch of Dolphins fans who are all angry because I guess the Dolphins lost the 1st-round pick for similar thing where but I didn't think it was tampering. I thought it was like they thought that the owner was sabotaging, trying to lose, right?
The NFL announced the Miami Dolphins will forfeit their first-round pick in 2023 and 2024 third-round pick following an investigation into whether the organization violated league policies pertaining to the integrity of the game.
Right. So it's different.
Yeah.
Because from what I remember about that scandal, it was because it all started with what was the guy who was the defense? He was the assistant here. Mike Tomlin basically
Brian
said,
Flores.
Brian Flores. You know, he sued them, and one of his claims was that the owner was trying to undermine winning by doing different things and telling them to play different players and all that other. So it's not even the same thing. I'm just saying, we were just talking about this. Just came across, Joe, this thing about the Falcons being, they're being penalized for tampering, $250,000 fine, and a 5th-round pick.
It's worth it to me.
It's worth it. You got the guy that you wanted. You got the quarterback that you wanted.
Yeah. Well, what's this party going on out in the hallway? Do you know? People are drinking champagne out there.
Yeah. It's
the awards.
It was some kind
What
of awards. It was some kind of awards thing or something. I don't know what was going on, but
The Odyssey Awards.
Oh.
It was some sort of awards thing.
What'd we win?
And they were basically scolding me because I had no idea what it was. And I said, well, you know what? It's nice that you get to have a party out here and drink champagne and all the stuff that you're doing. Joe and I are doing a radio show.
South Hills fan.
That was the end of that discussion.
South Hills Kia fan Twitter. Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Check this out. The Pirates want to visit your teams in action for youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. All right. We're 42% of the way through the Pirates season. We're getting real close to halfway. I'm not interested in the last day, week, month. I'm interested in your total body of work as an offensive player through 42% of the season. I want to know whether this man is overachieving, underachieving, or doing about what we thought they would do, and we're okay with that. Let's just go through it, shall we? With the undercurrent here being Bob Nutting, Ben Cherington, go out and make a move and get a big bat. Will you please? You've been hoarding prospects now for years. The Pirates go out every year with the intent of bringing in low-cost veterans, low-risk veterans, with the intent of parlaying them into prospects. They draft prospects. They sign international prospects. That's all they do. You can't parlay a couple of them into a big-time bat and spend a little money just for the rest of the season on Pete Alonso, for example.
Right.
Why are the Cubs being linked to those names by Jim Bowden and not the Pirates? Well, we know because he knows the Pirates won't do it. And my point is, don't give up. Don't be quiet. Don't suppress your rage. Scream from the rooftops that they should.
Right.
Once we stop demanding that, it really is over then. Demand it. They should be linked to these names. There's no reason they shouldn't be because this lineup stinks. And I don't care if they, in the last 11 and a half Tuesday night games, they're batting .380 or whatever it is. I don't give a crap about small sample size. Look at this lineup. Come on, please.
Right.
All right, so let's break it down one by one. You ready, Paul?
Let's do it.
Overachieving, underachieving, or doing about what we thought. Brian Reynolds. 8 home runs, 35 RBIs, 263 average, 758 OPS. I say he's underachieving based on his previous track record and based on his contract. You?
Based on his contract, he's underachieving. But, what's realistic for him?
I don't know. He had a 912 OPS one year. He had an 807 OPS another year. He's down at 758. What's realistic is to be in about 850. Give me a year with 30 home runs instead of.
Here's the thing: his OPS for his career is 822.
Yeah.
So he at 758, he's definitely underachieving. So I would say not just because of his contract, but also because of what his numbers have been. He's definitely underachieving. I mean, he's had a couple of years where his OPS was really good, 912 and 880, but he's got to get his OPS up to closer to 800. His batting average is a little bit off. If he improves his numbers to like 275, 280, and his OPS to like 800, 805, then he would be right about where I thought he would be. So I have to say he's underachieving.
Yeah, he's underachieving. And plus he hits in a spot in the lineup where you put your star, and he ain't a star. Sorry. O'Neal Cruz. He has 9 home runs, 26 RBIs. He strikes out at a rate that last I checked was among the highest in baseball. He hits 248. His on base is 301, and his OPS is 736. He gives us every once in a while a feat of historical proportions, but his season so far is absolutely, unequivocally, inarguably underachieving.
He needs to be in the 260 range batting average-wise. He needs to get his on-base percentage up a little bit, his slugging percentage up a little bit, and his OPS has got to be 840 or better, 830, 840, if he really is going to be one of the premier power hitters in the league. So he's definitely underachieved. The only thing I will say about him, I give it, at least from this standpoint, I would say coming off of a major injury and only his second year, I don't know that I think he's that far off the mark. If this is year 5 and he's doing that and he's, that's different. But I'll give him a little bit of a pass to say probably I expected a little bit more from him, but I don't know that I expected him to go full on, superstar this year.
Yeah. I don't really care about batting average. I'm just mentioning that. I care about power.
Right.
I care about OPS. Can you get on base and slug? And this is just
exactly.
It's far below. And I didn't expect him to be Willie Mays, but it's far below what I expected, even coming off the injury. And he's batting 4th, Paul.
Right.
He's batting cleanup,
as he should. But here's what I'm telling you: my thing with the batting average is if he's hitting 260. All of those other numbers would go way up. Because if he connects, he's 248, so he's not that far off. But if he just connects a little bit more, think about when he actually does make contact and hit the ball.
Yeah.
He'd have a few more home runs. He'd have more hits. He'd probably have a couple of more extra base hits. And then all those other numbers would be up to where we need them to be. So I'm just saying, looking at that, that's where I would put it.
They don't have one star hitter. They don't. And the 2 guys that they're depending on to be star-level hitters are underachieving, and we just named them. In my opinion, that's Reynolds and Cruz, who would be in nobody's top 3 or 4 hitters right now in the lineup.
Right.
Connor Joe, he is now hitting 255 with a 757 OPS, 7 home runs, 28 RBIs. He's doing about what I thought he'd do. All told, that's about what he did last year. 757. His career OPS is 745. He's Connor Joe. He's a professional hitter
who apparently starts the seasons hot and then slows down.
Right. He's a guy you like to have batting 6 or 7 in a real lineup.
I have no problem with him. I think I would agree with you. I think he's right about where we kind of thought he would be.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just I don't know that anybody thinks he should be a superstar. But I also don't know that anybody, would have a problem with him being in the lineup, provided he's not being asked to be the superstar.
Which he is, based on where he's hitting in the lineup, which is often 3rd. So he's terribly miscast, as are Cruz and Reynolds in this lineup. Andrew McCutchen, 209 at-bats, 8 home runs, 20 RBIs, 234 average, 336 on base, and a 709 OPS. So the on-base leads the team, which is sort of like, think of whatever analogy you want, but it's damning with faint praise. And the 709 OPS is not good.
No.
So, plus, it's nice that he gets on base, but he can't really run anymore. So McCutcheon's doing about what I would have expected. His power's been a little bit more, but he's not a leadoff hitter anymore. Come on. He's hitting .234 with a .709 OPS. He's doing about what I expected, and he should be batting seventh in a real lineup.
There are two discussions we're having, Joe. You realize that, right? What we expected these guys to do, but you're also sort of like saying, well, if this guy's a leadoff hitter, let's judge him as a leadoff hitter. That's a different discussion. I don't think McCutchen should be a leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
But I look at his numbers. Outside of his batting average being a little lower than I thought it would be.
The OPS stinks.
Right, but I didn't really have high expectations for him this year.
No, I'm with you.
And I honestly, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I kind of thought this fit into the category, was it Tom Donahue who said, this isn't the Salvation Army or whatever, when one of the older Steelers, they were getting ready to cut or whatever, and someone said, oh, well, why don't you sign him, or why don't you tell him this isn't the Salvation Army? I kind of felt like they brought him back with the express, basically desire for him to be sort of like the mentor in the clubhouse, the old guy in the clubhouse. I never thought they brought him back to be the everyday guy at DH even, and a guy that they were going to bat so much at the top of the lineup. I never thought that. Weighing it against that, this is not good enough anyway. It's nowhere close to good enough. Weighing it, however, against the original discussion, which is what were my expectations for it, outside of his batting average, that's kind of what I thought he was going to do.
The fact that McCutchen is second on this team in home runs and leads in on base tells you all you need to know about where the Pirates are at offensively, and why they desperately need to make one big move. No, nobody's asking you to like mortgage the franchise here, or mortgage the future, or write a check for $400 million.
But
they're asking for one player. Bring in Pete Alonso. Sacrifice a big-time prospect. One. That's it. It's really not asking for that much.
That's the thing. But you know what, Joe? That is how a lot of the Pirates apologists and everyone. That's how they get around this discussion. They always frame it like that, don't they? Well, the Pirates. What do you want them to do? Go out and spend like the Dodgers?
Right.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Right.
But could they? I don't know. Get to $100 million in payroll? I mean, they're at like 67 or 70 or whatever it is. Don't tell me they can't get to $100 million in payroll, because I've seen a number of teams, the Reds, a number of these teams that have done it. That's what we're asking you to do.
The Brewers, who consistently outsmart and outspend the Pirates, even though they're in the exact same size market.
Exactly.
So what are we doing here? Next. Ke'Bryan Hayes, radically underachieving at 2 home runs from your third baseman, 241, a paltry 632 OPS. It's a 318 slug. Come on.
Yeah.
Really has hurt the team. And I know he's been hurt a little bit, but he's further below expectations than anybody we've mentioned so far. And I didn't expect him to be Mike Schmidt, but I expect him to be way better than this.
Mike Schmidt.
Right. It's unacceptable so far, and he's killing the team.
I think he's way underachieving based on what he did 2.5 months last year. That being said, is he the guy that we saw for 2.5 months last year? Or is he the guy that we've seen for most of his career, where he's a light-hitting, great glove?
Give me something in between,
Something in between, I would agree. But here's the thing. I don't see any path for them to make it to the playoffs if he doesn't start hitting. He's such an important player for them. He's got to start hitting and being more consistent.
And I know, even in June, he stinks. He had it going for a while, and now he's 1 for his last 4, 8, 16. So he's back down to a 640 OPS this month.
Yeah.
This doesn't work. You can't have a third baseman who hits for no power or doesn't hit at all. He, more than anybody else, at least of the players we've mentioned so far, has really hampered this offense. Jack Sawinski is next. 5 home runs, 173 batting average, and a 567, a 266 on base. A 266 on base. Listen, he's radically underachieving. If you're Kyle Schwarber and you bat 190, but you give me 40 home runs, I'll take it. This is minor league stuff from Jack Sawinski. And we've reached the point where you have to ask, do we need to move on from him as a starting outfield? They already have, I know, but I'm talking long-term. Like, do we need another long-term solution in the outfield?
I have basically said from the start that if he is one of your starting outfielders, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
It's not good enough. If he's one of your starting outfielders, it's not good enough. If he's a guy that you bring off the bench for a little bit of left-handed power here and there, I might be able to say, okay, maybe. But I don't even know there, to be honest. I don't even know. I mean, I don't think he's that good.
Well, his 173 average would back you up on that. And he's not delivering long balls, and he strikes out all the time.
So, my point to you, Joe, is I don't know that I had any expectations for him because I've never thought he was all that good.
I thought, based on what he's done the last couple of years, that at the very least you were going to get home. I mean, he did hit 26 homers last year, and he drove in 74 runs. So I thought that was the baseline. All right, this guy's going to hit 220 or 210. And he had an OPS of 793 last year.
Yeah.
He was wildly inconsistent, but I thought you'd at least get that. Instead, you're getting something appreciably worse. He's a disaster. So that's the bottom line there. They need an outfielder who can hit because the next guy is Michael A. Taylor, who is Key Brian Hayes of center field, only worse as a hitter. I mean, this is, I don't even want to say the numbers. They make me cringe. He has a 247 on base percentage, Paul.
Here's the thing. When they got him, I thought he would be exactly what he is. Really good glove who can't hit. So for me to sit here and say, well, I'm surprised by this, I didn't think here's in a perfect world, Joe, right? Say you're going to have 5 outfielders. Okay? You want to tell me you have Sawinski as a little bit of left-handed power off the bench?
Sure.
And Taylor as a defensive replacement late in games that occasionally plays on a Sunday or whatever when you want to give someone a rest. Okay. The problem is both of these guys have had to play a lot.
Well, they have that problem with their infield reserves as well. Michael A. Taylor is a luxury item. He's so great defensively that if you had a real major league lineup, I'd love to have him in center field and bat him 9th. I'm okay with that, but they don't.
Right. That's my thing. Same thing.
They have more potholes than Green Tree Road in this lineup. By the way, Paul, every single day, I only ride 1 mile to work. There's How is there construction in a 1 mile stretch of road every day? Something different, Nelly.
Same thing with me, but Route 8.
What is happening here? When I moved to Pittsburgh in '89, they were redoing the same section of 79 South that they're still doing. I'm not lying about that.
Yes. Well, the construction, I mean, it's incredible. I said 2 days ago, I had to go up Route 28. Might have been the first time.
That was your first mistake.
It was probably the first time in my lifetime that I went from the North Shore to like Tarentum, and there wasn't any construction.
Really?
First time ever. There was not one single place where there was construction going on.
That's a miracle on 28.
First time in 54 years on this planet.
I know, man. It's mind-boggling. I can't go from here to Seton LaSalle where my kid I'll take you on a tour tomorrow. I'll take you guys on a tour. Between here and Seton LaSalle, which is like 3 miles away, there's 8 different spots of construction on roads that didn't need fixing.
Right.
At least I don't think they did. Where were we? Michael A. Taylor. Yeah, that's a disaster. He's unplayable. Sorry, he's just unplayable.
He, again, you said it. You said it. The bottom line is he's a luxury item, and they can't really afford a luxury item at this point.
Here's the thing. He somehow has a positive WAR rating, which is your overall contribution. He's at 0.6, which is pretty good on this team. That tells you how great he is defensively. If the guy could hit 240, and not strike out all the time, that compounded with everything else, he struck out 52 times and 134 at-bats. He makes O'Neal Cruz look like Tony Gwynn. This guy strikes out every time he walks up to the plate. And then where should we go next? Let's go to the infield reserves. They're both the same person, Jared Triolo and Alika Williams. I don't know that combined they would lead the league in hitting. You put both their averages together, and neither one hits for any power whatsoever. It's like you can afford to have one utility guy who's all glove, no hit. They've got two, plus Michael A. Taylor, plus Ke'Bryan Hayes, plus the list goes on.
The good news
What are we doing here? Please bring in I'll take an all-bat, no-glove guy somewhere. Well, that's McCutchen, I guess, because he doesn't even play the field. It's such a flawed roster.
Well, the good news is at least we're not having the flights of fantasy that Jared Triolo is an everyday guy.
Right, although they spent a month and a half indulging themselves.
Exactly, but at least we're not there. At least we're no longer there.
Yeah.
With, he's such what an unbelievably good baseball player and all the other stuff. And it's like if you're going to try and kid yourself into thinking that Jared Triolo can be an everyday anything, you're telling me basically that your team, you don't think your team is no good. That's what it comes down to, because he's not good enough. So when again, we're talking about expectations, Joe.
Yeah.
I had none for Jared Triolo, except for he's going to be a guy that they're going to basically try and jam into a bunch of different positions and try and tell us all that we're all crazy because we can't see that he's an incredible baseball player. I said it from the start. Suwinski, Triolo, Michael A. Taylor. Who else do they got on this team?
Alika Williams for a while.
Alika Williams, Connor Joe, for that matter. Those guys are all bench players, or worse. Suwinski might be a 4A player. He might not even be a legitimate Major League Baseball bench player. He might be a 4A guy who you do exactly what you've done this last month, where you send him down. You need somebody for a couple, for 5 or 6 days. He'll come up. He might actually run into one and hit it over the park, hit it out of the park, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then you come to Olivares, who, he's a journeyman. He's the last player normally on a roster, if he's even on your team. And this guy, they bat him the same place that other teams are batting, Goldschmidt and people like that. He's batted cleanup 12 times, and he's batted fifth 18 times. That's where he spent the majority of the season. Edward Olivares. He'll give you a home run every once in a while. Other than that, he is what he is.
Right.
It's just this guy is like one of their key hitters. And I don't know how Ben Cherington looks at this and lives with himself. The whole roster that he's put together. What are you doing? Try to fix something, will you?
It's with this context that I'm going to read you today's lineup. Can I do that? And you give me your opinion on today's lineup. Are you ready?
Today's lineup's out already?
Yeah, it's a 2:00 game. So
what do we got?
Are you ready?
Let me guess. They facing a righty or a lefty?
Lance Lynn, he's a righty, right? Yeah, he's a righty.
McCutchen?
He's getting a day off.
Who's leading off? Tell me who's leading off. Cruz?
Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Okay.
Third base.
Yep, followed by Reynolds.
DH.
Cruz, Olivares.
Cruz, shortstop. Olivares is the cleanup hitter.
Right. Is Suwinski still here? Suwinski fifth?
Suwinski's larger brother that plays in the infield.
Rowdy.
Rowdy Tellez is batting fifth.
We haven't even mentioned him yet.
Right. Rowdy Tellez is batting fifth. Apparently, Nick Gonzalez needs a day off as well because at second base, batting sixth at second base is
Triolo? Is he
yes,
still here?
Triolo.
Yeah.
Now batting seventh, playing left field. You just named him a couple of minutes ago. Sawinski. Grandal catching. And in center, Michael A. Taylor.
You know. We don't even have to comment. Well, I never mentioned Rowdy. I will say this. I still want to stick around to see him to stick around for now to see if we get the hot streak out of him. If you're going to get all the crap we got for 2 months, at least let's get some home runs. But this has been, obviously, he's radically underachieving, has been a complete disaster. And for me, along with Ke'Bryan Hayes, those are your corner infielders. They've combined for 4 homers. It's a miracle that this team is in. I mean, the only reason they're in the position they're in is because the rest of the National League stinks. But he's obviously underachieving and is an unmitigated disaster. But at least he's off to a good start this month.
Vladimir Guerrero, if the Pirates had him in the lineup, he would rank first in batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage.
And he's an interesting name to watch, Guerrero. His numbers have declined a little bit the last few years, but he's got another year of arbitration. He's still a young guy, and he still puts up numbers, and he's wildly talented. And you'd have to give up maybe a top prospect to get him, maybe two.
If you wanted to do like a one-stop shop kind of a thing, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who can play any position, his batting average would be, I believe, second if the Pirates traded for him right now.
Well, Guerrero, they're waiting to see if the Blue Jays can work out a long-term deal with him. That's what Bowden reported. If they can't, he's a candidate to be traded at the deadline, and the Cubs have inquired, and the Pirates should be. They absolutely should be. I don't even feel like naming anybody else, Paul. I mean,
281, 370, 408, 778, 7 home runs.
That's for Guerrero?
He would be better than Rowdy Towdy.
Well, he hasn't even gotten hot yet either. I mean, he's a wildly talented kid. The one guy who's radically overachieving is Nick Gonzalez, and good for him. We didn't mention Henry Davis or the catching situation either. Joey Bart has been Johnny Bench on this team. He has an 879 OPS. Gonzalez has been great.
He's been hurt, hasn't he?
Who? Bart? Yeah.
I mean, if you think about their catching situation, DeLay's been hurt. Bart, well, Andy Rodriguez is hurt. DeLay's been hurt. Bart is hurt. Grandal they have this other guy from AAA, whatever his name was.
They had to bring in Grant Cook at one point. They would have been better off with Ron Cook at the plate. He batted because they would have had the same batting average. Grant batted 0.00 in 7 at-bats.
Right.
Ron could have done that, right?
Right.
He did get a walk, though.
I'm just saying, if you look at their catching situation, it's been a total disaster. Well, I mean, seriously.
No, but Bart's been really good in 60 at-bats. He's got the best OPS on the team.
But he's hurt now.
I know. Maybe they found something in him. I don't know. The sample size is smaller than Grant Cook's batting average.
Yeah.
But maybe they did. It's a miracle that they're where they are based on this lineup.
I mean, it just shows you.
And we just did the exercise.
It shows you two things. The pitching has been pretty good. And the major leaguer, the National League is just bad.
It reminds me of the Steelers phenomenon in the media and among fans, and I'm so glad it got smashed this offseason. You mention a name like 2 years ago, Aaron Rodgers. Oh, how ridiculous is that? They would never be in on Aaron Rodgers. I happen to think they still were, by the way. But this offseason, it was Russell Wilson. The Steelers would never do that. Oh, you think they're going to trade for Justin Fields? Well, they did both. So why should we just automatically write off and not even talk about the possibility of the Pirates going out and getting a big bat? Why? Why shouldn't they be linked to one? It's outrageous if they aren't.
Right.
That they aren't.
Right. Even if they don't go, actually, they need to go get one. I'm tired of, well, they were there till the end, but, come on.
Alonso's starting to get hot, by the way.
Yeah.
And the Mets are 8 games under. which, of course, in this league puts them like 2 games out of a wild card. I get it, and they might still keep him. But
Right.
he's starting to heat up. In this month, he has an 835 OPS, 486 slugging, and you know he's going to get rolling with the homers. And wouldn't that be something else if it was here? Imagine the crowd if that guy walked up to the plate as your cleanup hitter next weekend.
It's funny you say that he'll get rolling with the home runs. He already has 14.
Yeah.
Which would be first on the Pirates.
Right, and he's not even going yet. I mean, we're talking about a guy who hit 46 last year, 40 the year before, and 37. Plus the Mets, there's talk, that they'll just sign him and they'll trade him as a rental, get something nice back, and then re-sign him. Great, good for them. Give them something and get him in here before somebody else does.
Right.
Like the Cubs.
Well, and you and I have talked about it, Joe. Why waste another week?
Exactly.
Why waste another 2 weeks?
The deadline's not till July 30th.
Why waste any time? If you can make a deal right now, make it happen. Go get it.
Somebody said rename the team the Pittsburgh Prospects. I like that. I like that a lot.
This guy tweeted me, he can't be mad about lineup Shelty puts out anymore because nobody can hit. We can fight and argue all we want. They literally all stink. Look at the averages, lack of home runs. Yeah. Pirate hitters watching paint dry. Well, yes and no. I could put together a lineup where you probably would give you the best chance to have success if you did it over the long, which that's the one thing I will say about baseball that's so stupid nowadays, in my mind. This thing where we have to show that we can outsmart everybody by changing the lineup every single day to try and get the optimal, based on analytics, the optimal lineup every single day. I still think if you put a lineup together 1 through 8 and play it consistently over 10, 12, 15 days, I bet you you would have the same or maybe even better results. I just feel
let's talk about that coming up.
Guys get into they get into a groove, they get into a role. But here's the thing: if you ask me, right, I would probably look at this lineup, right, and I would say I'm going to lead off Connor Joe, right? Just I feel like because he gets on, he's a guy that can run a little bit. He can get on base a little bit. His on base percentage isn't tremendous, but it's .331. He gets on enough.
Can we finish this coming up, Paul? I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah.
I'll throw it right back to you for your ideal lineup, and I'll tell you mine. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. JP Roofing and Siding, you know the man, you know the mustache, and you might even know that there's a golf tournament coming up here. And it's tomorrow already. And I've got my team going against Jim Colony. It's the Foxburg Fest Shootout. I've got some good players on my team, and JP is the title sponsor there, just the way that he sponsors this show. What a man he is and what a mustache he has. He also gets the job done. You don't thrive for 43 years in this market if you're not leaving the customer satisfied. I'm watching a tennis match that's unbelievable right now. It's a woman playing against another woman, but they're both on a roof on different buildings. So they're hitting the ball over empty space way up in the air. It's incredible. And it looks like a lot of fun, as long as you don't fall, of course. But they're protected. There's fences on the edge of it. It looks really fun. And ironically, I didn't even think of this. We're talking about roofing and siding. So if either one of them is having a problem with the roof that they're playing on, JP could come over and fix it right away. That's what he does. They've fixed 3 different issues with my place, and I didn't worry about them anymore. That's what they do. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates will finish their series against the St. Louis Cardinals today in St. Louis, a game will begin in a couple hours. First pitch is scheduled for 2:15. More headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Eliminate gutter cleaning and protect your home year-round with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. No money down, no payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. Gutter Helmet.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals on everything from technology to print and marketing services. Save more with the new Easy Rewards program.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all know what UV rays can do to our skin, but they can also do damage to your car. Keep that from happening with 303 Protectant. 303 Protectant keeps the sun's harmful rays from causing fading and cracking in rubber, plastic, or vinyl surfaces. From the dashboard to the tires, 303 Protectant keeps your car looking new longer. Get 303 Protectant today at AutoZone. Visit 303radio.com for more information.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Time to lower the boom on Colts second-year quarterback Anthony Richardson. With only 4 games of NFL experience, the former Florida star claims playing in the pros is easier than the college game because of the stronger supporting cast. Yeah, I don't think so. Not a very smart comment in my eyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. we've got your back without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. It's spring cleaning time for your car, and keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 7/6, visit staples.com/print for details. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
The brainwashed have spoken.
I loved you, and it took my breath. And now I think you love me, and it scares me to death.
Yes, indeed, the brainwashed have spoken. I'm looking at the comments under my column today about why are we conditioned to not even mentioning the notion that the Pirates could bring in a Pete Alonso or a Vladimir Guerrero. One guy comments, hard pass on both Alonso and Vlad Jr., 2 players who have struggled and are going to be free agent, where the reported asking price is 3 top 5 prospects for each. This is more bad logic. Okay, so forget about those guys. Just you don't even want to try, off the table, you know. What do you mean? What do you mean that they've struggled? Alonso's hit 1 billion home runs the last 3 years and has 14 more this year. How is that struggling? I don't get it. I know he got off to somewhat of a slow start.
I love the hard pass guys.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Won't even think about it.
Or better yet, this guy who says we should trade pitching prospects for hitting prospects because we need to build a team. What does that even mean? Where do these people come from? That's what I would like to know. What are you talking about?
I do have some compassion for it because we've all been brainwashed.
But I'm just saying, it's been since 2015 since we've seen a playoff game here. So, you know, I guess there are some awards that I didn't realize that they do hand out trophies for, you know, having the best prospects. Like I said, if Baseball America rankings, if Baseball American prospect rankings handed out a trophy every year, the Pirates' case would be full. But they don't because nobody cares. All we care about is the major league team winning. And if that's not your focus, if that's not what you care about, then I don't know what to tell you. Go to Altoona and root your hearts out for the guys down there. Because you shouldn't be here rooting for the Pirates. Because if you're for the, I honestly say this, I really think there are some people, if I said to you, Joe, the Pirates win the World Series this year, but their AAA, AA, single A, and every other team that they have has a really bad losing record. There are some people who say, I don't want that. All you should care about is what the major league team is doing. Get out of here. Hard pass on this guy.
A hard pass on Vlad Guerrero?
Yes, exactly.
What?
I'm convinced there's some people that you could say the Pirates are, the Pirates are trading their 15th best prospect for Ohtani, and there'd be people hard pass on him.
Ohtani, he doesn't even pitch anymore.
He's damaged goods now. I don't want him.
Vlad Guerrero, the last 3 seasons, has 48, 32, and 26 homers, 111, 97, 94 RBIs. OPS is of 1,002, 818, 788. So his numbers have gone down a little bit. But even this year, 7 home runs, 30 RBIs, 281 average, 370 on base percentage. The guy leading the Pirates is 60 years old and has a 336 on base percentage. This dude's at 370 with a 778 OPS. I'm bored with reading numbers. You probably are too.
Well,
and he hasn't even gotten hot yet, and he will, and he's only 25. So, yeah, a hard pass on Vlad Guerrero. I don't even know what that means. What are you talking about? Anyway, Nelly, who do we have at noon? John Parado? Let's ask him about all these Pirate matters. Mike Tannenbaum says nobody wants to play the Steelers, Paul. And Brian Baldinger says they're the team to beat in the AFC North. What do you make of this? Now, to be fair, you have other people saying that basically they stink. Emmanuel Ocho has his own show. He doesn't think Russell Wilson's going to be good. You have other people saying that this team is just gonna wilt this season.
Right.
Where do you stand right now? Are you in the optimistic camp on this team?
I think they're the same team. They're going to be a team that goes 9-8, 10-7, gets in a wild card and gets beat by one of the best teams.
Me too.
That's what I feel like they are. I don't think they're. I think the Bengals. I think the Ravens are better. I think the Browns have a chance to be better. And I think that they're not going to win the division. And if they're not going to win the division, that means that at best they're going to be the 5th seed. But I think they'll probably be the 6th or the 7th seed again, and we'll go from there.
This was beautiful, and Mike Florio is really good. So get that straight. I love Mike Florio because he's not afraid to blast out opinions, no matter how deranged they might be in some situations. He is a Tomlin backer to the max, and he was on with the PM guys yesterday. He said, I've talked to coaches of other teams who've had Tomlin players and not Antonio Brown, other players that they had no idea those players were complete and total pains in the ass until they got to their new location. Well, I don't know who those coaches are, Mike, and I don't know what you're talking about because I see more examples of guys who were total pains in the ass here who then go to other places and seem perfectly fine. Melvin Ingram quit while he was here. Then he went somewhere else and was fine.
Kansas City.
James Harrison quit his last year here, then went to New England and looked okay, helping them get to a Super Bowl. LeGarrette Blount might be Exhibit A. He walked off the field during a game here and then went and helped people win Super Bowls.
My favorite thing is like the Melvin Ingram thing, right? I love it, because we've got the certain class of people in this area who have to protect the Steelers at all cost, right? When Melvin Ingram went, I think he went to Kansas City and played well.
Yeah.
They had to do everything in their power to discredit, the fact that he didn't do well here, or whatever you want to say here, it didn't work. It's like they've got to protect the Steelers at all costs, no matter what.
I don't know what he's talking about, Florio. He's talking about Tomlin here. Like, how does he do it? Does he speak to these players better angels? How does he get them to behave? Mike, he doesn't. They behave in other places, not here. What are you talking about?
Right.
How does he get them to not be a pain in the ass? He has that magic touch.
Well,
what?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, again, what bothers me the most, and that's why I went on that little bit of a tirade the other day about the national media guys when it comes to the Steelers discourse and the Mike Tomlin discourse. Reality doesn't matter to these people. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. It's incredible. I've said this before, but Mike Tomlin is more the Teflon Don than John Gotti ever could be. I mean, that doesn't matter what actually happens. None of it sticks to him, ever.
I mean, literally the opposite is true of what Florio is saying. Literally the opposite.
I really just, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. It's something that just wears you down after a while. When guys don't even live in reality.
All right. Fan weather. Telephone.
Your phone's ringing.
Yeah, who might that be? That's my wife. I guess she doesn't know I have a radio show from 10 to 2. I should call her back, shouldn't I?
Yeah, probably.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Mostly sunny and a high of 88 today. Coming up, John Parado. Let's pass some of this Pirate stuff by him. Does he think it's within the realm of reality that they would bring in a big bat? And if not, what's realistic? What is realistic for this team? I already did the 50-minute mark, Nelly, before we went to break. So we'll talk to John next here on, what is this show called? I guess it's still the Joe Show with Paul Zeiss.
Yeah, it's still the Joe Show. I've got to laugh. The guy before us. I'm never going to use his name again. The guy before us, because every day when I'm driving in, I hear him say, "Well, Joe is next." So apparently, I don't exist to the guy before us. So from now on, he's
which guy? Crowley or Doran?
The one that was here today.
He said he's never going to say his name again. So we're going to.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Okay.
I guess I don't exist in his world. So from now on, he's the guy.
Well, in fairness, it is still titled the Joe Starkey Show.
But he always says Joe Starkey's next. But he never says with me. So my thing is, I don't exist in his world, so therefore he doesn't exist in my world.
That makes sense.
So when we talk about him now, he will be forever known as the anonymous, nameless, faceless, scrawny guy before me.
Bill and Clinton is first up in this hour. Hello, Bill. Welcome to the show. How are you?
He's a nameless gray face right now to Paul.
That's all he is.
But we know John Parado.
One step from being dead to me.
He's been covering the Pirates forever, and he never lacks for an opinion. We'll talk to old Johnny next on the Joe Show with Paul Zeiss.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates fell last night by a final score of 4-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals. They look to win the series today in St. Louis in their final game. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. First pitch is scheduled for 2:15. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. this is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Paradise isn't always a faraway beach. Paradise can be anywhere with a refreshing glass of summer wine. Fine Wine and Good Spirits is your all-inclusive ticket to a flavor oasis. Allow Morning Fog Chardonnay Livermore Valley from Wente Vineyards to transport you to the coastal climate of California. Let a glass of Benigna's Creek Delight Rosé wash over you with rejuvenating notes of blood orange and black cherries. Escape with our finest wines at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enter responsibly.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion, never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family owns Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from LaRoche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day. And what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun
Hello, it'll be sunny and hot this afternoon with highs returning to the mid to upper 80s. Noon temperatures will be close to 80 degrees. Sunset tonight, by the way, is at 8:53. Friday won't be as hot as today. We'll see our best chance for rain for the next week on Friday afternoon. While the chance for severe weather is low, gusty straight-line winds and large hail can't be ruled out as a cold front passes by. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online, and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 large TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including pro basketball, hockey, and soccer, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps of local beer, and over 500 beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Summer downpours have arrived. Protect your home from water damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. That's 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates end their series against the St. Louis Cardinals today in St. Louis. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. That first pitch is scheduled for 2:15. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Now back to the Joe Show with Paul Zeiss.
We got Joe. High five. With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Paul, we're efforting John Parado. I don't know that we have him yet. Nelly says no, which is very disappointing. Can we get back to something we talked about earlier? You're a basketball coach. Been coaching high level AAU for a long time. The NBA Finals with Luka and his incessant complaining and whining to the referees, I honestly believe is hurting his team. It's become a spectacle. Like he's embarrassing himself.
Yes.
He really is. Where do you draw the line on badgering officials, on trying to get calls? Where is the tipping point where you turn them against you instead of for you? I saw, who did I see? Roy Williams and Coach K in a special on ESPN. It was like, they sat down, talked with them about a million things. And they were both talking about where that line is.
Yeah.
Like does the constant badgering help you or hurt you? Your thoughts?
It hurts you, definitely. I think there are times when you can, you might be able to get a call or two. But for me, I used to be a lot worse, Joe. I used to be the guy that was always arguing with the refs about everything and was always constantly working the refs and complaining about calls and, all that other stuff. But then there was a point of probably about 6 or 7 years ago where I sort of had an epiphany. The first being that you're not going to change what the refs are doing. The second being the more that you're worried about the refs, the more you're setting the tone for your players to worry about the refs, and the less you're actually coaching. And the third thing is, although we all want to win at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what are we talking about here? We're talking about a basketball game. So to lose my mind about the officials. And the other thing I always tell myself, and this is at our level, at AAU level, I always tell myself, these guys are making $25 a game. You're going to get what you get what you pay for. So I've actually, over the last 5 or 6 years, become really, really good at not engaging with the refs hardly ever. Now, the problem that brings is I feel like, especially in AAU, there are times when the coaches that are the loudest and do the most working of the officials.
That's what I worried about.
They seem to get,
the greasy wheel.
And the other thing is, as I'm, the game's going and I can see that the calls are terrible. They're you know what I mean? And the more I keep it in, the more likely I'm to explode. You know what I'm saying? I finally just have enough. And we were in a 1-point game down in D.C. And, again, we were playing the host team. It was set up for them to win. So that going in. But I just thought we were getting blatantly cheated the entire game. We're up 1 point. And, they were real aggressive physically up, on the perimeter, playing defense with both of their hands, pulling, grabbing, pushing the whole 9 yards the entire game. And we had the ball. Our kid, did a little crossover and got around the girl. And he called an offensive foul, a hook. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, the girl had her shot. It was stupid right in front of me. I lost my mind. My son, who coaches with me, grabbed me and pulled me aside so I didn't get a technical foul. But the bottom line is, that's not good either. So there's probably a balance where throughout the game, you kind of have to just say a few things here and there to say, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
It's amazing how blatant it can be at times. Like, for the most part, when I coached my kid's basketball team when she was little, for the most part, like you said, it's people just working hard doing their job, and they're good at it.
Right.
But, man, you run into some situations in some towns, and it's so blatant. We had a softball game 2 years ago. We were Mount Washington. We were playing somewhere else in the South Hills, I'll put it that way. And I wasn't even at the game, but I got the reports, I got a video, and everything else. This one ump went out of his way to call runner's interference twice in a game on tag plays.
Right.
So wait, you can't interfere with a runner, or the runner is interfering? No. We got called for interference on the runner by tagging them. So the interference occurred with the fielder's glove getting in the way?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you've run into blatant hometown, home borough officiating.
And that's what's going to happen when you play some of these events. You know it's going to happen. And so you have to deal with it. What I don't like is when I feel like we're just getting outright cheated.
Yeah.
We were playing one, this was 2 years ago. And it felt good because we actually won the thing. And so after we won the thing, I was able to really let go on the officials. But at one point, and I'm not somebody who looks at foul totals unless it's egregiously silly. But we were playing against one of the most physical teams on the planet, right? I mean, it was a ridiculously physical game. And the fouls were 10 us, 0 there. 10-0. So finally, it was such a close game. And they were at the foul line so often. And we ended up winning by 3 or 4. Afterwards, I was able to give the referee a piece of my mind.
You ever get kicked out of a gym?
Well, if you get 2 technical fouls, you get thrown out of the game. You know what I mean? So I've gotten 2 technicals before, so you have to leave. But it hasn't happened in a long time. Like I said,
know what drives me crazy?
I used to be a lot worse, Joe. I used to be, now I don't really engage with the officials hardly ever, unless it's either unsafe, it's like, okay, you got to start calling something because someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? Or, the other day, the other thing that happened down in D.C. that caused me to lose my mind is when officials do this. Okay, now your team's winning by a lot. So we're just going to let the other team do whatever the hell they want to do. We're not going to call fouls. We're going to let them push your girls. We're going to let them grab your shirts. We're going to let them all that other stuff. Someone's going to get hurt. My thing is, if you're an official, call the damn game the same way, regardless of what the score is. And if you do that, I don't care what you do. If you call it loose or if you call it, tight or call it loose. Just call it consistently.
And I think that's what the pros want, too.
Right.
That's all they want. They want to know, and that's what drives me nuts, is people who think that all these games, like there's one way to call them. Just call them by the letter of the law. Nobody does that.
No.
In every game, from Pee Wee up to the pros, you want to know early in the game, what's the strike zone tonight? How much can I get away with tonight? Physically, all that stuff, whatever sport it might be.
Right.
And what drives me insane is stuff that you can call all the time that you let go for a whole game that you suddenly call at the end. And I've seen it a number of times in basketball now, including last night, an illegal screen. That game was on the line last night, and they called the Dallas guy for an illegal screen in the back court where all he did was, you just let that go. You let it go the whole game. We saw it in the UConn-Iowa basketball game this year in the NCAA tournament. That's all they do in basketball. You have the high screen and roll game. That's all they do. And this was in the backcourt last night. If you're not going to call it the whole game, please don't call it in the last 20 seconds.
Yes.
And then in volleyball, I see there's some illegal hits. Sometimes you can't hit it with, uneven hands, whatever it is. They don't call it ever, and then suddenly it gets called in a critical point. That type of stuff drives me crazy.
Right. Again, that was my objection to there's been a number of games where you don't call something for the entire game, and then at the most crucial point,
like the holding call in the Super Bowl.
Whatever, yes. Ago. It's like you didn't call that the entire time. All I say is be consistent. Oh, wait, here we go. Breaking news.
What?
The Pirates have solved their bullpen issues. Right-handed pitcher Dennis Santana is active today. And right-handed pitcher Ryder Ryan has been optioned. Apparently they got Dennis Santana off the scrap heap from the Yankees or something.
Plan the parade.
But go ahead. Yeah, you can't do it that way. I don't care how you do it. Just be consistent when you do it. It's not hard. It really isn't hard.
Did you ever officiate yourself in any sport? Basketball, umpire,
I've been a basketball official for a long time, yeah.
Did you find it to be easier than you thought or more challenging?
I think it's easier for me because there's certain things I look for, and that I call based on that. So I call it the same. The other thing is I'm never invested in who wins and loses or what the score is. I just referee the game.
You know what else I hate? Rewarding people for things they actually deserve the opposite for.
Right.
And one great example is baseball or softball. My kid was a pitcher, so maybe I leaned toward them. But rewarding a batter for taking a borderline pitch with like a full count, people on base, whatever,
Right.
big situation, you don't get rewarded for that. Where it could be a strike, could be a ball, you're supposed to swing at that. Obvious ball, yeah, it's a ball. But we're not here to reward hitters for going up there and taking 9 pitches in a row, some of them borderline, and especially the last pitch.
Right.
Make them swing, especially at that level. Swing, batter. Did you used to chant things, Nelly, when you were in the infield? Paul, did you when you were a kid growing up? Chant things at the batters? That seems to have gone by the wayside, although I haven't been at a baseball game in a while. Did you do that as a fielder? Swing, batter. Remember that? He can hit, he can hit, he can hit, he can hit. We used to chant that in the dugout and in the field. Did you?
Yeah. We used to do that all the time. That was a big part of it, wasn't it? That was part of the fun of playing.
Yeah. What was yours? He can hit, he can hit, he can hit. Like that?
Yeah, that's what we would do.
Now, is that politically incorrect to do that now? To make fun of the kid at the plate?
I don't think so, but I mean, I don't know. The interesting is I haven't been able to I haven't been able to, get to Little League games in a long, long time because I haven't had anyone to watch.
Yeah,
so I don't know what's politically correct and what's not.
Nelly, did you chant those things?
I did, but only when I was in the dugout, not when I was on the field.
What was the chant in the dugout?
The stereotypical, we want a batter, not a broken ladder, stuff like that.
That may be stereotypical, but I hadn't heard it until now.
Really?
Paul, had you heard that one? We want a ladder, not a broken...
We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
That's an old one.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
Yeah, I'm trying to think listen, it's been...
many years.
45 years since I played Little League Baseball.
Did you like it?
I did, but then I started playing soccer, and I liked it more. There was just more activity, more action.
I can't get over the fact that he was a very good soccer goalie. Did you know that, Nelly?
And player.
I did, and he was also a soccer coach. Now, I have a question for you, Mr. Zeiss. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but my buddy Brandon, who you used to coach, he came to the 5 Alarm Marathon, and he said hello to you. Did you recognize him?
No. How old is he?
27, 28?
No, I don't think I did. I said hello to him.
You did. And Brandon came up to me and said he has no idea who I am.
It was probably like 15 years ago.
You can't expect Paul to remember when the guy was a kid, can you?
He was probably like 15, 16 years ago when I coached him, right?
Now, do you remember the good players that you had?
The best players I had were my kids. So
I hope you remember them.
I remember. No, I remember my son. I would remember some of the kids if they came. Some of them if they came up to me. Some might have to say, hey, I've ran into people when that I've seen, but I mean, Joe, I haven't coached soccer. So my son Elijah is 30. Right? Well, I know, he's 29. So he would have been in 8th grade, what is 8th grade, about 14 years old?
Yeah, 14.
So it's probably 15 years, 16 years since I've coached soccer.
I never knew you did.
Yeah, I coached it for a lot of years. I even coached 1 year. I was at Point Park. I mean, I coached high school. I coached like soccer for like 25 years.
Do you watch soccer at home?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
You an international fan?
I only like the Premier League, though. Like, I don't watch MLS. I don't like all these other.
Will you watch a college soccer game if it's on?
Probably not.
Riverhounds?
No. If I go to a game, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to watch it on TV. But the Premier League, I really enjoy.
Could you go to a Riverhounds game and play goal?
No, I can't. I dive one time and I wouldn't be able to get up.
You know what happened to me once? There was an intern here. 10 years ago, maybe, out in Latrobe, he was working our show, and he was on a tryout for the Riverhounds. So I got him on the air. I said, here's what I don't get. How do these guys ever miss on penalty kicks? I said, you're a goalie tryout for the Riverhounds, pretty high level of soccer. I think I can score on you 7 out of 10 kicks, Paul. So that day we went down to the Riverhounds Stadium, their field, and I scored on 7 out of 10 kicks.
Wow.
Now, granted, I didn't have an entire universe watching me in the Olympics, but it was so easy, even for a decrepit man like me.
Yeah.
How do they ever miss?
Well, because of all the pressure. You just said it. It's just like these guys were watching here.
In golf?
In golf.
Yeah.
It's just like these guys were watching here. Guess what? The 7-foot putt that they make all the time on Friday or Thursday, let it be the back nine on Sunday with the whole world watching and, they're one stroke back or they're one stroke, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's different. It's a completely different thing.
Are you a fan of Olympic gold medal game going to penalty kicks?
Not at all.
You say keep playing.
Play, I think when you get, for pull play, it's fine. But when you get to the elimination round, which is now we're playing one, it's basically one and done. You know what I mean? When you get to the elimination round, you should play till the end. I would say once you get into overtime, here's how it changed World Cup soccer. Once you get into overtime, as soon as overtime starts, it's golden goal. It's golden goal. In other words, sudden death.
I like that.
Because here's what it is. What happens now is, they have that, 15-minute period or whatever, but if you score, the other team can still score until the end of overtime and send, it shouldn't be that. Make it sudden death. That would make overtime so much more exciting if it was sudden death. But, then you have all these goofballs who tell me, oh, well, the fitness and all this other stuff. You're in the World Cup. You're not playing a season of 50 games. You got 4 games. Once you get to the elimination round, you got 4 games to win the title. Who can win it? Go win it. Stop making excuses about fitness and, it would be sloppy play. Who cares? I love watching the third overtime against the Flyers and the Penguins or whatever it was. Remember in the playoffs, or third or fourth overtime, where teams are, now it's a war of attrition. Who's tough enough to still be upright and make a play? That's the essence of sports.
If I lined up for the United States in the World Cup winning match with one kick to win it, chances I would score against the best goalie in the world. Still better than 5%, right?
Better than, probably almost 20%, I would think.
Nelly, would I crumble under the pressure?
As long as you don't overkick it, you should be fine.
It felt so easy that day. It's like
because the keeper has to guess.
Yeah, it's a guessing game, and even then they might not get it if you place it right. And I've never played soccer, and I was scoring on this guy.
I was a goalie in soccer, and
Who was better, you or Paul?
I don't know. I never saw Paul.
You think Nelly's better than you, Paul?
In what?
Soccer. He was a goalie.
Right now?
Yeah.
Maybe, but when I was in, my prime, no chance.
No chance, he said. He's got the size on you. You got to give him that.
I tell you, you're going to laugh. So I had Elijah. He was a forward for me. And, of course, he was very unlike a lot of what you get on soccer. You know what I mean? Because he was a big, strong, athletic person that plays usually basketball or, now lacrosse or football, right? But he was playing soccer. So we played against one team in Wheeling. They had this coach from Britain. And he was upset. After the game, he came to me and said, that you're not teaching these boys the right way to play soccer, because we would just play it long. Elijah would run and, blow past everybody and score. And we ended up winning 4-2 or something. And he had all 4 goals. And this guy says, that's just not good tactical soccer. I said, I don't know where you're from, Jack. But I was like, I don't know where you're from, Jack, but my idea of good tactical anything is figure out what you can't stop and keep doing it. And I walked away. He was not happy.
I like that story, Nelly.
Yes.
Don't you? It's very heartwarming. Coming up, do we have Parada, or is he giving us the Belfont snorkel here? I don't think intentionally he never would. He's too nice of a man. Something must have come up.
I would assume that as well. He confirmed earlier today, so maybe it's just something happened.
Yeah. I hope everything's good.
I think, honestly, Joe, the thing about soccer that I've always said is I think every kid should play soccer. I think especially like if you're 6th grade or younger, I think it's the best sport for kids.
Yeah, you got the footwork, you have the endurance, you have the teamwork, you have the passing, you have everything.
And here's the thing. Even if you're not great, there's places we can put you out on the field where you can at least run around and kick the ball every so often. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like baseball where the whole world's watching you every time you go up to bat and you got kids crying because there's so much pressure on them and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like basketball where there's 2 kids that dominate and, ball hog and everything else. Soccer, everyone could just run around and have a good time.
Yeah, I do agree with that. All right. Paul has a new Flow Men's Health coming up. Listen to Starkey, this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Lednor Home Solutions, a.k.a. Gutter Helmet. Get up to 30% off, plus no money down, no payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. 885-HELMET. And I looked at the leaderboard. It was Koepka, last I saw, leading. Tiger was struggling. This update from Pinehurst brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hopefully, coming up, we'll have Johnny Parado. I do have an epic rant from Larry Zonka, of all people, about the undefeated Dolphins. This was good stuff.
That group is a different group of characters, aren't they?
Oh man, they're great. So I'll play that for you
like
next.
Mercury Morris and all these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, get over it, will you please?
I like their feistiness. So we'll hear from Larry Zonka next, and/or John Parado. But first, let's talk a little bit about JP Roofing and Siding. My friend Joe Potochnik is the title sponsor at a golf tournament tomorrow, one that I'll be playing in, and certainly hope that my team wins because the opponent is none other than Jim Colony. And I always like to win when I'm playing against Colony in anything. It's the Foxburg Fest shootout. Our thanks to JP Roofing and Siding. I mean, me and Colony thanking him for sponsoring this. It should be a lot of fun. And if things get a little dicey on the course, I'm guessing that JP will come through because he always does. Platinum Preferred Company, nationally recognized. They've been out to my house a number of times, did exactly what they said they would do, and I never worried about the problem anymore. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Pirates are about to get underway in about 2 hours, concluding their 3-game set in St. Louis. The Pirates then begin a 3-game set against the Colorado Rockies in Colorado tomorrow night. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Time to lower the boom on Colts second-year quarterback Anthony Richardson. With only 4 games of NFL experience, the former Florida star claims playing in the pros is easier than the college game because of the stronger supporting cast. Yeah, I don't think so. Not a very smart comment in my eyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So you're thinking about asking her to marry you. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're in need of a fine quality diamond engagement ring, you're just in time for our spring sale, which can save you up to 30% off the ring of her dreams. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest selection of certified natural and lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. We also stock a huge selection of designer engagement rings and all the classics. We even custom designed. It's our biggest sale of the year, so stop in today. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
As it turns out, I can't play the Larry Zonka rant because there's too much profanity. Not even the beeps would work. But he got mad, sort of in a good-natured way, I'll say that, when somebody questioned whether that undefeated Dolphins team is the greatest NFL team of all time. Are they, Paul? By nature of the fact they went undefeated?
No, they're not. They're not.
They don't deserve that title?
They deserve to be considered the only undefeated team of all time. But there were some teams, I'm sorry, some of those teams in the 80s, the Bears, the Giants team, the one Giants team that won, a couple of the 49ers teams that won, you know what I mean?
Yeah. The Pro Football Network, I like those guys. They rank the greatest teams of all time, and they put those Dolphins on there as number one. They did lead the league in points and points allowed, while being the only undefeated team. Now, would they have, I hear your point. Would they have, this reminds me of the argument that me and Ron always used to have, where people like Jack Lambert and the Chief would say the 76 Steelers that was our greatest team.
Right.
And Ron would say, you can't be the greatest team if you didn't win it all. And I would say, yes, you can. You can be the greatest team if you didn't win it all. They had injuries that kept them from doing it. If those guys think that was their greatest team and it was their greatest roster and conditions they couldn't control kept them from winning it, then why can't they think that was their greatest team ever? It's like the Penguins, their greatest team was 92-93.
Right.
They didn't win it all.
Right.
Can't that still be their greatest team?
Well, and that would be, but see, my thing with that is the problem I have with that is it's hard for me to make a case that they would beat every other team in the history of hockey when they couldn't even beat the team that they had to play.
Well, it would be like if you had Michael Jordan and the Bulls went 80-2 in the regular season and swept their way to the finals, and then Jordan got hurt and they didn't win it all.
Right.
I still think they would have beaten every team in history. The Penguins had Mario Lemieux. Yeah. Had Mario Lemieux battling back issues. They lost Kevin Stevens in that series in Game 7. And the Steelers lost their entire backfield going into Oakland in 76.
They did. They absolutely did.
I still think, and key members of that team still think, that was their greatest team. But it depends on how you define it. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it was the greatest season ever, the Dolphins. Would you agree with that? It was definitely the greatest NFL season ever.
Was it a greater season than, what they won 14 regular season games, right?
Yeah.
And what, 3 playoff games?
Yeah. Yeah. And again, they led the league in points and points allowed.
if they had to play 3 more regular season games and then if they had to play 20 games like teams now, I don't know. It's hard for me. The team that really dropped the ball was the Patriots team that lost to the Giants.
Yeah.
Because if they were 20-0, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Okay. The fact that they lost that Super Bowl, do they still rank among the top 10 teams of all time?
Probably.
The Pro Football Network guys, who include Rick Goslin, I think, is one of them, like really, I think, good football people. They have the 07 Patriots as the second best team of all time. It depends on how you define it, Paul.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to line up every team that ever played and you make adjustments for the era, height, weight, that crap, I might take the 07 Patriots to beat everybody. They just didn't win on one particular day. They might have been the greatest team of all time.
I still probably would pick the Bears team. I think I would pick the Bears team.
See, I think, for example, the 76 Steelers, or 75, whatever, would have throttled that Bears offense. Jim McMahon, an aging Walter Payton, no receivers. I think they might have been shut out by one of these great teams.
But I think they might have shut the other team out, too.
Yeah, that's true.
That defense was ridiculous. I'll tell you another team that we never, ever really talk about. The 49ers team that beat the Chargers with Jerry Rice and all them. Jerry Rice, yeah. Not Roger Craig. Who was the running back?
No, Roger Craig was the guy, yes.
No, Ricky Waters.
Oh.
They had
was
Steve
he on that
Young,
team?
Steve Young, Ricky Waters. That team.
Here's their top 10 teams. Pro Football Network. You ready? Number 10, the 92 Cowboys with Aikman, Smith, Irvin, and the best defense in football. They're 10. 9 is the 89 49ers with Montana, Craig, Ronnie Lott, etc. They went 14-2, and they beat the Broncos 55-10 in the Super Bowl. That was a pretty good team. Yes?
Yeah.
That team might have beaten anybody ever.
Yeah.
The 99 Rams, the greatest show on turf. They scored 58% more points than the league average that year. Warner, Falk, Holt, Bruce, and they didn't have a bad defense either. They basically killed everybody. Now, they had a pretty competitive Super Bowl, but they killed everybody. The 1962 Packers, the 78 Steelers are 6th on this list. Do you think that was the best of the Steeler teams of the 70s? I think 76 was.
Or 75, the one that actually won the Super Bowl, the first time they beat the Cowboys.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The first that team is the team that beat the Cowboys the second time, right? 78.
78.
Yeah.
No, 79 beat them the second time. 70.
I thought that was the Rams.
You're right. 78 was the Cowboys
Yeah.
the second time. 79 was the Rams.
Yeah.
1991 Washington is 5th all time on this list. I don't agree with that.
What 91 Washington?
Yeah. I know the Hogs were great. They went 14-2 in the regular season.
That was the team that beat the Bills.
Yeah. They almost went 19-0. Their 2 losses that year were by a combined 5 points. So maybe he does have a point. But I have to believe, again, if you took the 85 Bears or the 78 Steelers or the 2000 Ravens, did they let Mark Rippon go up and down the field on them?
Probably not.
I don't know. The 84 49ers come in at number 4. Their only loss was a 3-point loss to the Steelers in Week 7.
I remember that, yes.
They were 18-1. Montana was at his very best then.
Yes.
They sent 10 players to the Pro Bowl. That was a great football team. Number 3 is the 85 Bears. Not going to argue that. I love the fact that they had the guts to pick the 07 Patriots as the second best football team of all time. Again, if the simple measurement is record, then it's the Dolphins. And they actually picked the Dolphins as one. if it's who I thought was the best team of all time, nobody stops the 07 Patriots except, of course, the Giants in the Super Bowl.
Well, here's the
but on a given day, they could have scored on the 85 Bears, any of the Steeler teams. They were plus 315 in the regular season.
Here's what I'll tell you. What's funny is, I think they played the Giants in the regular season that year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was competitive.
What if they flip-flopped those two games? They lost the regular season game and they won the Super Bowl. They would be the best team of all time.
You're right about that.
It's even though it's the exact same thing, just, flip-flop when they won and when they lost against, the Giants.
And I love the fact that Belichick played his guys that day. Tony Dungy didn't when the Colts had a chance to go undefeated. Did he play his guys that day? Did they lose to the Chargers?
Yeah, they lost. Yeah, no, he didn't.
I want to play my guys and go for history.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
You have Brady thrown to Randy Moss, for God's sakes. Maybe I think the greatest quarterback throwing to the second greatest receiver of all time. Maybe the most talented receiver. Maybe the greatest receiver of all time. I don't know.
Like I said, the team that always gets overlooked to me is that 49ers team from 94.
Yeah.
The 49ers from 94, they had Steve Young. In their backfield, they had Ricky Waters and William Floyd. And don't forget that Steve Young was basically a runner, too. Then they had Jerry Rice, John Taylor, and Brent Jones.
Not bad.
They were ridiculous. I still get a kick out of people that say, well, if the Steelers would have just beaten the Chargers, they were going to beat the 49ers. Yeah? Really?
They would have given them a game at least.
They would have given them a game, but they weren't beating that team. That team was ridiculous.
Pro Football Reference.
That's second on my list, Joe, of silly, Homer revisionist takes.
What?
The first one is, if Scotty Reynolds doesn't happen, Pitt was going to beat North Carolina.
They were.
They were not going to beat North Carolina.
They were absolutely going to beat North Carolina.
Get pounded by North Carolina.
DeJuan Blair, like a month later, who was the kid in Tyler Hansborough? Destroyed that kid in a one-on-one workout for the NBA.
They were not going to beat
they
North Carolina team.
Yes, they were.
If you look here, what was that, 2008?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, okay. Let's just do this real quick.
They were going to beat them.
It's one of the dumbest takes on the planet.
No, it's not.
They pounded Villanova. But hold up. It was 2007, 08, or 08, 09. Which one was it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay,
I'm old. Remember? Here it is, 2008-09. They lose to Villanova. Pitt lost to Villanova.
Yeah.
We all remember that. Scotty Reynolds.
They beat Villanova 83-69. The game wasn't close even a little bit. Then they destroyed Michigan State. They didn't have a single game in that tournament where it was single digits.
That's okay. One given day, Pitt could have beaten them.
Not one.
Pitt had beaten UConn that year in the Big East Championship, number 1 ranked UConn by 10. 2 weeks earlier, they beat number 1 ranked UConn by 8 at Connecticut. That's how good that Pitt team was.
And guess what? Those teams weren't North Carolina.
Well, Connecticut was pretty darn good. Who did they lose to that year? Anyway, huh?
Who?
Connecticut. Who did they lose? They lost to Izzo in the tournament.
Yeah, Izzo, who then got smoked by North Carolina.
Well, that's fine. Pitt would have beaten that team. Who was on that North Carolina team?
Hansborough, Ty Lawson, Danny Green, Wayne Ellington.
That's who was their star.
Hansborough.
Blair was better than him.
I mean, come on.
All right. If you want to say North Carolina would have won the game, fine. DeJuan Blair was better than Tyler Hansborough. You don't think so?
I think DeJuan Blair was really, really good, but Tyler Hansborough was ridiculously good.
I know for a fact that DeJuan Blair ate him alive in those workouts before the NBA draft.
That has nothing to do with what happened in college basketball.
But it has to do with who was the better player. I mean, what's the other one that you rail against from history, the Homer argument?
No, the Steelers won with they were going to beat the 49ers if they had just beaten the Chargers. They were going to beat the 49ers. No. they were not. Those are the two that drive me the most crazy. I think people forget how good that North Carolina team was and how they just beat the hell out of everyone.
I saw Pitt hammer Connecticut twice. That's why I think they would. And plus, I think that all the pressure of Pitt never getting to a Final Four, they would have been playing with house money in that game. I've always thought that. I think Sam Young would have had a big game. And
Jamie would have called a timeout at the wrong time.
What years are we talking about again?
What?
What years are we talking about?
08, 09. 1 year. That's what I think. What's happening here? What happened to Parado? Is Horse coming on? Here he is. Horse is coming on.
Who's Horse?
Jeff Hathorn. He's the original Horse.
I was going to say, you have so many people that...
I've got a stable of horses. There's no doubt about that.
So, real quick.
Yeah.
There's a thing called whatifsports.com.
Yes.
I ran a simulation of the two teams.
Yeah, who won?
Pitt and North Carolina. Pitt, 100. North Carolina, 93.
Yeah, baby! Pitt wins on the computer. How many points for Blair?
Please.
DeJuan Blair had 28 minutes, went 10 for 13 from the field for 24 points. Sam Young had 26.
I know Sam Young would have eaten that team alive.
Oh,
Cameron
yeah, that's
Hansbrough
right.
had 19.
That's right.
He would have.
Yeah, now we're just gonna lose our mind. I mean,
you make it sound like that was an all-time great North Carolina team.
I make it sound like they were a team that didn't have a close game in the NCAA tournament, and they blew everybody out. You want to know why I make it sound like that? Because that's exactly what they did. But hang on, what, let's see here. What was the final score?
193.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go through number of times that Pitt team scored 100 points. 0.
They would have that night.
0. They scored 90 against Marquette. Remember that Marquette team? They scored 92 against DePaul, 92 against Robert Morris, 93 against Notre Dame.
They would have that night, and they would have won the game.
Oh, please.
And the simulation I ran was on North Carolina's home court as well.
And the simulation he ran was on North Carolina's home court.
Yeah. This is a team that. This is
and
a
I
team
just did a neutral site. Pitt won again.
Pitt won again. They're 2-0 against that team.
That determines it. This is a team that lost to West Virginia in the Big East tournament, 74-60.
That team that year?
Yes.
No, they didn't. They beat Connecticut in the championship.
No, they lost to West Virginia. And then they lost to Villanova. They lost to West Virginia in the first round of the Big East tournament, 74-60.
That's the 08-09 Pitt team?
Yes. Then they beat East Tennessee State, that juggernaut, by,
you're right,
by 10 points.
Then the
team that scores 100 on this simulator scored 60 against Xavier and should have lost, except for the ball. If you remember the ball that went all the way back, and the Xavier guy grabbed it with one hand, and this much of his foot was touching the out of bounds. If he was this far back, Pitt loses that game.
That was a good Xavier team, coached by Sean Miller, and I might add that Pitt put 90 on Marquette in the second last regular season game.
Yeah,
put 90 on them.
Good.
And that was a 23-7 Marquette team. That was a good team. Wes Matthews, people like that. I'm serious.
North Carolina.
That was not a great North Carolina team.
Oh, my God. They won every game in the tournament by double digits or more. They didn't have a close game.
I know, but look at the roster. It wasn't a great team. Look at Blair, Young, Fields. Yeah, Jermaine Dixon would have been problematic offensively. But coming off the bench, they had Gil Brown, Brad Wanamaker, and Ashton Gibbs. That was a really good Pitt team. You'll acknowledge that much.
Yeah, they were. They just weren't as good as North Carolina.
No, they weren't. They were better.
Oh, my God. Again.
No, they weren't better, but they would have won that particular game.
They would
and the
not
West
have won
Virginia
that game.
team that they lost to, by the way, the Fighting Crowleys, was that was a good team, too.
Who's Crowley?
Yeah, I forgot. Deshaun Butler was on that team. Devin Ebanks, Alex Ruoff.
The next year, they went to the Final Four, that West Virginia team.
All right.
Alex Ruoff. There's a name.
He was great. Those teams were fun. They were fun to cover. So was Pitt basketball. I miss that. I miss the Big East.
Pitt.
What it used to be.
When Pitt was in the Big East and rolling, that was as fun of a team, that was as fun of a time to watch sports as I can remember.
It really was. And I forgot what I owe you, City Limits or Nelly, but whoever you've become. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Fiat. Route 19, Peters Township. That's the 50-minute mark, celebrating 50 years. In the South Hills, the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Paul, I believe you have a message for the people, but first, Jeff Hathorn coming up next. He has spent significant time around the Steelers. I want to get some impressions of what he's seen over there from the quarterbacks, maybe some people who might surprise us. Is Cole Holcomb going to play early in the season, like people are starting to believe he might? Just all kinds of things from over at the Steelers. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Mostly sunny and a high of 88. Paul?
This is Paul Zeiss. New Flow Men's Health has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Today to take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Thank you, Paul. The NBA Finals are here. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you the chance to win alongside the champions. Man, too bad you couldn't bet on how many times Luka complains about a call. The over-under would be like 90.5 for a given game. But right now, I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that the Mavericks weren't able to get a game of the first three. But as you watch it, you see one team's playing basketball, the other team's playing, horse pretty much. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, so much more. No better place to bet all the final action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your Fan Headlines. Pirates and Cardinals in action in about an hour and a half. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2025 Ram 1500 payments starting at $379 for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler with payments starting at $265 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at idlewild.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first-time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1B2 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates in action in about an hour against the St. Louis Cardinals, wrapping up their 3-game set in St. Louis. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Now back to the Joe Show with Paul Zeiss.
Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, we've got Jeff Hathorn with us, KDK Sports Director. He spent an awful lot of time over in the Steelers facility, and so we're going to talk to him about what he's seen. And Jeff, how are you doing today? Number one.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Number one, how are you doing today? Number two, are you glad that you are going to be getting a little vacation away from the Steelers facilities?
Yes, it's too damn early for football. But it has been good. I mean, you watch these guys, and the biggest thing is to try to figure out, okay, what's real? Like, what of the things that we saw on the field are going to translate into real football, and what are just things that are guys, working out in shorts and kind of glorified combine? Plus, how many times is the train going to go by while you're on the air? So all of those things factor in.
Yeah. Well, coming out of minicamp, I know going into OTAs or rookie minicamp or minicamp or whatever the hell we're calling these things, coming into it, the biggest story obviously was the quarterbacks and the new offensive coordinator. Coming out of it, what are the biggest stories?
I think the fact, George Pickens told us yesterday that he's working a lot in the slot, and that, I don't know, maybe we're looking at this number 2 receiver thing all wrong. Instead of looking for a guy to beat Deontay, maybe move George inside and a Van Jefferson or somebody to be determined is someone that's going to run the outside. I thought that was interesting. Watching Russ and Justin work, get along with their teammates, especially, they both have done a really nice job of getting to know their guys. But you see the interaction with Justin and just like the little playful jokes already with some of the offensive linemen. He really seems to have endeared himself with the organization. The other thing, I don't know if this is going to lead to anything. It may mean nothing at all. But, man, the drills that they do, how precise they are, how every rep matters, how there seems to be more accountability when you screw up under Arthur Smith than we've seen in a few years with the Steelers offense. Again, that may amount to nothing. But from what we can see in these drills, that part has been impressive. And I would say the other thing is defensively, the athleticism there at middle linebacker is so much more than we've seen in a while. With Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson, the rookie out of NC State. I mean, you're seeing guys in open spaces, again, in shorts, that are running to places or being able to cover guys that we haven't seen in I don't know, maybe since the Shazier days.
Right. I just think that it's one of those things. So you've seen some of these rookies running around. What are your impressions? Obviously, they're in shorts and they're not, being asked to hit and all that. But what are your impressions of them?
I like the way Zach Frazier gets along with the teammates. I mean, Nate Herbig is a great story. He has worked really hard to get to where he's at. I think it's going to be Zach Frazier's job if he can handle, obviously, the physical stuff, which is the most important thing. But what he's done out here, I tell you what, Paul, you watch Fautano getting into open space. Like, you see offensive linemen get into open space. But the thing that's different about him is he'll get into open space on a drill, but he'll be able to adjust. Like, he can stop and cut like a fullback, but he's got all that size. That is impressive to me. I mentioned Peyton Wilson. Those are the things I mean, Roman Wilson's done all right. I wouldn't say that he stood out. He's done all right. And I think even Ryan Watts, I think at times Watts looks a little lost back there, but you can see some athleticism and why they were intrigued to take a chance on him late in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. You have a lot of guys that probably – so would you say that the Steelers' defense is going to be faster and more athletic than it was last year?
Yes. Better, we'll see. Faster and more athletic? Oh, yeah. Especially – and there's kind of a growing feeling that, Holcomb may be able to start doing some things during training camp. And he was coming on last year right before his injury and showed off some of his athleticism. Especially at the middle linebacker position, obviously at outside linebacker, they're set. They feel better about their depth on the defensive line. Secondary, we'll see. As much as Cam Sutton, you can think what you want the off-field stuff. I think he's a good ad on the field. He knows the system. He could fit into that slot. He brings athleticism and he brings versatility to that secondary. But man, it's all going to be about what Dante Jackson does on that other side. I mean, you feel pretty good about Joey Porter going into year 2. What is Jackson going to be on that other side?
Now, when we read about Jackson, and it sounds like he's really fast. He's got a lot of speed. The questions are about his coverage, and I guess we won't be really able to see that until they get in pads and stuff.
Yeah, and even remember how we were kind of fooled about the offense last year during the exhibition games. We might be fooled again because we don't know, who he's going to face from a quarterback standpoint. The guys love him. He's coming with a great attitude. He talks a big game. He's really confident. He thinks that part of the issues that he had were because of the team he was on. I guess we'll see. I mean, this is a chance for him to reinvent himself, and it's his last year of his contract. And if he were to have a good year and be better than a lot of people think, then he's going to reward himself financially.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. It's an interesting theme with this team. We're talking with Jeff Hathorn, the KDK sports director. Jeff, the interesting thing to me is that this is a team that has a whole lot of guys that are basically proving it this year based on their contracts and whatnot.
Yeah, not just young guys. I mean, both the quarterbacks are in prove-it years. Even with the things that Russell Wilson has done, I mean, he was written off so much so that they're paying him a hell of a lot of money in Denver not to be their quarterback. Justin Fields was, pushed aside when they could have maybe traded down and added a receiver if they really believed in him. So he's got to prove it. And then they've got you mentioned some other guys, even Patrick Queen. Like, can you do it without Roquan Smith? There's been a lot of questions. Okay, reason he had the numbers he had last year was because of Roquan. Dante would be another. I mean, there are guys on this team, even someone like a Pat Freiermuth who's looking for a contract. He's got to prove it. And there's Dan Moore or others on that offensive line that their contracts are coming up. They need to prove that as well.
Jeff, what kind of vibes was Najee giving off at OTAs?
I don't want to talk to you vibes, meaning us. He's dealing with something. Tomlin alluded to whatever it was he was dealing with. They were being cautious, and I say that meaning an injury standpoint. I mean, he's been around the guys. Listen, he's been very engaged with his teammates. There are times where he's running out and leading a drill. He is not, slumped around, but there's something, as Tomlin kind of alluded to, that's bothering him. It seems like from a physical standpoint. He's been out here. He was out here yesterday, but wasn't able to practice, or they didn't put him out there in practice. But I would say he's been, with the exception of when we want to talk to him, he's been in a pretty good mood.
Well, that's so. Yeah. Well, again, what do you? I mean, the thing about him is I don't know.
What? Spit it out.
Najee's just Najee. He doesn't. Move.
Yes.
Is he actually happy to be maybe off to free agency if that's what happens? I mean, if I were him and I wasn't getting the contract I wanted, that would be the second best thing. Let me prove myself and go out and get a big deal if I can.
Joe, he is one of those athletes that you cover that the mood swings vary. And when they vary quickly and they vary severely. We've seen at times where he was moping during his career, then at times where he is the most energetic guy out there, to a guy where he's calling for the offensive coordinator to be fired or saying that the team lacks discipline after losing a playoff game. He's kind of all over the place. Like I said, I wish we had an opportunity to ask him to get a feel for what he is thinking, but we just haven't had that. From what we hear from and asking other teammates about him, that he has been what they've needed. He's talked to the younger guys. He's excited about the offense. We just don't know that from his mouth.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he's Najee as Najee. You got to see some of these young linemen moving around, the offensive line guy, the tackles and the new center and all that stuff. Obviously, football in shorts, but what are your thoughts on some of those guys?
Yeah, football in shorts. I would say it seems like Broderick Jones is taking a little step. He doesn't look as rigid as he was last year, and obviously that would stand to reason being year two. Like I said, Fontano's athleticism really stands out, and it seems like Frazier's getting a grasp of what's going on. And, they also have some depth now. If Dan Moore starts or doesn't start, you feel like there's a good tackle behind. If Nate Herbig doesn't win the center job, he's a guy that could be at guard or center. And they like, McCormick is a guy I want to see in game action. Out here, it's nice, but him especially because he didn't play the Power 5 level. I want to see how he does first in practice and then in preseason games before I really have a judgment on him. But there is athleticism here, especially at the tackle position. It's not, maybe in years they've had, plodding tackles, or this is going to be a very aggressive and athletic offensive line, and I think that plays into the way Arthur Smith wants to run an offense.
Jeff Hathorn on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the all-important text line for texts in the city brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff is brought to you by Lednor Corporation. Gutter helmet. No more cleaning gutters, no more ladders, no more clogs. 888-5-HELMET for a free gutter assessment. Did you guys see this Patriots Love Fest? Was it yesterday where you had Brady up there in the Patriots Hall of Fame induction? Seems like an odd time of year for that. But, man, the ovations that him and Belichick got and just the overall Love Fest. And what really has me ticked off is Boston's about to win another title here. There are kids who were born in the year 2000 who have now been alive for it's going to be, I think, their 17th parade.
Yeah.
This is insanity, Jeff. What's happening here?
It was funny. I was listening to one of the weekend shows, maybe it was a year ago even, on the Infinity Sports Network, and people were calling in like, hey, call me from a tortured city that hasn't won anything recently, and it'd be Buffalo or Cleveland or whatever. Some dude called from Boston, and the host's like, oh, wait a minute. Just get the hell out of here. And he ripped him as he should, because this guy, we haven't won anything in like 3 years. Like, screw you. Boston's won everything, and you're right. When I see a Patriots Love Fest, I kind of look to see if maybe there's a rerun of Friends on somewhere on TV.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the Bruins won 1 or 2, right? One or at least one.
They won 1. The Red Sox won 4. The Celtics will now have won
at least 3, I think.
Since 2000? I don't know, but the Patriots won how many? 6?
6. Yeah.
Does UConn count?
No. Not really.
Jeff, is somebody moving your stuff? What's happening there? We hear beeping in the background.
Well, kind of know how it works. I can't be out on the field, so I had to come out into the little parking area, and it's closer to the road. So there's all kinds of vehicles and trains and planes and automobiles all over the place there.
How about the two Wilson rookies? What do they look like? Peyton and Roman.
Peyton's been very impressive. And the one thing I was, his athleticism is really something to watch. Now, can he do it on the field? Will he learn the playbook enough? Can he make an impact his rookie season? I think the thing is, especially if Holcomb's able to come back, they won't need him to. I mean, it could be a redshirt year for him, or you could spot him into just certain situations to get him some work. As for Roman, you could see why in college he had the stat of, one drop his last year in Michigan. Guy has great hands. And there's some things he still has to learn. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's been good. And again, they're running across the field without worried about being hit. So it's easy to have good hands at this point. But yeah, both have been good. I would say the one rookie that really jumps out to me is just, I was mentioning to Paul about watching Fautanu run in open space and his ability to change direction. It's something to see.
Yeah. That's interesting. How many have we had yeah, okay, that's right. We've had Penguin parades. I was going to say, have we even had a parade since 2000? But we've had 3 Penguin parades.
Does UConn count for them?
No. And
it's only an hour away, Paul.
And 2 Steelers. So we've had 5 here since 2000.
If you counted UConn, you'd have how many women's and men's titles since then? Do you count
number?
Paul, how do you not count UConn? It's as close to here as, like, I don't know.
Hartford is not Boston.
All right.
I mean, what about Frozen Fours? If you do that for the Boston
and
area, how many of those schools won?
I mean, my thing is UConn, Boston can't.
It's 83 miles away.
I'll tell you.
How far away is like Katanning and places like that?
83 miles. So we're gonna claim.
It only feels like 83 miles most days.
We're gonna claim. We're gonna now claim. Anytime West Virginia wins, that's a parade for Pittsburgh.
Yes. What if East Brady wins?
East Brady is probably less than 83 miles.
Katanning is 36 miles.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How about Du Bois? Du Bois is Western Pennsylvania.
It's not. We should not get credit if the Du Bois. Do
people from Du Bois say I'm from Pittsburgh?
No.
Do they say I'm from Western Pennsylvania?
No. They say they're from Du Bois.
Is that right, Jeff?
Although James Conner was kind of credited as a Western PA guy, being from Erie.
Well, Erie is in Western PA. That's at least geographically
like
correct.
Pittsburgh, he played against Whitfield teams.
That's at least an hour and a half away. But
it's actually in Western PA.
I know, but the point being, do they claim Pittsburgh championships
as their own? If the Erie Seawolves win a championship, no, we're not going to claim a parade here for them. No.
How far away is Old Stonewall? How far away is Zelienople?
Like 30 miles or 25 miles or something. My point. No, I tell you what's funny though, Joe. You'll like this.
Yes.
So the guy from the Hartford Courant. I was when I was covering the NBA. I was talking to I was at the NBA Finals in New York, and I was talking to the guy from the Hartford Courant, and he was upset that he was covering the Celtics. And I said, why? He said, well, I was covering UConn women. This is a demotion. I said, let me get this straight. You're upset that you got to cover the Celtics as opposed to the UConn women. This is what we're going with? But up there, yes.
By the way, guys, can I bring up something that I've noticed with all of our callers, who I love to our station? Doesn't it feel like right now with the Pirates, it's like a hockey playoff series that with every win you feel like they're a playoff team, and every loss they're the worst team in the world?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a football mentality, yeah.
Right. It's great that there's that much buy-in, but it's like every win or loss, the reaction is like 100% one way or the other.
Well, again, that is true.
How about Connellsville? Is Connellsville?
Oh, my God. It's within 83 miles.
If you're Connellsville, you're saying you're from Pittsburgh.
No, but you're not.
Are you, Jeff? Are you saying that?
I'd say you have to be from, within about 15 miles.
15 miles? That's barely McKeesport.
All right, 20.
Jeff? If you're from Connellsville, you're 55 miles from here right now. I would say I'm from Pittsburgh. I would claim Pittsburgh titles from Connellsville.
I don't know. Don't we claim, what is the guy's name? John Woodruff, the Olympic tracks gold medalist?
Yes, we do.
We
claim him.
That is what's hilarious.
Arnie is kind of claimed as a Pittsburgher.
That is what's hilarious. We, for purposes of who's from Pittsburgh, it's amazing how, we draw the lines around the circle. You're right. Yeah. Arnie is a Pittsburgher, even though he's from Latrobe.
Right. Or Sharon Stone is from Pittsburgh, even though she's from, Meadville.
Well, where else would Latrobe? Look at this. There's one route out to Uniontown that's 66 miles. That's almost as far as Boston to Yukon. They're Pittsburghers.
They're in a different state. That doesn't count.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, boys.
Jeff Hathorn, our very own on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. And he's brought to you by Ledner Corporation. Gutter helmet, no more cleaning gutters, no more ladders, no more clogs. 885-HELMET for a free gutter assessment. Paul, you have a new flow read coming up momentarily. We're going to close with Tex in the City, so your very best at 412-928-9370. And we'll get to all that next. Awaken 180 weight loss. Social media's biggest loser, Donnie Football, brought to you by Awaken 180 weight loss. Donnie looks like half the man he used to be, and I mean that as a compliment. The guy's unbelievable right now. So loser is actually winner when you're talking about Awaken 180 weight loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Paul?
This is Paul Zeiss. New Flow Men's Health has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction for a limited time. New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? No pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play the St. Louis Cardinals today in St. Louis, capping their 3-game series. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Pirates today, having an 8-3 record going into the matchup. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. By the way, that game is scheduled for 2:15 in St. Louis, and that game can also be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And for more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, right now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th. Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular's single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Since no NBA team has ever wasted a 3-0 series lead, I'll go ahead and congratulate the Celtics on title number 18. I'm so glad we can soon stop debating Brad Stevens' NBA value and Jason Tatum's ability to play a key role with a title team. I'm Andrew Bogish.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. The NBA Finals are here, and we're giving you a chance to win alongside the champions. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and a ton more. So the series is going to shift here to Dallas for games 3 and 4, and the Mavericks
with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, since they made those moves at the deadline to bring Washington and Gafford in, they've had the best record. Boston can have the right personnel on the floor, but there are just some things you can't game plan for, and that is the offensive playmaking of Luka and Kyrie. So FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Paul, I'm not going to be with you tomorrow. I'm going to be at my golf tournament.
Foxburg.
I never thought I would say that. It's the Colony Starkey.
What's the name of this course?
Showdown. What?
What's the name of this course that you're playing?
Foxburg.
Is it a country club?
I don't think.
Foxburg Country Club. Let's see. The oldest golf course in America, right?
Yeah. What's the official name there?
The
that you're seeing?
Foxburg Country Club.
Oh. Well, then it is a country club.
Well, I think it's a country club in name only. Hang on, let's see.
This is the Foxburg Fest Shootout.
I think it's a country club in name only, considering the greens fees Monday through Friday, 18 holes with a cart are only $33.
You should have played in this. I wish you had known about it.
Well, I mean, then who would be here to man the show?
Who would be here to man the store? That's an excellent point. Let's do Tex in the City first. Let me tell you.
Do you know anything about the course?
No, I know it's very unique. It's the oldest continuous course in the country. That's all I know.
That's what I mean. Okay, I'm looking at some photos here, some aerial photos.
What do they look like?
It looks like it's a really beautiful course.
I can't wait to play it.
Old school course with lots of trees, so that's not good for those of us who don't hit it straight. Oh yeah, lots of trees.
Oh, no.
But that's okay. It's a beautiful course, it looks like.
I can't wait to get out there. Look, there's a picture of a flag in a hole. I'll see that every 7 shots or so. And Colony will be there, which always brightens the day. It's What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester. Thank you, Mr. Hester, very kindly. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years. In the South Hills, let's do a little Tex in the City, shall we, Nelly? You read them, we rank them 1 to 10.
Sounds good to me. This is from Rawson Beaver. This is a stat that he put out there that I had no idea that it was a thing. Pete Alonso, routinely hitting 40-plus home runs. The last Pirate to hit 40 home runs in a season was Willie Stargell in 1973, 51 years ago.
That's a 10 because that's one of the most amazing stats in all of baseball, Paul. The last Pirate to hit 40 homers was Stargell in 73? Are you blanking kidding me?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's true, though. I remember when Josh Bell, it looked for all the world like he was going to hit 40. It felt like he hit 40 in May that one year.
Yeah.
And I remember asking him about it, and he's like, yeah, that would be cool. I don't know if I'll get there. Well, he never did, which was very unfortunate. I give that a 10. You?
Yes, 9.5. I think it's good. I like it.
9.5 from Paul. Next.
This is about the chanting from the dugout. We would used to yell from the dugout toward the pitcher, "Get him a bucket, he's throwing up." And that is from Sam in Masontown.
Get him a bucket, he's throwing up? That doesn't exactly have a ring to it from the dugout.
Doesn't rhyme.
Yeah, that's horrible, and I give him a 1. Paul?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I give him a 1.5 because I don't even know what does he mean? What is he talking about?
We were talking about things we used to chant on the field and in the dugout in Little League, like he's
I know
a whiffer,
that, but I'm just
he's
saying,
a whiffer, he can hit, he can hit, he can hit.
What does that mean?
Maybe the pitcher's nervous?
Yeah,
okay.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Mostly sunny with a high of 88. Do you have that Brady thing?
I do, but I have one last one.
Yeah, let's do one last one.
It's a question for Paul. Paul, what EPL team do you support?
Wow.
What's EPL?
English Premier League.
The Premier League teams. I mean, I actually like Chelsea. I like Chelsea. I also like, I'm not one of these people that has one team. I like Manchester United a little bit. I like Chelsea. If Liverpool's on, I like watching Liverpool. There's about 3 or 4 of them that I really like to watch.
Don't you think you have to appreciate the nuances of soccer to really enjoy it?
Yes.
Like, I can't enjoy it.
But I also think that one of the things about the English Premier League is it's the best of the best of the best of the best players in the world.
They suck.
Probably, but they're still the best of the best of the best.
No, they are incredible. They're incredible athletes. They are. And the whole thing, I can't control what I'm entertained by and what I'm not entertained by. I don't think any of us can. We flip the channels, so to speak, on our televisions, on our phones, whatever. And whatever captures our attention is what we do. You know how you know what somebody likes in life? It's what they do. There's a very easy tell there. I can't control it. I don't want to watch soccer. It comes on the television, I turn. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it.
What about the World Cup?
Sucks.
Well, again, have you watched the Premier League?
Yeah, no, because whenever it's on, I turn.
I bet you if you watched it a little bit, you would start to like it.
The only thing I like is penalty kicks. I'll watch that. I have the attention span of a gnat. So I'll watch that to be titillated for a minute.
There were multiple texters and people who called in and said that your chances, are you thinking that you have a chance of scoring on a EPL goalie or
easily, yeah,
from a Riverhounds goalie?
I've already scored on a Riverhounds goalie multiple times on penalty kicks, or a potential Riverhounds goalie.
They said that you have no chance against one of the world-class goalies.
Yeah, I do. He goes left and I kick right. Goal. What are they talking about? Of course I have a chance. Paul, do you? You're a former goalie.
I mean, what are you, like 8-9 yards away or something?
Yeah, I just blast the ball to one side. If he goes that side, he stops me. If he doesn't, I score.
And the thing is, if you blast it inside the goalpost, you're going to have a really good chance of winning. I mean, of scoring.
Are there tells about how I approach the ball?
But again, if you hit it to the right spot, they can't get to it even if they try.
Now the question then becomes, can I hit it to the right spot?
That's the point.
Well, not very often.
That's the
but
point.
Once in a while.
If they're asking you to do it 10 times out of 10, you're not going to.
He sucks.
But if you tell me...
Who does? I don't know. The show's almost over. What? Paul?
This guy. No, I said if you're not going to do it 10 times out of 10. But
of course not.
Yeah.
They said I could never do it.
Against one of the world-class... Well, how fast are you kicking the ball?
I don't care if it's Hope Solo or anybody like that. If I kick it to the right and she has to go one way or the other. What do they mean I have no chance?
I guess there's only one way to find out.
That's right. You should set up a one-on-one with me against the greatest goalie in the world.
We'll see what Peter Cech is up to.
Is that who the greatest goalie is, Paul? Peter Cech?
I mean, I guess. If he says that, I guess.
Do you know who he is?
Yes, but I mean, there's literally 2,000, 3,000 professional goalies in the world, depending on what leagues and all that other stuff.
Next.
I thought we were moving on to Brady, but I don't think we have time for Brady right now.
What time are we out?
49 in the...
Oh, yeah, you're right. We don't have time for Brady. Well, Paul, I hate to leave you here alone tomorrow with Nellie, but it looks like that's the way it's trending here. I'm going to be out at Foxburg, and I can't wait.
Well, that'll be fun.
I think so.
By the way, someone says, DuBois folks say they're from Western PA. My uncle lived in Clearfield for many years, spent a lot of time up there.
Yeah. Treasure Lake's a great golf course up there. Andrew McCutcheon's wife is from DuBois.
There's two golf courses at Treasure Lake.
Yes, there are. The gold and the silver,
The gold is very difficult. The silver is more wide open.
I've never played a course like that before. It's like you're in a little enchanted forest.
The Gold, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I
Gold.
love it.
The Gold is really tight. It's actually probably similar to what you're going to be playing tomorrow, it looks like, where there's lots of trees and lots of gauntlet holes and lots of places where if you hit it right or left, you're going to struggle. So, do you like trees on golf courses?
No, because I always hit into them. I like it where it's wide open, where if I hit a drive that's 100 yards to the right, I'm just on the next fairway, but still with a shot. But I do like the setting. I shouldn't say that. Like Treasure Lake was awesome.
Yeah.
And I think Foxburg's going to be the same
Yeah,
way, where
I mean,
you
I think
really feel like you're golfing in an enchanted forest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that one of the things that a lot of golf courses are starting to do now
Chop down the trees?
is they're chopping down the trees, and they're basically trying to make them links courses.
Why? Because that makes the golfers happier?
Well, a couple things. One, trees. The trees by nature are going to make for longer rounds because people are looking for their balls
Good
under
point.
the trees and all that
Some
other
people
stuff.
look longer than others, I might add.
Right. But you know what I'm saying? If you're in the trees, but then also you got to try and just bang it out of the trees. So you take the trees out, it helps. Number two, there's some weird thing that comes out of the trees that actually makes it really difficult to maintain greens and in fairways, I guess. You know what I mean? Like
What do you mean? Like goblins
like
or
a
something?
syrup or like not syrup, but some kind of thing that actually makes it really
Sap?
difficult.
Yeah.
It's like sap or I'm not exactly sure. I was talking to John from Cedarbrook about it one day, but basically
Warren Sapp.
Trees make it really difficult to maintain certain areas of the golf course. So you get rid of the trees, but also golfers they want courses to be a little bit easier, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you, Paul, and have a nice day tomorrow.
All right.
Goodbye, Nellie.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals in about 25 minutes in St. Louis, wrapping up their series. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Pirates. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. New York goes for the sweep today in Kansas City as the Yankees look to make it 5 straight wins overall. The Yankees have slugged their way to winning all 3 games so far in this 4-game series. They put up 10 runs on Tuesday and 11 more on Wednesday. The BetQL model thinks those bats may cool off just a bit. The model is on the under in today's final of the 4-game set. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Pins Mechanical Company is a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual and connect to the real. Games like duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and classic arcade games. A fully stocked bar with fun cocktails and refreshing ice-cold beer. Pins has something for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Get 2% cash back on every swipe and enjoy a 3.99% balance transfer rate with a wide-range Visa tailored to fit your needs from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for more information. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paid actor portrayal. Dude, guess how much I pay for $1 million term life insurance policy?
Gotta be at least $150 a month.
Nope. I got coverage through Ethos all online for less than $70 a month and no medical exam. Just answered a few health questions.
That's impressive. I'm shocked you have life insurance.
Wait, don't you? You have a wife and kids. What if something happens to you? With Ethos, you can start your coverage the same day.
Wow. I'm sold.
Get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, 15 minutes away from first pitch in St. Louis. The Pirates and Cardinals rubber match with last night's loss. The Pirates back in the basement of the NL Central. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you can trot out Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, and Mitch Keller, when you can come with Colin Holderman in the 8th, he's got a sub-1 ERA this year, and David Bednar, who, after a bad start has stabilized himself in the 9th. It's the sort of pitching that would be so good in October if they can just manage to get themselves there. If the Pirates can go out and actually make a move and acquire a bat or two to go along with Nick Gonzalez, who's been really good since he's come up, and O'Neill Cruz and Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds, maybe there's something there.
All right, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Let's do a little Bucco pregame here before first pitch, and then we'll get back to them once the game ends in St. Louis. We've got Mitch Keller on the mound, and you have Jeff Passan of ESPN saying there that they're a dangerous October team if they actually make a move, and maybe there's something there for them in a trade that would make them look legit. Because, Malsey, have you seen the lineup today?
Not great.
It's brutal, dude.
Not great. No.
Brian Hayes is batting leadoff.
It's suboptimal. Rowdy Tellez is hitting 5th.
Olivares is cleanup.
Now, anytime you can have Edward Olivares hitting cleanup, you take that chance.
Apparently, Nick Gonzalez, who is how old?
Like 24, 25, probably.
They had a day off on Monday.
Is he okay? I mean,
your hottest hitter is out of the lineup.
Let's
today.
keep that maintenance day going.
I mean, I get it to some extent with your young pitchers,
Young hitters, though, should be in the lineup every day. Unless, like, the guy has some nagging injury that isn't enough to put him on the IL, but
sure
isn't
doesn't
enough.
look like it with the way he's swinging the bat.
Of course not. Of course not. No, the guy looks like the best offensive player on the team, one of the better offensive players in the league since he was called up. The fact that you're going Hayes, Reynolds, Cruz, Olivares, Tellez, Trio, like, here's a guy we don't talk about because he's quiet and he is very good with the glove. Jared Triolo hitting 6th. Jared Triolo's terrible on offense.
I blame myself for that.
Jack Sawinski, terrible. Yasmani Grandal, terrible.
160 hitter.
Michael A. Taylor had an RBI yesterday and stole a base and made some good plays, only for Henry Davis to strand him because he doesn't understand the concept of situational hitting whatsoever.
Nope.
He's not good, though, either. They have in their lineup today, I'm not going to count Tellez because he's been playing well for 10 days. They have what I would call...
He gets a Mulsey reprieve.
I'm just not going to mention him one way or the other. Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz are the only threats that I even see in this lineup. Also, I mean, this is insane. Why isn't Henry Davis playing again? I don't care that it's a day game after a night game. My God, if all I hear about is how Henry Davis, everyone kind of talks about how if he can get going. The Pirates' lead story on their website,
Who's their
Tony,
DH today?
The DH is Reynolds. So McCutchen is not playing. It's Olivares in right.
Against a
Sawinski
right-handed
in left,
pitcher, not
and
even
Taylor.
a lefty.
So here's my thing. The Pirates' own team website, their top story in the little bar on the side is Davis, basically big home run from Davis, hopefully a sign of things to come. So the people writing for the house organ, so to speak, are hinting at that, hoping that Henry Davis breaks out. I don't care that it's a short turnaround. Why wouldn't you want to strike while the iron's hot? The last memory he has of stepping into the batter's box ended with him jogging around the bases for the first time this year. Why would you not put him back out there?
Because you can't play a catcher in a day game after a night game. That's the rule. That's the Pirates team rule. You're not allowed to do that.
Does it go against the Geneva Conventions?
So if there was ever a playoff game the day after a night game, they'd have their backup in
bench. I mean, come on, man.
Can I actually give you another take on that? I don't think Keller wants to throw to Davis.
I think you're probably right.
How many times have they?
Then it's more valuable to have Keller what Keller wants, given that he's got a 1 ERA for the last month plus.
I don't think that Davis has caught him since March.
Well, that goes.
And I don't think
that
that's
goes
a
back.
coincidence.
But that goes back to another thing you and I have said for a while. Can this guy actually catch and field the position and play the position? It's the most demanding defensive position on the dime, and the answer
Ferdinand,
is.
Can you turn my mic volume up a little bit, sir?
Ferdinand?
Yes.
Like Magellan? By the way, did you happen to ask? We saw Harry Callis today. We had a little station event.
Oh, by the way, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Did you guys ask him about if he knew what province of Canada Edmonton was located in?
He said North America. He had no idea that Alberta was a province.
Wait. Did he know what provinces themselves were?
I don't think he did, based on how he attempted to answer. He is in, it's starting to come together, July 3rd, fan-producer hot dog eating contest. The whole crew of producers, 10-minute hot dog eating contest. I will go to a Costco or whatever in Sam's Club and provide the wieners.
The Frankfurters.
We just need someone to grill them up.
I'll grill
in
them
the
up.
parking lot at work.
I could grill them up. Well, wait, we have to acquire a grill that can handle all that.
I have a portable grill that I can bring.
We'd have to bring them in batches and then keep them hot. You can't ask these guys to eat room temperature or lukewarm or
How many hot dogs do you
cold
think
wieners.
we'd have to make?
How many producers? Three?
Well,
Is it the full-timers only?
Well, we're inviting them all.
Bechtold?
So Austin Bechtold could be in.
Nick Harry Callis.
Donnie.
If he wants to do it.
Donnie,
Dom.
I got a confirmation from Donnie today.
Intern Dom, who's now producer Dom.
Intern Dom last night is in.
Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers if he wants to.
Yep, have not talked to him.
Charlie Gorgeous Borges.
He is in.
Boy, these producers have some good nicknames, by the way.
Matty Ice, we've not heard from. Joel Nelson, who I think is a sleeper to win the whole thing.
Not a sleeper. Are you kidding me? I've seen Nelly. He opens doors now. If they're push doors, he can just belly a bump.
Oh, come on, man. Really?
He's just giving a little belly bump.
Really?
He's not.
Who are you now? Cook fat-shaming people?
Oh, yes. You have room to talk here. I'm just saying Nelly's got like.
What? You just called him fat?
No, he's not fat. He's got a barrel chest now.
Craig, our producer, nominated Nathan Haluschek as a combatant.
Well, I know Nathan.
He's got a full-time job. So
and I also know Nathan has lost a lot of weight. Like, he was heavier, and he has really lost a ton of weight.
Let's not forget about Dr. Cornfetter.
I'll tell you what, if Cornfetter was allowed to get high beforehand, I feel like he would be a
well,
very
if it's for
strong
medicinal
competitor.
purposes,
Yeah.
I guess he would.
If he was allowed to just get baked, I think he could do it. Are we leaving anybody out on the cutting room floor here for this hot dog eating contest?
Finley, but he doesn't.
He wouldn't eat hot dogs.
He doesn't eat hot dogs.
Can I,
so he's out.
can I eat cheeseburgers, guys?
He's out.
Chicken tenders, please.
So July 3rd is the tentative date for that.
Now, will you be able to, if we have this go off, will you be able to just sit there and calmly, like, enjoy a hot dog on a hot summer day while they're actually stuffing their faces?
You think I'm going to be so grossed out and appalled by it it's going to ruin the hot dog experience for me? I've watched the hot dog eating contest, the real one, before, and it doesn't
bother you?
I don't have an aversion to hot dogs now.
Do you think any of these guys will try to do the chestnut style where they're dipping buns in water and they're just breaking hot dogs in half and barely
Donnie,
chewing?
will you?
I was never really too keen on that, and I would have to practice the strategy to pull
I
it
don't
off.
think you do it. I think you eat hot dogs like a man with some dignity, and you just try to put them in the bun, maybe even top them with mustard if you want, and eat them like a normal person.
But without like dipping them in the water, what do you think of the idea of eating a hot dog plain and then eating the bun after that?
I think you just got to try to calmly, in 10 minutes, maybe knock down about 4 or 5 hot dogs and hope that's enough. Because somebody's going to start out fast.
Well, Callis seemed very bullish on his chances today when we went over this.
Mr. Filipponi, I could dust the floor, mop the floor with these fellas.
He was also spilling champagne on himself.
Here's the one thing I'll say about Nelson in this
event we had today, yes?
Nelson is a slow and steady wins the race guy. He's more tortoise than hare. He's never going to get out over his skis. I think Nelly could come in there and maybe say, in his mind, say, if I eat 4, I'm actually going to win.
Omar Khan's going to join us at 3 o'clock. We will ask you to input some questions for that. We'll get your feedback on it, what you want us to ask the Steelers GM. His first time on the air with us since May of last year, so we're really excited about that. Speaking of GMs, The Athletic has a list of Pirates trade deadline targets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go through these. Should I challenge you and see if you can name the team these guys play for, or no?
I don't
we
care.
don't have to do
I'll
that.
embarrass myself. I don't care. I did that enough already today.
Look, you did not.
Let's
Donnie,
go.
can
Let's
you
do
tell
it. Come on,
Chris
let's
that he
do
did
it.
not
Let's go.
embarrass
Let's
himself,
go.
that it's
Come
only
on.
in his head?
Yeah, he was not happy with his thank you speech, which I thought was more than fine.
Right. Can you just impart to him that he's being
Let's go.
self-loathing?
Let's do it.
All right. Luis Robert Jr.
Chicago White Sox.
Yep, center fielder. Brent Rooker.
A's.
Yep. Brian De La Cruz.
Now we're getting into problem territory. I'll say Miami.
Yes. Jesus Sanchez.
Not Miami again.
Yes.
Wow.
Bill Whitaker.
Bill Whitaker?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a real person.
It isn't. You got me.
Wait a minute. That was the right answer?
Yes.
You just made up a name, and that's the first thing that came to mind for me.
I did. Tyler O'Neill.
He's not on the Cardinals. Hold on. Don't say it. He's not on the Red Sox now, is he?
He is.
It was them or the Yankees. I couldn't remember which.
Mitch Jones.
Again, that doesn't sound like a real name.
You're right. It's a made-up player. Eloy Jimenez.
He's not still in the White Sox.
Yes, he is. J.D. Martinez.
I know that's a real player. That one has me stumped. I'll say like the Rockies.
Mets.
Okay.
Taylor Ward.
Rockies.
Angels. Ryan McMahon.
Rockies.
Yep. Pretty good, Chris. You even got the fake ones that I threw in there, right?
The fake ones is like the funniest part. I just assumed it was a real person who played for a team that I had never heard of. I can't believe those worked.
If you put any stock in this, what stands out to me is most of these guys are players that are not rentals. They'd have to give up substantial prospects because you'd be getting the player
for multiple
years. Other than O'Neill, he's a rental, and J.D. Martinez is a rental too.
Mm-hmm. But otherwise, it's more almost baseball trade, and they're going to ask for a lot.
I am intrigued by Robert a lot. He hit 38 home runs last year, Chris. There's 3 years left on his deal, but 2 of them are team options. So technically, there's only 1 full year left, and that's next year at $15 million. And he's been hurt. He has not played a lot this year, but he's come back, and he mashes it. He was in the home run derby, I think, last year.
I mean, it's just interesting because it's the chance to acquire pure power, and you have to give up something, but you feel like there might at least be a surplus of pitching, which everybody in their minor league system, which everybody's always after. like you'd feel better if you were the Pirates about giving up maybe a plus arm because you feel like you have several of them. That kind of thing, just that home run total would interest me. How could it not? And it sounds like if you're in the home run derby too, this is going to sound funny.
I like that more than Alonso.
It's the kind of guy whose power probably translates no matter what at PNC Park.
I like it more than Alonso. Do you?
Yes. Cost is presumably higher, but I would still rather have that. I take a risk on a guy who got banged up. So what? Man, you know what the other thing about this is? I was talking to Richie about this, believe it or not, on the sports call.
Was he making cogent points?
He was piggybacking off of what I had to say. He was adding his own 2 cents.
He was talking to me the other night about how he was in Mexico and he was surprised he didn't get kidnapped because he went off resort.
Like, is that sort of a tell on himself? Like, he thinks he's the kind of guy that looks so naive to the world that he would get...
Dude, don't stuff me in the back of this van.
You going to decapitate me, dude? Are you going to hold me for ransom, dude?
Dude, enough with the waterboarding.
Can I get some air back here, dude? Can you at least blast the air in this trunk? No, he was bragging to me last night that if I wasn't going on vacation Saturday, I would have been taking tomorrow off to play in the Longview member guest because he's a member there now. Dude, you would have been in the same flight as me. I know who your partner would have been. He's in the flight with me, dude. And there was some thought that Richie is a very strong competitor because his handicap might be a little high. Anyway, we were discussing this, and you know what came up to me? How do you look at it? Most of those guys, if I didn't know the player, like the team, I guess like one of the teams I know is out of the race. Like if I just had to take a blind stab at it, there's only like 6 teams across all of baseball that are obvious sellers right now.
I'm going to text Parkins right now.
And so, Pony, as you're texting Danny, though, it just makes me wonder if there are so few sellers and so many presumptive buyers, at least like teams that plausibly should try buying because they're in the race and might want to strike while the iron's hot, a la the Pirates. Don't you just feel like the price goes up for anybody? You have a lessening supply because most of the teams look at it and say we're within a game and a half. Why would we be sellers? And you have presumably greater demand.
I just texted him. Would the White Sox take 2 top 100 prospects for Robert?
It's Robert and not Robert, huh?
Right, yeah.
That's going to bother me, too.
Why did you always say Robert? He's a Latin American guy. You just assume that's how they say it down there?
No, it would be like when O'Neill Cruz came up, people just assumed it had to be like O'Neill or something like that.
He's named after Paul O'Neill.
No, I understand. People said O'Neill until they realized he was named after Paul O'Neill. I would just look at Luis Robert and say it's got to be Robert.
Former Steeler front office man takes a shot at Mike Tomlin. And then we'll have a current Steelers front office man, Omar Khan at 3. Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. It is packed here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. People down here to watch the Pirates game in the U.S. Open and obviously to see us. So come on down, but you better make moves now because it is filling up. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals getting underway in just a few moments. You can hear that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. We will also have some sneak peeks into the action as well. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi is what I want to tell you about right now because at Shorkey Mitsubishi, with summer here, they know you're looking to save and they want you to take advantage of their summer savings. Go see them, North Huntington or the North Hills, and get great deals like on 7 passenger Outlanders, now just $29,900. Or you can choose 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Something a little smaller, Outlander Sports, now only $24,900. If you're looking at the terrific Eclipse Cross, it's just $27,700. Or you can choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate in every single Mitsubishi. You know this, but I'll tell you anyway. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. That, simply put, is peace of mind. Shorkey Mitsubishi is not only giving you these discounts, but also 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's time. Find the Mitsu that fits you. Where? Western PA's best inventory. You can always shop it online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I said it after Game 2, so I think I may as well say it again right now after Game 3. The NBA Finals are over. And while I'm at it, here are my thoughts on Game 4. To quote the legend himself, Allen Iverson, why? Why do I have to? Why do I have to? I mean, seriously, why do we have to? Because this is, in fact, the worst finals in years. I'm Jim Rome.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive, and
now everyone can shop Three Rivers completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right, and during the Make This the Summer of Dodge event, you can drive a new 2024 Dodge Hornet from as low as $289 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric car shopping and get all the details, shop jeepofpittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Dodge store.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Number one for me is not the playoff record. It's his hiring practice, how he has hired coaches in the past. And if you look at it, McVay's been in the league 7 years, and I can't count how many guys he's had a trio, a coaching tree. There's only been 2, and Bruce Arians was ceremoniously let out of town. That was a head coach. And then Scotty Montgomery went to be the head coach of East Carolina. How do you coach 17 years, not have a losing season, win 1 Super Bowl, and not have a coaching tree? So if you had to scrutinize, for me, the most telling tale that you could say, well, is he warranted? The coaching tree.
That is Doug Whaley. criticizing Mike Tomlin for his nowhere to be found, non-existent coaching tree. Omar Khan going to join us at 3 o'clock. We will ask Omar about Mike Tomlin's extension. He has not talked about that yet, the 3-year deal for Mike. 2 guys on the coaching tree. One of them was a guy that went to college and flamed out right away. And Arians, he didn't hire Arians, and then Arians had to go somewhere else.
And he didn't fire him. Art Rooney
told
him to go
to
retire. But you're really fired because we think you're going to get Ben Roethlisberger killed and you guys are buddies.
Yeah, that's one I don't blame Tomlin for, Arians leaving. I put that one on Art, and I don't give Tomlin credit or blame for the Todd Haley hiring because I think Art forced that onto him, yeah.
Well, I think that Doug's criticism is a valid one. There's a brain drain. Like, we hear from people who are embedded with the team. We'll talk to Ray Fittipaldo later, or we hear Mark Cabali say it. They'll talk about, like, certain guys who are up and coming, highly thought of. We heard that, obviously, last year about Eddie Faulkner. But doesn't it strike you that, like, with other teams, these guys are just it's like an assembly line. Good coaches are just the next man up. You know, you have Saleh or guys like that leave the Niners on either side of the ball. D'Amico Ryans, move right along. Now you're a head coach. Mike McDaniel from there. The whole McVay tree is obvious. And I've never gotten the sense that the Steelers as an organization or Mike as a coach prioritizes trying to put younger guys with maybe newer ideas in positions where they can move up.
Which makes no sense because of how he got his first big job.
Crushing the interview as a very young guy.
But even before that, being a guy in his early 30s that was a defensive coordinator in Minnesota.
Sure.
Someone had to, Brad Childress, I think it was, had to take a shot on him and say he's ready to do this as a guy that's younger than some of the players in our locker room. Tomlin's never done that. He's always hired, for the most part, established guys or old fogies. Canada wasn't young. I mean, if Canada had been a college coach that was in his 30s, that would have been different. But he was a nomadic, journeyman college coach. He was not he was by no means an up-and-coming college coach. In fact, he had failed at his last stop. Like
he was a guy they hired
college football at LSU.
He was a guy they hired because they were familiar with him because he coached in the same building. See, I think the familiarity part goes back to more Art than anybody, though. Like this idea of just not casting a wide net, and I think it goes back to it's part and parcel with we like guys we're familiar with. Sometimes that works out well, as it so far has with Omar Khan being promoted from within and looking like he's doing a bang-up job early on. Arthur Smith had connections, though, right? I mean, it worked well with Andy Weidel, too. Andy Weidel's a Pittsburgh guy. Bring him back home. He's done. Sometimes those guys do a really good job, but, like, it just artificially limits
if Arthur
the pool
Smith
from which
had
you're gonna
coached
draw.
with 8 other guys who are Steelers legends in at least one case with LeBeau,
he wouldn't be here.
He would not be here, exactly. He'd be somebody else.
But so there's an artifice there. You're artificially limiting your pool of eligible candidates, and I'll put most of this on Art. Because we hear from time and again, Mike Florio said it yesterday, Art likes being comfortable with the people he employs, which Mike has cited as a reason that Tomlin keeps getting extensions.
But, like, take, for instance, Omar, who's going to join us at 3. Omar's from Louisiana. He had no connection or relationship with the Steelers. They found him in the Saints, I think it was the Saints front office, as a guy in his 20s and recognized or thought that he was going to be someone that was worth grooming. And
was there anyone on that Saints staff that had any – I mean, now you literally have to play like a game like the Always Sunny meme where the guy's got red string everywhere. Was there somebody on that Saints staff who
I don't
had
have
a
the answer to
Pittsburgh tie?
that question. But
I'm willing to bet that there was is my point because that's the only reason they might have been like, oh, yeah.
Well, if there wasn't, then that way of thinking needs to be applied to their coaching staff.
How long did it go though from Omar getting discovered by the Steelers on someone else's staff to ascending to the highest managerial role you'd say in the organization? How many years did that take?
Almost 20.
Okay. Progress is a slow drip here.
But if he hires young guys in their 20s and they climb the coaching ladder and that's who they internally promote from within, that's different. I mean, that's pretty much what San Francisco or L.A. does for the most part.
I
they
would love to see
designate
him
and
do
find
it.
young guys.
No. But those guys tend to now be on like a fast track. Like those guys might get hired at like 27, and by 32, 33, they're in major roles where you know they're a head coach in waiting. People are probably listening to this saying, well, Chris, you keep focusing on like how young all these people are. Those are where the new ideas are coming from, man. I understand Andy Reid is still like the prince of offense in the NFL, and he's in his 60s, but he's the exception that proves the rule. The game started to look like it was passing Bill Belichick by, at least from a personnel standpoint at times. It looked like he was too set in his ways and wasn't adjusting to a changing NFL landscape around him, especially once Brady was gone. So I think when you have a drain of youth and a drain, coincidentally with that, of talent, of like a brain drain, you're going to be behind a little bit. If I could ask Mike one question, truly, with truth serum, and it wasn't, whatever, it would be, why haven't you personally tried to hire more young coaches? Like, what is the reason? That's it. That's all I would want to know.
He went and brought in Brian Flores, and I commended him for that move, and I love that move. My criticism of it, though, is allowing for him to leave the organization to be someone else's defensive coordinator.
Should have just handed over the reins.
Right.
By the way, Fake John and Robinson has confirmed what I knew had to be true. There was a Pittsburgh connection there. Jim Haslett was their head coach back then.
Jim Haslett, a member of our NFL Draft Night 2024. Donnie, did you like the points he made on that show?
Oh, he was great. You could barely get a word in around him.
There it is. I mean, I brought it up semi-facetiously, but I had a feeling somebody was going to know about that and say it. So there's a connection there again.
You know what? That means Omar was there in their front office when Ditka traded all of their picks for Ricky Williams. I kind of want to ask him about that now.
I mean, we got to make sure that was the 99 draft.
That was the 99 draft, and he was hired there in 97.
Yeah, we have to ask him in like a friendly way.
Because I think we have an idea of how he feels about running backs. He didn't give Najee Harris the fifth-year option.
I wonder if that was like what soured him on the whole thing. Like even back then, before running backs became an endangered species as big money players, if he was like, wait a minute. Now, do you think 25 years later, Omar would be willing to have a laugh about that?
I think with us, yeah. I think we bring that out in people sometimes. I haven't done a contentious interview in a long time since Simeon Rice told me to go down on myself. Or go down on, was it me or a him? Either way, it was not pretty at the end.
I mean, the verb is the same each time. It's just the subject.
Yep.
So wait, that's what you would call the last contentious interview you
There's
did?
probably been one since. I guess it was a little bit spicy with the Didi yesterday.
I was just going to say, you guys, but then somehow, as is always the case, I ended up looking like the bad guy.
No text with her afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, so maybe we are trouble in paradise there. Did you hear about Donnie's idea for the Steelers this season? Watching, I'm sure he'll bring this up on his show at 6 o'clock tonight.
Ernie
so
Banks.
I am stealing his thunder. Yeah, he is pulling an Ernie Banks.
It's an ever-changing audience. The people listening now might not be the ones listening exactly at 6, so let's do it.
Well, so Brady had the Patriots do a Hall of Fame day, where instead of at halftime of a game, they pick a random day in June, which I think is smart, and have a Hall of Fame induction night where guys get up and give speeches.
Okay.
So Brady went into the Patriots Hall of Fame yesterday, and they had, on the night the Celtics played in the NBA Finals, they had 50,000 people at this thing.
That's an impressive turnout. I got to give him that. So Donnie's idea is?
So, Donnie, tell Chris your idea for the Steelers.
Well, I'm assuming you mean my thing with Terry Bradshaw. I brought it up a couple of weeks ago. I feel like the perfect time to do so. This year, the Steelers host the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, a pretty much global audience, especially for NFL fans. Here's somebody who won you 4 Super Bowls and twice against the Dallas Cowboys, and he's one of the greatest big game quarterbacks of all time. That's something that even if you prefer Big Ben over Terry Bradshaw, you can't deny how damn good Terry was in big games. And here's the morbid thing about it. Like, I think there should be some thought of what happened last time. Like, hey, we don't want to see this happen again. Like, we know that we have older players that were all-time greats for us in declining health. Like, let's get it done while they can still celebrate it.
I think that he should go and have his number retired, and have that treatment.
They have
because
reverence for it. They've never given out 12 since. So clearly they still respect Terry enough to not hand out his number like they've done with Pouncey's numbers and Antonio Brown.
They handed out Pouncey's number like 10 minutes
Kendrick
after
Green.
he retired to a guy who probably shouldn't even be playing in the U.S. Well, I can't say that because he actually was good for the Texans till he got hurt. Yeah, I mean, I think they should do it. I know they venerate defense here and always have as an organization, but Terry was a big game player at the most important position, and we always hear he was calling his own game too. Like, I think that alone, just like what you said, the way he played when the lights were the brightest warrants this kind of honor. Absolutely. And I think you make a kind of a sad point, but definitely a relevant one, a salient one, about the fact that you can't guarantee that these guys are going to be around 6-7 years from now.
I think most of the fans who hold a grudge against him because of the Chiefs' funeral and not coming back for that and not always being the most, I would say, the way that he kind of always sparks controversy whenever Chuck Noll's name comes up and talking about his mistreatment by Noll and how hard he was on him. I think older fans who lived through that hold a little bit of a grudge. I don't think anyone younger than 50 does. He's just looked at as a 4-time Super Bowl winning quarterback who's been on TV for the last 30 years. And once in a while, he'll say something critical to Steelers.
Usually about Mike Tomlin, and that probably wins
I was just
going to
say, usually when he says it, people like it. So
because he usually rips Tomlin.
Yeah, he doesn't take a shot at Art Rooney or anything like that. I'm in favor of this. How could you not be?
It would be actually, I think, weird, bordering on awkward to say, I don't want this to happen, because then you'd have to explain why, and then it would just get into kind of a series of petty
There's
grievances.
2 other quarterbacks with more Super Bowl wins. That's all you have to say.
I have some breaking Najee Harris news, more clerical from Mark Cabali. Harris, no talk at minicamp. Wasn't required to. Wasn't that he blew anybody off or blew off something. He, quote, was not Najee Harris, turns out, says Mark Cabali, Steelers running back Najee Harris, wasn't required to talk to the media during mandatory minicamp like previously believed. He declined today when asked to speak with us in the media, saying he will talk at camp.
Interesting.
Very. Mark writes, who knew in parentheses there? Like, making me wonder if this is a blow-off excuse from
these
Harris,
guys, these insiders were talking for weeks about how he had to talk at some point at minicamp.
Little strange.
Unless he'd get fined. Did you see Marshawn Lynch back in the news for having it out with football moms at a camp?
He had it out.
For throwing kids out of drills and making them cry. Thoughts?
How old were the kids?
I think maybe 10, 11 years old.
They can handle it. If you're throwing out 5 or 6-year-olds from drills, that's
but saying get the hey MFer, get the F out of my drill, that kind of stuff.
I regret to inform pretty much every parent there that your kid has heard and probably used those words on the bus or in school many times.
But if an NFL player, a guy I look up to as a legend and someone who I treat as a hero,
yeah.
If I'm a 10-year-old and he says that to me in a stern voice,
I'm he's not kidding.
Yeah, I'm crying.
I'll admit,
if that happened to Lennox, he'd cry.
Oh, yeah. I would probably just say, well, I'm not bringing my kid back to this camp. You're kind of an a-hole.
Yeah, Mom's got in his face about it. And he also said, let me talk to the man in the relationship about this. And the mom's like, there is no dad here. What, you can't talk to a woman about this?
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
That's a bad look for him. What's he doing? He's better. He's smarter than that.
But he was being recorded the whole time.
Do you think it's for clout?
I don't know.
Are you suspicious? I saw something about a bunch of former MMA fighters brawling on a golf course, which was very funny.
Fake?
No, I think very real. They were fighting on a golf course, and I guess the story from the people who got their asses kicked is one of the they were complaining that kids from neighboring houses were running onto the course and might get hit with shots that they were hitting. Mm-hmm. The moms basically told them shut up, we'll do what we want. Our husbands will come out and beat you up. Then the MMA fighters are like, dare ya? They sent the husbands out, and the husbands got their asses kicked. There's audio of these guys saying, stay down if you know what's good for you.
Wait, so I just want to make sure I heard you right. They knew they were MMA fighters, and they still went out and tried to beat them up?
I think so.
That's just plain stupid, man.
Yeah.
That's a candidate for dumbest human being
The
on earth
video
right
is
there.
funny. These guys are very calmly just laying waste to them, and the guy's saying things like, if you know what's good for you, you'll stay down on the ground.
Wait a minute, but aren't their hands and
Deadly
stuff
weapons.
lethal weapons? So can't they go to jail for it even? Can't they get in even more trouble for it?
I'm not sure. I mean, one guy, the worst thing I saw was a guy punch a guy in the face, but not anything that would, like, kill you. And they were literally calmly, like I would be talking to you right now, going, if you know what's good for you, you'll stay down on the ground.
Donnie, what do you think is a good number for you in the producer hot dog eating contest on July 3rd? 10 minutes, just like in the real Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Do you feel you can get to 5 in 10 minutes?
I think I can do 5 or 6.
Our guy Hoagie said, or no, I'm sorry, not Hoagie. Mac tweeted in.
Chris
hot dog?
Mac?
No, just MAC. Hot dog eating contest is no joke. I had to eat 3 plain dogs as fast as I could to get into a Dynasty Fantasy Football League, I assume. I did it in 1 minute 21 seconds. That's that's a dog every roughly
30 seconds.
27 seconds, yeah.
I know it was a while back, but I mean, I was at a pretty hot pace with the old double stacks.
Yeah, but I think you learned your lesson too. That once you start, you can't stop till the timer goes.
What do you think the winning number will be?
7.
7?
7. Because I think there are going to be a couple people who eat literally 5 in the first 3 minutes, and then basically struggle to get through 2 more in the next 7 minutes.
And if the head odds maker here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook set the odds at Callis minus 110, Field minus 110 for the event, who would you bet on?
The Field, actually. So I think what's actually working in Callis' favor that gives me pause is, I think more than anything, Harry's a big guy and a strong guy and a good guy. But I think he likes being the center of attention that way. I think he likes being a character, and so he'll go all out to try to live up to the character of I'm Harry Callis, I'm the big eating machine. Dom makes me nervous. Intern Dom.
In what way? We've seen him do feats of eating before, and he sucks at them. You think he's turned over a new leaf since he went back to college?
Actually, no. No, because I was thinking he makes me nervous that he could, maybe he's really good and just houses hot dogs.
I could see Callis
right,
hot dog the hot dog contest.
Just pimp it and just try to, make it look that these guys aren't in my league.
And I think that might
open the door.
Yeah.
Who do you think for? Donnie?
I'm telling you, Joel Nelson.
Nelly's going to be the guy that,
he's my dark horse.
Well, Nelly's going to be the kind of guy in this contest, if he participates, where I think everybody else will start, chowing down, very aggressive, fast bites. And I think Nelly's just going to sit there calmly like Dad and Mom having a grilling day.
Where are you on Bechtold?
I'll talk a huge game and he'll eat 1.5 hot dogs. And then he'll spend the next 9.5 minutes or whatever it is explaining why he didn't do better.
Tom, you are an in-site Ferdinand, you are an on-site producer, so technically I would say you're eligible for this. Would you like to enter?
If I'm around, I'll do it.
July 3rd.
Why are you calling him Ferdinand?
Because for a split second, I forgot his name, and I thought I would just come up with it. Yeah, exactly. I thought I would just come up with a completely random name. That way we would laugh it off instead of me calling him Bill and you being like, dude, that's not his name.
So as long as the name is ridiculous enough, it kind of gives you
I think that's why Joe did it.
Cornelius.
Yeah,
would you like to enter?
And I'll enter. I will. I don't know if I'll be able to do 7. Maybe,
how many
maybe
do you think?
5.
Okay, if I set an over/under for you and I set it at 4.5, would you be likelier to bet on the under or the over?
Over. I think I could push myself.
Do we have a female entrant?
Would I don't know, Susie Cool worked in minor league baseball for a long time.
No, but she's not a producer.
She isn't producing, yeah.
Amanda King does from time to time, but she's pregnant. You can't eat hot dogs when you're pregnant.
What if that's
It's cheating.
Oh, yeah, because it's listeria or whatever. Yeah, because it's processed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Def Leppard sang about that.
What?
Yes, I remember that seminal album of theirs, that song. What a single it was, Listeria.
Donnie, have you heard that one?
No, I can't say I have.
Man, I'm trying to think. There haven't been that many female producers in the history of the station. Kayla Siebert, way back when, in the early days
Third
of the
Eye
station.
Blind's coming to town, so maybe she can come back and throw her hat in the ring for
She
this.
loves baseball, so, if you love baseball, I think you probably love a good hot dog because that's, the baseball food.
Yep.
But I don't think she would debase herself, nor do I think Amanda would debase herself to participate in this. They have too much self-respect.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Coming up next, we have Omar Khan at 3 o'clock. What should we ask him? We'll go through some of your questions that you've submitted. And then the Steelers GM at 3. First, a Donnie headline.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Patrick Cantlay leads the way, 5 under. Tiger Woods beat up on the back nine. He is 4 over after one round. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. Hate the way you look and feel. Get in touch with Regenesis today. Feel better than you did in your 20s with Regenesis. 724-510-0024. That's 724-510-0024. Go to freebloodwork.com today and take advantage of everything Regenesis has to offer. Feel better than you did in your 20s with Regenesis. It is free, so take advantage. freebloodwork.com, Regenesis.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Thanks to you, we exceeded our goal for the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Over 50 local volunteer fire departments will benefit from your generosity. A special thanks to our partners, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Guardian Protection, Bowser Chevrolet, MSA Safety, and the National Fire Sprinkler Association. Thanks. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $129 and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188 or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee payments starting at $299 for 36 months. Or the 2024 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $219 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for lease details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day services available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2:46, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. We are 15 minutes away from Omar Khan. We asked you to submit some questions for Omar Khan. Any good ones, Malzy?
We got one, I think, pretty good one from Dave. He said, would love to know about the restructuring of Highsmith's deal prior to the draft. Did they do it because they were close to having a deal in place? So I think we can turn that in our way of trying to ask nice open-ended work. Hey, Omar, what went into the decision to restructure Alex Highsmith's contract? I think that's a pretty good one. He also wanted to know about the nature of the conversations Dave said with the Bears about Fields and that trade, but I feel like that's pretty far in the past now. He wanted to know if it came together very quickly at the end or if it was an extended discussion, but you know what that could be. That's a chance for like a behind-the-scenes filibuster there. Omar could really give you a lot of dirt on that, but does it really change anything?
He doesn't seem like the spilling tea type.
No, but that seems like a safe question for him where he could be like, oh, yeah, I'll tell you.
Safe tea.
I'll spin you a nice yarn about exactly how this came about because ultimately now they've got their guy and we've got the guy that was their guy. I like the one about Highsmith's deal, though. I think asking that one in a very open-ended manner, and hopefully nobody from the Steelers is listening to prep Omar on this, I think that would be a good one to ask.
We've gotten a lot of questions. We're also getting people that now are trying to hype up and pump up our producers for the July 3rd hot dog eating contest. Like the gentleman who said, how many hot dogs did he eat at Kennywood?
At Yinzer and at Andy on Twitter. Hey, Donnie, you can definitely get more than 5 or 6. I put away 22 hot dogs in 10 minutes at Kennywood back in the day. Maybe the 3 most chilling words I've ever seen. Just don't stop. And then I had potato patch for dessert. This is your 9 straight threes moment.
Does he look like a huge person?
Looks like a pretty normal guy.
22 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
And then eating fries, it sounds like, for dessert.
Oh.
I can just imagine a large ball of, like, starch and cholesterol rolling around in my body until being messily discharged at, like, a later week.
I think you just make yourself throw up after that. I don't think it can stay in there. I don't think it can stay in, Chris.
I don't know if the
there's not enough room.
But I don't think the competitive eaters like wait an hour and then make themselves vomit.
How many calories do you think?
In like 70 hot dogs, like chestnut?
No,
eats?
What this guy did, 22 hot dogs.
I think
and
your
buns.
average calorie or your average hot dog calorie count you can safely say is around between 220 250. So let's just say 250 for round number purposes. 22 250 calorie hot dogs is
314 is what Google says with bun.
With bun? Okay, 314 times 22.
6,908.
That's 3.5 days worth of calories, and then he went and ate probably another 1,000 calories of French fries. So he had 8,000 calories worth of food.
What do you think that translates into pounds?
1 calorie is 1 pound is 3,500 calories. That's like actually known. So to burn off 1 pound of body fat in theory, you have to run at a deficit of 3,500 calories. But now, like Ferdinand Magellan here producing, made a face there. Like, how does anyone lose weight? Your body, I think, takes like roughly 2,300 calories a day just to do its basic functions, like a computer in standby mode.
Matt texts in or tweets in and says that you should text Nate Shipley and try to get him on the show next hour and beat Crowley to the punch. Quote, if Crowley...
It's Neil Shipley.
Neil Shipley. Did I say Nate?
Yeah.
If Crowley is allowed to text Shipley while he's on Augusta National, Mulsey should do it today.
Problem. Don't have his phone number. Was going through intermediaries.
So Crowley got it because the Mount Lebo thing?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Shipley felt bad for him because he knows just how many embarrassing things tend to happen to Crowley. He wanted to give him a rare win.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 67 degrees. All right, Omar Khan joining us next. We'll get into a ton with him. We haven't talked in a while, so we're pumped for it. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 67 degrees. I think I said that twice. It's all right. Back from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right after this.
First, it's me, your pal, Mulsey, talking about Awaken 180 weight loss. Donnie Football and I are going to be at an epic Awaken 180 open house event. It's Tuesday, June 25th, the new Mars location from 5 to 7. And if you come to this open house at Awaken 180, they'll give you the free body composition analysis, and then you'll find out like what you're really made of. Not emotionally, but literally, physically, what you're made of. How much body fat you have. How much visceral fat, which is the really bad stuff that kind of surrounds your organs. You don't want that number to be high. Mine was pretty high, and then thanks to Awaken 180, it got a lot lower. There's going to be giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches, chance to talk to us, of course, about either weight loss or the black and gold, whatever sports questions you might have. It's all on the table. And this is a free open house event, 5 to 7, Tuesday, June 25th, Awaken 180's Mars location. And that's easy to find, too, by the way. It's just minutes off I-79 Cranberry exit. You can feel free to bring a friend as well. Reserve your spot. Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorite, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hug rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Summer is for socializing, but hosting can be a lot of work. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits makes it easier with pre-made and canned cocktails. Skip the prep work and serve a favorite with a strawberry daiquiri cocktail from On the Rocks. Get a flavor for everyone with neutral vodka seltzer lemonade variety packs. Put away the shakers and get all your summer spirits in one stop. At Fine Wine and Good Spirits, please enjoy responsibly.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale, now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended Window Nation as their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help.
And Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Seminars can help.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking guaranteed early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Seminar Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Island Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30. Stop smoking seminar 8. Registration 30 minutes before. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers wrapped up mini camp today, 6 weeks, and then they head out to Latrobe to start training camp at St. Vincent College. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hold on coming, y'all. Did you hear that? Hold on.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Mulsey, did you ever watch The Wire?
Watched the first 2 episodes, thought this is great, then got distracted the next time I was going to watch one and have never picked it back up.
Donnie, you?
Yes, phenomenal show. Easily in my top 5.
I did it with Breaking Bad, too. I'm terrible with this stuff. I'm awful with it. And then I'll just fall down a rabbit hole of, like, Greg the Hammer Valentine having title matches or something.
Or, like, reading about how you're going to die from some, like, horrible liver enzyme that's invaded your body.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the classic Chris Muller behavior.
Yeah, that was from The Wire Omar. What was his last name, Donnie?
Omar Little.
Yeah, that's right. He's the guy with the scar on his face, right?
Yeah, one of the great characters in television history right there.
R.I.P. to the actor who played him.
Yep. And now every time the Steelers make a big move, draft heist, trade deal, massive signing,
Omar coming.
The Steelers fans put that out.
I like it. A lot of swag there. You know what, though? You know what's the strangest thing about that? It's a Baltimore-based television show.
Good point. That or Kabali likes the one from Star Trek. Donnie, do you have that one? Yes.
Kabali would like that one. I was more of a Star Wars guy.
Speaking of Omar and Khan, we're now joined by Steelers general manager Omar Khan.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you guys having me on. How are you guys?
We're great. Are you aware that these things go viral with you, these memes, these GIFs, whenever the Steelers make a big move?
You know what? I'd like to tell you that I try to avoid it because I do, but then, I got friends and people in the office that like to have fun with it, and so I get to see some of them, not all of them, but I appreciate the intro there. That was pretty funny.
Which one do you prefer, The Wire, Omar, or the Star Trek Khan scream?
Can I say all of the above or none of the above?
You can sit on the fence, Omar. I'll allow it for this one time, as long as you answer our other questions directly.
I appreciate it. I'll do my best. How are you guys doing,
Thank you. We're good, man. I want to start with Najee Harris because the fifth-year option got declined. He hasn't talked about it. I don't think you've commented on it, so I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on why you guys made that decision with him.
Yeah, it was just it was a business decision that we had to make by, I think it was May 2nd. But, Najee's awesome to have around here. Love Najee as a player and a person. And, just because we didn't pick it up, it doesn't exclude us from, doing something with Najee, for long term. I'd love to say that Najee was here had a long career in Pittsburgh. He really represents us well on the field and off the field. But it was just one of those things that we had to make a decision on, and we just felt right now that was the right decision for everyone. But I love Najee and would love to have him here long term. How did he handle that when you told him that he wasn't going to get the fifth-year option, Omar? I made a call to him, but and out of respect for him, I'll keep the conversation to between the two of us. But I'll just say he knows that just because we're going into this with 1 year left, it doesn't prevent us from doing business long term.
Omar, to go to a different skill player than from Najee, George Pickens enters year 3. He talked yesterday about maybe lining up in the slot, how it'll be easier to torch linebackers for touchdowns. What are your expectations for George Pickens in his third year as a Pittsburgh Steeler?
I think we all want the same thing, and that's to see the ball in George's hands. And I think I love what I've seen about this offense and what Arthur Smith has been doing. And, wherever Arthur decides to line up George to help him get the ball or to use him as a decoy, I'm comfortable with. But George, as you guys know, George can do some pretty special George things. And I think we're all on the same page when we say we just want to get him the ball.
Beyond George in the wide receiver room, it's either guys that are pretty new to the Steelers or have a somewhat limited statistical track record as members of the Steelers. So how do you feel about that entire position group in general as you look at it today in mid-June, Omar?
So I'll say we just finished mini camp, and I was just talking, Coach T and a couple of the other guys in my department here, and we were just saying, how good we felt about that room. Just the growth from when the offseason program started to where we are now, even the improvements from the start of OTAs to now. has really been awesome to see. The Van Jefferson and Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin and we got Denzel. We have Des Fitzpatrick that's been here. We had Deuce Watts, and we had Scotty Miller late to the process. And if I met, we drafted Roman Wilson and Denzel Mims and Marcus Callaway and Quez Watkins. Those guys have experience elsewhere, but we like the group. We really, really do, and they're working hard. And this was an important OTA and mini camp for us. Got a lot of new faces on offense, and just seeing how they gel together, how they worked, and I can just tell you it's trending really positively. It was awesome.
Omar, I was just picturing you leaning back in your seat in your office to make sure you saw the gigantic depth chart so you could name off all the wide receivers. Is that what I just heard? Is that what happened? Is there a massive depth chart with every single player listed in there?
No, fortunately, I knew all these guys' names just because we watched film with them all day, and every day we watch film on these guys and gotten to know them. So
gotcha. When you guys restructured Alex Highsmith, we on the outside were like, "Oh man, that means a big move is coming." So why did you guys do that with Alex Highsmith?
You know what? You guys know, I've had some experience with the cap in the past, but it gave us an opportunity to just kind of be in position in case there's an opportunity to upgrade. Just to be honest, just to be in a position to do something. If there's an opportunity to upgrade the club that's worth us looking at and doing something with. We wanted to be in position to do so if that came about. Obviously, it did not come about, but just wanting to be prepared.
Do you feel like you still have that?
Sometimes these things just happen so quick, and the last thing you want to do is say, I can't. I just don't have the cap room to do it. So you just want to be in a position to be ready in case that opportunity does come about.
So do you feel like you still have the cap room if something like that were to come to your desk or table?
Yeah, we haven't really done much to get rid of that cap that we created. So. Yeah, if there's an opportunity to do something that's going to improve our team. I think you guys have kind of got to know me in my style the last couple of years. That if there's something out there that that we all feel. When we make a big decision, it's not just me. It's not just coach. We get together, coach, me, Mr. Rudy. We get together and we work hard. We're diligent and we try to make the right Steelers decision. And there's an opportunity to do something. We'll evaluate it and. But to answer your question, yeah, we feel we have the opportunity and the flexibility to do something if we had to.
Omar, I think it was you told Jim Rome that there was unfinished business this offseason. Can you just expound on what you meant specifically by that?
Yeah, I don't really remember the question or the answer too much, but I don't remember what the question was that he asked. But the unfinished business for us is we're searching. For a Super Bowl championship, and that's what I'm chasing. That's what everyone. I owe it to every Steeler fan there is out there to be chasing that, and that's the unfinished business for me.
Okay, because the only reason I asked was because I thought, is that unfinished business like moves to the roster specifically, but you meant in the Broadway. So okay, that answers that.
Just
for
to be honest, I don't really remember the question, so I don't remember what the response was, but to that question, but.
Well, to that end, you guys gave Mike Tomlin a 3-year contract extension this week. Omar, explain why you thought that was the best decision for this organization to re-up the head coach.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. Those conversations between coach and Mr. Rooney, but I think it's awesome. I'm hopeful and confident that Coach T and I are going to be here for a long time together. We work really well together, and we have the same goal. And that's to win a championship, and we work very, very hard at it day in and day out. We don't really have a lot of hobbies. Neither one of us do, and this is our, we spend a lot of time in this, and we're dedicated to it. I'm excited.
I think it's fair, Omar, to say that last year at times was an up and down year. There were some trying times, and there were times, like especially after the Indy game, where it looked like a lot of different streaks, a non-losing season streak, just the playoffs in general were in jeopardy. So what did you see, just almost being adjacent to Mike, working with him, but also having, in a sense, a very different job? What did you see from him last year that you really liked?
We like you said, there were some ups and downs, and I felt like we adjusted, especially late down the stretch. we didn't win every game, but I felt like we were improving in a lot of areas week in and week out. And unfortunately, we didn't reach our goal. And I can tell you, we studied very hard what happened last year and tried to improve off of that leading into this year. And we're still trying to improve and do what we have to do to be holding that Lombardi Trophy. I said it before. I sat and watched the Super Bowl on my couch. I love my wife and I love my friends, but I'd much rather be watching it in the stadium, watching the Steelers playing the game than sitting there. And trust me when I tell you guys, we're all chasing the same thing here.
Omar Khan, our guest, telling us that he has no hobbies. So that means no golf on Father's Day? Omar, do you guys have anything? No golf, huh?
No golf at all. I mean, I'm just going to spend some time with the family here. And it's funny. People ask me that all the time. Like, what do you do when you're not working? I said, I just spend time with my two little ones and my wife. And I really have no hobbies. I'm kind of boring when it comes to that. I'm all football.
Are you in the dark for Father's Day gifts, or did you let them know what you wanted this year?
That's a good question. I always give them the usual. Like, I don't need anything. Like I'll whatever you guys want to give. What about you guys? What do you guys? Do you guys golf? That's what
Malsey played Oakmont a couple of weeks ago, shot 101 and had 2 birdies, so he is a golf nut. He's actually going to play Pinehurst, where the U.S. Open is next year. I suck at golf, don't golf at all. And, I think Father's Day for me is just going to be a cookout, Malsey, and I do know what I'm going to get. I told her what I wanted. So I think it's a quote-unquote surprise, but I know
you don't like surprises.
I do, but I have no idea if my wife has any surprises planned or not, because we did my 2 sons and I did a very slapdash job. Now, full disclosure, they're 5 and not quite 2, so it's not like they have much agency here. But we did not do the greatest job on Mother's Day gifts because she said, well, I don't want anything. I have no idea if I'm even getting anything for Father's Day. When I would try to find my dad's stuff, Omar, like now it's easier. I bought him a golf shirt from Oakmont. That was a big hit. I gave it to him already. When I was a kid, he'd say, I just want good, well-behaved children for Father's Day. Well, that's the one thing you can't give a parent at that point when you're like 10 years old. You can't give them that.
Yeah, you know what? You just said it right, too. I guess if you don't do a good job on the Mother's Day gift, you kind of put yourself in a disadvantage there, too.
Exactly. That's like not building a well-rounded team. You can't expect great results.
And I sense you might be speaking from experience in the past, Omar. I don't know about this year, but I feel like you've gone down that route before. Let me bring it back to football here. So Cam Sutton comes in. What made you sign him, Omar? Give us that one.
The thing we've had is we've had, I think it's 7 years of knowing Cam and had some experience with him. And, our experience with Cam over those years were positive. And, he was available. Obviously there's the situation. He was available. But, I think for us it came down to the fact that we had some history with him. And we know the person, how he was with us and our experience with him, and it was a positive one, like I mentioned.
There's external speculation that you guys already have an idea if he's going to be disciplined by the NFL. Is that true?
Zero idea at all. I mean, that comes from New York.
Do you anticipate any?
I don't know. I mean, you probably have to ask those guys in New York.
Okay, so that didn't factor into you guys signing him or not, how long he would be out for?
No, we understand the situation, but, that decision is going to come from New York.
Omar, compared to a player that might be you're not as familiar with or a guy with a lesser track record, on the particular Sutton signing, how involved was Art in the process relative to how much he might normally be involved in something like that?
We like I mentioned earlier, when there's a decision that needs to be made, and we're all going to communicate about it and talk about it and discuss it, and we did.
What do you look at for Justin Fields this year, Omar? What is his role with the team going into the season, in your opinion?
You mean besides being a kick returner?
That was good, Omar.
He is,
well done.
Yeah, he is a quarterback for us, primarily. And, Justin's exciting to have. If you would have told me that that we'd be sitting here with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Kyle Allen, even 5 months ago, I wouldn't have believed you. Just the skill set that those guys are a little different. We really like Justin coming out of college, and obviously he had a up and down situation in Chicago, and the opportunity was there to do business and get him here. And I'm excited. He's really looked awesome. He's a great individual too. I didn't really know him personally till he got here, and just man, what a special person he is. And I'm excited to get to Latrobe and just see how all this comes together.
I think there are a lot of fans and media who think that you guys have talked to both quarterbacks about what it looks like beyond this year. Like, hey, Justin, Russell Wilson is pole position, but you're younger, and you'll eventually get a chance to start here, even though there's only 1 year on the contract. Is that true?
I mean, from my standpoint, I can just tell you that I'm worried about the quarterback for this year, and the rest of it will take shape after the season. But I'm focused on 2024 and winning that championship.
Are you guys comfortable with where things are at with Cam Hayward right now that he's back at minicamp and the decision to not attend voluntary activities is behind everybody, Omar?
Yeah, you just said it. Those things were voluntary, so it's a player's decision whether they come or not. And I'll just tell you, we love having Cam around. Cam's an awesome, not only player. I mean, he's got a Hall of Fame resume, but just he's got a Hall of Fame personality too. Like, he's great to have around. He's great for those young guys. He's great for the organization. He's great for the community. And anytime you see Cam in here and see that smile, whether it's on the field or in the building in the hallway, it's awesome to see around.
Omar, I think this particular player, when you acquired him, it was a big deal. And then subsequently things happened that almost relegated it to like the back of people's memory banks. But what made Patrick Queen such an attractive player to you guys in free agency, and what made that position one that you were so focused on upgrading inside linebacker?
Well, I think you guys saw how our experience went at the inside linebacker position last year with the injuries and things like that. You can't have enough good players, and we've had 8 or 9 games against Patrick Queen, and we've seen what he can do. And when there was an opportunity in free agency, and communicated with his agent, and it was one of those things that we're in position where we have cap room to do it, and it was a no-brainer. He was interested in us, we were interested in him, and he is great for this defense. Like, I can't wait for you guys to see him. I don't know if you guys have made it out here for any of the open practices or anything and seeing him out there, but I can't wait for you guys and the rest of the fans to see him in Latrobe running around, because he's been cool. He's been really cool to see him out there.
He makes it seem like he left money on the table because he wanted to play for you guys so badly, Omar.
Yeah, I mean that's for him to say. I don't know if that's true or not. Usually you don't. I'm on this side. I'm not necessarily privy to what was actually offered by somebody else. But I know when we do these deals, I always focus on our deal with the player and making sure it makes sense for them and for us, and making sure they're the right player for us and we're the right team for them, and just seeing how it works. Unfortunately, it did with PQ, because I'm like I said, I can't wait for you guys to see him out there in Latrobe.
Omar, you've said you've got a style of doing business. Will you uphold the policy of not negotiating with players in season?
Yeah, I think it's an awesome policy. That policy predates even before Kevin and I got here, and it's a good policy. And once we get into the season, I'm a believer it should be all focused on football. Obviously, there's a business aspect to this, and that's okay. That's just part of it. But once we get into the season, it's to focus on the season.
Do you even recognize Kevin now that he's lost so much weight?
He looks great, man. It looks great. You know what? It's actually Kevin was here the other day, and I told him, I said, Kev, I now appreciate why it was so hard for you to stay slim while you were in this job, because I'm gaining all the weight that he's losing right now, and I get it. So I appreciate his efforts when it comes to that.
Well, Awaken 180,
I was going to say, yeah, I lost 35 pounds. We'll talk about it later, Omar. Fill in the blank. Actually, I'll make a statement here. I'll make a statement, and then you can give me either true, false, or to be determined. Troy Fautanu will be a right tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I would say that's true.
Okay, thank you for that.
I like that. I was hoping
very direct,
you would say
like
true.
I wanted at the beginning of the interview.
Well, you know, I once.
Well, I was waiting for you to finish and say, are you talking about tomorrow? You know.
No.
First day of camp, first day of season.
I just like true there. I like letting sleeping dogs lie there.
We got two left. One is about this team, and one is a blast from the past that we were talking about before we brought you on. Do you expect Cole Holcomb to be ready for week 1 of this season?
You know, so on Cole, it's a good question. No one's been working harder here than Cole. He had an awful injury. We feel really good about him. He's going back to the docks at some point here in July, and we'll get the results of where he stands. I believe he's ahead of schedule. I see him working hard, and I see him out there. And obviously, he can't do the stuff that he would normally do in the off season, but he's working at it. We'll see. I wish I had an answer for you. I just don't. I'd love to say absolutely he's ready tomorrow, but I'm not a doctor. But I feel good about Cole. I don't know if you guys got to know him last year, over the last 12 months since we had him here. He's great to have around.
Omar, there's actually two questions, what I have and then the historical one, and this one leads sort of into the historical one. In terms of the roster you've tried to build specifically on offense, is it your intention, is it the franchise's intention to be a run-first team, even with some of the wide receiver talent that you said you're so optimistic about? Is it your intention that this is a run-first offense?
I'm going to let the coaches decide. We have some good talent here. We think we can do we think we can do a lot of different things based on who we're playing and what the defense is showing us. And I'm probably not answering your question directly, but I just think it's going to be a week-to-week thing. I think we have the capability to be both. I love what I saw at minicamp the last 3 days. Like it was just we have a lot of options. Let me put it that way.
Were you in favor of Mike Ditka trading the entire draft for Ricky Williams when you were working for your hometown Saints? That is the historical one, Omar.
I was a proud member of the Saints organization, and I stand behind every decision we made back there when I was there. Is that a good answer?
Talk about
being a diplomatic one.
Talk about being a run-first team back then.
One.
You don't have any choice once you trade all the other picks.
Hey, Omar, I did lie.
Hey, I'll say this. It was an honor to work for Mike Ditka. I don't know if you guys – I know, Chris, I know you're a Pittsburgh guy. He is –
Sure.
He was he was a legend here, right? But just being around Mike Ditka for 3 years, you talk about awesome. I was 20 years old, and to have the opportunity to be around a guy like Mike Ditka and learn for 3 years, like I'll never, obviously we weren't successful in the football field, but I can tell you I learned so much from that man in that situation, and I wouldn't trade those 3 years for anything.
Omar, was he kind of an intimidating guy to be around as far as the aura and just the tough guy mentality he had as the head coach of the Bears?
You know what? He was when you first meet him, you feel that just because it's Mike Ditka, right? The first Super Bowl I remember watching as a kid was because I grew up in New Orleans. Was that '85 Super Bowl with the Bears and the Patriots, 20. Right? And so and he was like the face of that, right? And like that's as a kid and. So the first, I remember at the beginning, it's like, oh my gosh, it's Mike Ditka, and you get a little intimidated, but then you get to know him, and you're like, man, this guy's just he's just a good dude, like he's a great football coach, and he was a great Hall of Fame football player, and just being around that guy he was awesome. Like he's just a good person. Like I still have this. He had a restaurant down there, and after he got obviously things didn't work out, and they got fired. I remember we had a dinner at this. It was called Ditka's in New Orleans, and I ended up building a great relationship with him at the time. And he was so good to me. He gave me one of the plates from this restaurant. It was called Ditka's, and he signed it. I still have it at home. And it said, "Omar, stay the course. You are good, Coach Ditka." And like
let's go.
Just.
And then did you have a cigar with him, Omar, or were you not into that stuff back then? Because he likes cigars.
Cigars, that's not my thing. I said, dude, I told you guys, I'm boring, man. All I do is football and family. That's it, and that's enough. But I did not. He was really special to be around.
Yeah, man. I've seen it written about you in your career, so this is why I want to end on this. Sunday is Father's Day. It sounds like your dad, even though he did not have a big football background, Omar really pushed you or was behind you pursuing this career, right?
Yeah, so it was interesting because my dad was an immigrant, but he had been in, I was born and he had been, in the U.S. for a long time, and he fell in love. He went to the University of Oklahoma, and and you guys know back then, Oklahoma football was really, it still is, but it was really, really big, and he got enamored with the sport. So fast forward a bunch of years, and I'm born in and just football and going to the Saints games and watching college football on the Saturdays. It was just a bond that we had, and it's to this day. He's on a Monday after a game when I call my dad, he's the biggest critic I got about what we did, and that's why when I don't speak to the media in season, but if I have to speak to the media, it'd be easy for me on Mondays because the call I had with my dad's probably the hardest one, critiquing what happened in the game.
Sounds like I get along with your dad pretty good, Omar. Maybe you can pass along his number. We can start texting each other.
So, yeah, no, I'm very blessed and everything. So,
hey, Omar, thanks so much, man. I know that you want to limit what you do in season, like you said, but it's always a great treat when we get to catch up with you. And very direct answers today. Thank you for that, and happy Father's Day, brother.
Thanks, Omar.
No, likewise to you guys. Appreciate it, and hope to see you guys in Latrobe this summer.
We'll do it. There you go. Omar Khan. Now, Mosey?
I really enjoy talking with him, and I think if the three of us sat around and went down football rabbit holes, I think it would be an absolute blast.
I think that's what I'd prefer to do with him. Go into some of those bad Saints teams from the 80s and 90s.
You know what I could have asked him? You could have asked it to make me look bad, which would have been funny. But I said that being in New Orleans, it was the wildest set of fans as far as over-the-top love for the team. Everyone wearing a Saints jersey. I wonder, outside of obviously I work for the Steelers now and Steelers fans are number one, if he would back that claim that it was just a different animal being down there.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. We'll take a timeout here. Clock's a little bit screwy because we got Omar on. We're still going to try to get Pomp on for a few minutes here. We can react to this interview with him, get Bob's take on things like we always do on Thursdays. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Update in St. Louis, top of the fifth inning. The Pirates on the board. It is 3-1 Cardinals with the bases loaded and one away. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. If you like going to the casino, you will love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. The only app I use myself, the only one I ever recommend. Bring the casino right to your home with the BetParx app. All the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app is safe, simple, easy to use, daily promotions, live dealers, and more. Hundreds of exciting online slots, plus lots of table games. Download the BetParx app and play all of the classic casino games and bet on all of your favorite sports. Odds, bets, slots, games right in the palm of your hand. BetParx has a great offer for new users. Download it right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See the website at betparx.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet with BetParx. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter. MrRooter.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka, he's an incredible player, arguably the second best player in the world. There's even an argument that he might be the first. Even his biggest haters, if they know hoops, they've got to own that. But as much as I like this guy and as much as I've hyped this guy, even I have to own at times he is his own worst enemy. Luka, you're better than that, my guy. I'm Jim Rome.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Wilkinsburg. As a result, traffic is backed up all the way through the Squirrel Hill tunnels to Technology Drive in Oakland. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks to Omar Khan for joining us. Donnie will have that for you later on tonight. You might hear it again tomorrow. If you missed it, you can always go to 937thefan.com and our podcasting page, and it's all there. Ballsy, I think one of the big takeaways is going to be the Fautanu answer, that he's a right tackle. And we did not ask, that was probably my fault, we did not ask a follow-up about that, but I think there's a chance, if Fautanu's working out at right tackle, that we see Dan Moore and Broderick Jones open the season at left and right, and then when Fautanu's ready, Jones goes over to left and unseats Dan Moore.
So my personal opinion there, I will say we probably should have asked either of us a follow-up, but I think he would have referred that over to Mike Tomlin.
Yep.
And said that's the coach's decisions.
Now Omar did say at the combine, Broderick Jones, left tackle. Yep.
My reason for saying, and there was evidence last year that perhaps they did the right thing, keep it slow playing Jones a little bit. The reason I wouldn't do that with Fautanu, even though, yes, he's got to learn the new position, he's an older football player. There's just more experience. There's more game reps, I think, period. And even though it's at the position that they're not asking him to play now, it's at the opposite side, I just feel like there's more football experience there. He's 23 years old. He's not like a Fautanu. He's not like a young guy. He's an old hand, so to speak. I would have him play immediately, Pony. I think you could, let me put it this way, you could fashion a much more realistic case that you needed to baby Jones a little bit. I expect Fautanu to be a very quick study.
The reason I bring that up is because Jones was seen in the portions of practice where reporters could tape, and because they're able to put the video out at that point, like, they can report on it. It's not this touch-and-go game or cat-and-mouse game of what can you say, what can't you say. Mm-hmm. Jones at right tackle, that minicamp. He did get reps there. So we'll see if Dan Moore has 9 lives, and if it's more than just a situation where I'm trying to think of the center who Pouncey. Hartwig, exactly. From their Super Bowl 43 team.
Everyone just kind of snickered at the mere thought that he was going to hold off Pouncey, that it wasn't happening. I hope that they just put Jones at left where he was supposed to play all along. And I would just rather deal with the growing pains. You know why? Here, I think about this too. The schedule is going to be easier, at least theoretically, early on in the season. Wouldn't you rather them take their lumps when maybe you can surmount those lumps and then be sharp and ready when the real brutal part of the schedule hits? That's what I would rather have.
Bob Pompiani joining us right now on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Sorry, Bob, we were talking to Omar Khan. So that's why
I understand. I understand.
We wouldn't dump you for anybody else.
No, that's a good move by you. And I'm just driving by right now with my grandkids in the car, so you know that.
Oh, Sonny's in there. Hello, Sonny.
No, Allie and Faith, and we just got a new granddaughter named Georgia, so we're driving.
Oh, it happened! Congratulations! Wow.
Yeah.
Was she named after the Boz Skaggs song?
No,
4 for Bob. That's right.
Yeah. So yes and no. There are 2 different songs, but that was a good name for her.
We would have, first of all, congratulations, but second of all, Pony lied. We would have also bumped you for Mike Tomlin, probably for Art Rooney II, one-on-ones. Anybody else that we're lying to Bob about that
and
we would have bumped him for?
No.
Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah,
Exclusive.
we would have bumped you for a one-on-one with Tellez. No, actually, we would have. Actually, we probably would have put you in there.
Bob, do you still cry for a moment like this? Because it's number 4. You've done it 3 times, becoming a grandparent. Does the 4th time still hit different? Do you still shed a tear or two?
Well, you know how I am. I do that. I cry when there's a new opening for a Walmart or a Costco. You know, I get emotional about everything. So.
How much nerves still go through you when you hold the infant newborn for the first time?
Terrible today. I was so nervous. I was just thinking of Rashard Mendenhall fumbling and doing things of that nature, and I said, I can't afford to do this.
Now, Bob, I'm wondering, was there any thought in your mind of, this is great, this is wonderful, I can't believe I'm a grandparent now for the 4th time, but, man, I really got to keep abreast of Pinehurst and what's going on at the U.S. Open?
Well, yes. You know, they have up here at the AHN Wellness Center up there in Wexford, they have a really good area. You can go outside, you can do a lot of things and watch. So I was a little bit watching as best I could, but I haven't watched nearly enough of it, you know. But I'm going to look forward to catching highlights later tonight. What's going on? What have I missed?
Shipley's even. He's even through 18.
Cantlay's 5 under in the barn at 5 under, but you know what they're going to do, Bob.
Tiger sucked.
They're going to toughen that place up. They're not going to water the greens, and the scores are going to go crazy high the rest of the week.
It would be like Shinnecock a few years ago, where all of a sudden they'll be bringing out water hoses in the middle of the round because of too many complaints. Those greens down there, by the way, are all crowned.
I know. They're upside-down cereal bowls, Bob, and I don't like it when the USGA kowtows to these whiny players. They can go out there and shoot bad scores once in a while. It's supposed to be tough.
Oh, absolutely, and I didn't like the 22 under at Valhalla anyway. I think that's too much. I want a nice mixture of tough holes. You know, I don't mind if the scores are -5 total or whatever, as long as it's a good test, and that can be a very good test.
Bob, we'll sneak in one Steelers based on the conversation we just had. He told Chris that Fautanu's a right tackle. So does that make you think he'll back up Broderick Jones at the beginning of the year, and Dan Moore will start at left and Jones will start at right? Or do you think Jones will start at left tackle and Fautanu will be their week 1 right tackle?
Well, Pony, I don't know about week 1, but I think eventually it's going to be Broderick Jones left and Fautanu to the right. And I think if it happens early, so be it. Eventually, that's how it has to happen. They have too much invested with those two guys, and I think Dan Moore's a good person who's evolved into something who is a good backup. But I never, as far as a starter, I think those two guys are there for a reason. So eventually, and I don't know if it's week 1 or not, but those two guys will be the bookends.
Omar had some nice Mike Ditka stories from working with him in New Orleans. Are you and Ditka close?
Oh, man, I could tell you because my mother and Mike's mother played bingo together. Oh. So we got to know them a long time ago. And, boy, I tell you what, my mother and his mother were both very avid and very, get angry with the caller if you didn't get 065. You yell, mix him up, shake him up.
I was just going to say, Ditka had a
legend. Same way.
Yeah, Ditka had a legendary reputation for intensity, but he ain't never been to a bingo game. That's where things get very real.
I think my grandmother would get along with these women swimmingly. She called me the other day and at 90 said, I have a confession to make. Don't tell your mom. I just drove 40 miles to the casino.
No, at 90?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That's nuts.
Yeah. All right, Bob. Well, hey, congratulations on becoming a grandfather, and so happy Grandfathers and Father's Day on Sunday.
Well, do me a favor. Update me on I saw the Pirates are down 2-0 on a home run by
3-3.
Goldschmidt. What is it now? Oh, they tied it.
3-3.
Okay.
Oneo Cruz with a 2-run single to tie it.
There you go. They got to win this game. And
Thanks,
go to Colorado and do well. All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks.
See ya.
He still gets nervous holding a new grandchild. No way.
Well, the soft spot thing is a tough situation.
I know, but he's held his own 2 daughters. Mm-hmm. He's held all of their grandkids now. He's probably – think of how many babies Bob has been asked to hold just at events by adoring fans. Like he's a politician, like he's barnstorming the country via train.
It was still funny to watch Donnie hold Stella.
She's a slippery. She's a tough customer.
She was squirming like a fish that had just hopped up on the dock, and Donnie was like trying to corral her. It was unbelievable.
I'm convinced, by the way, that the baby obviously doesn't know much of anything, but they can sense certain things. So if you give me Stella back, then I'm just, boom, let's go. Tuck her into one arm and let's walk around, and she relaxes. I think she feels Donnie acting like the guy in the infomercial who's got the bucket full of car cleaning supplies that falls over.
And if Donnie dropped her, she'd be fine. I mean,
she probably would. I didn't know it back then because it was my first time meeting her, but like I still have yet to see Stella cry in like a half dozen instances, including settings like a crowded bar. So I probably could drop her from like 3 or 4 feet, and she would just have the look on her face.
Boys,
like,
we got
not
another
phased at all.
We got another Neil Shipley press conference incident.
All right, table that for the U.S. Open Minute coming up next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Celtics with a commanding lead in the NBA Finals, 106-99 winners last night. Boston up 3-0. Game 4 tomorrow night, 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Not that far away from where we are at the moment. Great place to watch a ball game. Great place to have beers with friends. Hockey finals, basketball finals going on. Big soccer tournament starting tomorrow. And Mike's is a soccer forward bar for sure. Great place to have a meal, steak on a stone, wings. It's all there. Meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The finals are in full swing. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Both the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final could be a clean sweep. The Celtics out to a 3-0 series advantage, and the Panthers are up 2-0 on the Oilers. The BetQL model has all your best bets and prop insights as the chase for the titles continues. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail.
Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for a U.S. Open minute. Tiger Woods birdied one. And if you were on X at around 8 o'clock this morning, the folks were saying Tiger was back.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Update.
Tiger, not back.
Not back.
Status,
4 over.
Status of the cat, still gone. He doesn't.
You love it, and Donnie loves it.
I don't love it anymore.
Oh, yes, you do.
I just hate that.
You relish in it.
I think that it's more annoying than anything that fans are just trying to talk themselves into something that anybody with a pair of eyes and a brain knows is not going to happen.
Starkey said today he still thinks he has another major win in him.
He doesn't. If he hadn't gotten,
you should make a bet with Joe.
He doesn't.
If Joe wanted to make $1,000 bet with you on it, would you?
Yes.
5,000?
No, I wouldn't bet 5,000.
3?
I'd bet $1,000 that he'll never win another major. And the only reason I wouldn't bet $5,000 is because I just wouldn't want to be financially irresponsible in the unlikely event that it actually happened.
And wouldn't you feel bad about taking $5,000 from Joe?
No. No, that would be the easiest part of it, actually. He just, like, if you were talking to me before the car wreck that almost cost him his right leg, I think I would tell you, yeah, he might be able to sneak in. Like, there's certain tournaments where he could thrive, but he can't walk the course, Pony. Like, he literally cannot do the walking required.
Donnie reacts to a shanked Tiger drive like I do when I see a video online of somebody getting hit in the balls with something.
Like, he just loves it.
Like, Donnie's reaction is the uncontrollable laughter that Callis did when he found out that Austin Bechtold was writing letters to his grandmother.
Pen pals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donnie sees him miss like a 5-foot putt, and there's that excruciating look on Tiger's
Donnie's
face.
just marking out big time.
He's just
Donnie's acting like Stone Cold music just hit.
Well, shockingly, this morning, after he birdied that first hole, I wasn't watching it. I was out getting my morning exercise in. I have 3 texts after my run. Oh, look out, Donnie. Here comes Tiger. Another one was just a Tiger gif. And those guys are lucky I didn't just have the jerk response a couple of hours later when he went 4 over on the round, by the way. Yeah, how'd he finish?
Dead last? Yeah, he had a good
Yeah, why didn't you do that?
I don't know. I spared them probably because we had just a busy morning here with our little award show.
But if he ends up like plus 12 and misses the cut,
very possible.
Will you then take a victory lap?
I'm going to be like
buddies?
a pig in slop.
See, he hates him. It's hilarious.
Here's the thing.
I don't hate him as much as I hate the people who constantly try to tell me he's in the mix.
There it is. That's the magic sentence right there. Like I don't even dislike the actual man himself or the golfer that he is. The fans are just unbearable.
He's been humbled a little bit personally and humanized, I think. At his peak, I genuinely disliked him a lot as a person, but I think he's been a little bit humanized. But
sure has. I agree with that.
The people insisting that he's like, a winner in the making, not going to happen again. Neil Shipley, a press conference, Q&A. Question, you look more fit. Shipley, yeah. Question, how much weight have you dropped? Shipley, I really don't know. Not keeping track. Question, am I right, though? Shipley, I think I have dropped a little bit, but not something I'm trying to do intentionally. I think it's just I've had a long, long spring. It's going to happen when you're traveling this much. So, and then he trailed off. Basically, the person was like, you used to be really fat, and now you're not.
Now you're just kind of fat.
Now you're just kind of portly. Kind of a weird line of inquiry there.
He does look like one of the kids from the movie The Goonies just grew up and is now kind of in that awkward, still like moving from teenager to
adult.
Young to adult. Yeah,
the hair and the way the hair.
The kid in the Goonies that like takes his shirt off and like
Chunk.
Yeah.
No, there's some of that. Like the hair behind the ears always makes me think he looks like a big friendly dog, because like it just looks like two dog ears the way his hair's tucked. He is a strong dude though. You can tell when you watch him, he is a strong
He also
guy.
looks like a grown-up version of, the kid in Billy Madison?
Yes.
Where he grabs his face and he's like, cherish these.
Yes.
Oh, come on. I don't know about that. That kid was huge.
No, he means grown up, like he got skinnier.
Yeah.
Like he grew into his body
he leaned out a little bit.
It's like, where are they now? And you find out that that's what became of
Donnie,
him.
are you aware that a golfer back in the day, he's only been on the senior tour maybe 5 to 7 years, so it's not like he's super old. His actual nickname was just Lumpy. Tim Herron is his name.
Pitt had a Lumpy.
Chris Jacobson. But he was an offensive lineman. He's supposed to be Lumpy. Tim Herron, how did you get the nickname? I started working at a driving range, and they said, what's your nickname, kid? And I said, I don't have one. I went out for the afternoon to shag balls, came back in, and they said, how did it go out there, Lumpy? So these dudes at a driving range just said it. He doesn't like the name. He thought he got away from it. He gets out on tour, and the first person at his first tour stop says, hey, Lumpy, how you doing? That's got to be a tough one.
Yeah,
He's
I wouldn't like that one.
Not exactly built like a fire hydrant, like a brick spit house, if you will.
There was a guy who was in my uncle's circle of friends whose name was just Smelly.
That is brutal. They just said Smelly.
Yes.
You just stink.
I don't know if it was well, Mark Schlereth's nickname is Stink because he peed his pants on the field that one time.
But that's kind of funny. Stink is actually less bad than Smelly. What if you had a guy in your circle of friends? Hey, what's up, ugly? You're the ugly guy. You look horrible. You look like you fell out of the ugly tree and hit every brand.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Najee Harris did not talk at minicamp. Hear what Omar Khan said to us about the Steelers running back next. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. But first, a quick timeout. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi, they want to rock the summer savings for you, on a brand new Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander Sport or Eclipse Cross. More on all three of those vehicles momentarily. But they know it's Shorkey Mitsubishi, great people there, that you want to stretch your dollar, and they want to let you do that while still getting into a tech-filled, really sharp-looking, and, of course, really affordable vehicle, and one that's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Even an Outlander right now, 7-passenger capable, and you can get into one now for just $29,900, or you could choose 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Outlander Sports now only $24,900. Eclipse Crosses just $27,700. Or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate. Mitsubishi gives you a lot: style, safety, and all-wheel drive. And Shorkey's also going to throw in 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Take advantage of Western PA's best inventory and find the Mitsu that fits you right now. North Huntington, North Hills, and online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sunny and hot this evening with temperatures in the mid-80s. Overnight, mostly clear with lows in the mid-60s. Friday, the chance for isolated showers and storms through the afternoon. High temperatures in the low 80s. Then becoming mostly clear Friday night with lows in the upper 50s. I'm First Alert meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see 2024 Miss Burlesque Sherry Noble Friday, June 21st and Saturday, June 22nd, only at Cheerleaders.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion? Never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Paradise isn't always a faraway beach. Paradise can be anywhere with a refreshing glass of summer wine. Fine Wine and Good Spirits is your all-inclusive ticket to a flavor oasis. Allow Morning Fog Chardonnay Livermore Valley from Wente Vineyards to transport you to the coastal climate of California. Let a glass of Benigna's Creek Delight Rosé wash over you with rejuvenating notes of blood orange and black cherries. Escape with our finest wines at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's That's 888-265-9608.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter, and that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit TrustPJ.com today. That's TrustPJ.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help. And Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
I was thinking of getting you this Napa Cabernet.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow. You always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
I was talking to the Cabernet.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% off. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
In the heart of our town, there's a place where community thrives. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals, together, they'll make them happen. Join Allegiant today and be part of a movement that's shaping the future one member at a time. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are still on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Wilkinsburg. The right two lanes are closed. This is causing a backup all the way through the Squirrel Hill tunnels back before the Birmingham Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Time's a ticking to get that house on the market. But like your realtor told you, you gotta clear out all that junk first. Book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, the Steelers wrapped up minicamp today. That means now they go into hibernation 6 weeks before the start of training camp. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, it was just it was a business decision that we had to make by, I think it was May 2nd. But, Najee's awesome to have around here. Love Najee as a player and a person. And, just because we didn't pick it up, it doesn't exclude us from, doing something with Najee, for long term. I'd love to say that Najee's had a long career in Pittsburgh. He really represents us well on the field and off the field. But it was just one of those things that we had to make a decision on. And we just felt right now that was the right decision for everyone. But I love Najee and would love to have him here long term.
How did he handle that when you told him that he wasn't going to get the fifth-year option, Omar?
I made a call to him, but and out of respect for him, I'll keep the conversation to between the two of us. But I'll just say he knows that just because we're going into this with 1 year left, it doesn't prevent us from doing business long term.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Omar Khan with us last hour. And we started with Najee Harris. Najee did not want to talk to reporters about his situation. He still has not talked since the decision got made. And Omar said everything's hunky-dory between us and Najee right now. It was a business decision. Just because we didn't pick up the option doesn't say anything about how we feel about Najee, and it doesn't preclude us from doing business down the road with him. So I think logically we can draw the conclusion now, Chris, that if they want to do business with him moving forward, they want it to be for less than the 5th-year option total.
Which was under $7 million, I believe. But that just...
Because how else do you...
If they wanted to do business with him and they were willing to pay the price, they'd have picked up the option.
It's the same thing with Justin Fields.
We wanted to bring you in, but...
The 5th-year option was expensive. It was too much. We made a business decision. We didn't want to pay you that amount, but that doesn't mean we hate you or don't like you.
Well, I think it's very different in Fields' case because they traded to get him. Like, I think that's, we have plans for you, but they're not immediate this year plans. They drafted Najee Harris, not Omar, crucially. Kevin Colbert was the GM that drafted Najee Harris. And I just think... I think Omar and probably Andy Weidel, because Andy comes from Philly where they've churned through running backs. Now, I know they gave Barkley, like, a decent deal, I guess I would say. But I think the newer regime here has a different view on the position than the people they replaced.
And I think the second part of the answer, I think, okay, I don't want to reveal what was said, but if it was a pleasant conversation and Najee took it well and totally understood it and was fine with it, I think Omar says that without
well, he
giving
just probably
us...
says it was a good conversation, it was a positive conversation, but that answer, I thought, eliminated the need to go down the road of we had heard rumors that Najee actually wanted this to happen.
I thought the same thing.
Because that clearly, that rumor that got out there was clearly put out by Najee's people to try to make it look less bad for him. Oh, no, they didn't pick it up. Yeah, we begged them not to pick it up.
The business decision comment, I think, is going to anger certain Steelers fans because the pro-Najee Harris people think that number was not cost prohibitive. You make a business decision because you don't want to slot Najee Harris in at that price for next year. When it's
2%
not,
of your cap.
Yeah, it's not something that is going to be
it's not determinative.
An albatross number.
No, it's not even. No, it's not close to an albatross number. I just think they have a very different valuation of running backs, and frankly, I think they probably have an even lower valuation of Najee. I know he said they love Najee. They would like. He said, "I'd like to believe that he will have a long career here." I think Omar is good in getting better. Even better than he was when he took over at that part of the job, like being diplomatic at times. I would be surprised if Najee Harris is the Steelers' running back in 2025.
What up, man? So you're getting Zeiss liquored up. Where is he? I got him a room. He's in a poker room just Guy comes over to tell us that Zeiss is playing poker here.
That guy dapped you up earlier. I was like, all right, he's a
It looks like he's drinking an old-fashioned or something. Old-fashioned, I thought so. Good move.
Zeiss is just in a poker room.
Business decision means business of football in 2024. We don't believe in paying our running backs that much. And if he wants to stick around, we're interested in keeping him around beyond this year, but it's not going to be first-round running back money.
It's not going to be for fifth-year option money. And essentially when you say that, what you're saying is, oh, yeah, we're interested in keeping him with the Steelers on our terms. I think he also looks at Warren and probably says that guy's the more explosive player. Like, ultimately, Najee Harris, I think people physically said, oh, he's built somewhat close to Derrick Henry, like in terms of height and weight. He's a bigger, taller guy, and he's a bull. Derrick Henry, he is not. And so you're never going to see him get compensated like Derrick Henry was.
Back in a minute on more from Omar Khan's conversation with us, and then it's the debrief at 4:30. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Here's the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Bottom of the seventh inning in St. Louis, the Pirates trail the Cardinals 4-3. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Wiggle Whiskey. Guy just came up to us here at the casino, said he's having an old-fashioned. There's some nice wiggle in there because they're locally made, produced using ingredients from here in western Pennsylvania. It's taken off like crazy, whether it's Pennsylvania straight bourbon, rye, whiskey. Try rye one time. Buy a bottle and tell me what you think. There's a spice to it. There's a little kick to it, and I'm a big fan of it. Master Distillers here have come to Pittsburgh to make this product. It was aged for 4 years. It's the best whiskey they've ever made. So try it today, Wiggle Reserve. It's Wiggle Whiskey.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. It's easier than ever to get home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Credit where credit's due. Credit to Celtic Jaylen Brown. This is a different cat, and I mean that in the best way. Given the amount of heat this guy's taken over the years, if anybody has the right to say, how you like me now, it's this guy. I'm Jim Rome.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm tonight. The low 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals on everything from technology to print and marketing services. Save more with the new Easy Rewards program.
Crews are still in the process of clearing up that accident on the outbound side of the Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Wilkinsburg. Right now, the right lane is closed, and we're seeing a backup all the way to underneath the 10th Street Bridge downtown. So expect delays on the outbound side of the Parkway East. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, the thing we've had is we've had, I think it's 7 years of knowing Cam and had some experience with him. And, you know, our experience with Cam over those years were positive. And, you know, he was available. You know, obviously there's the situation, he was available. But, you know, I think for us it came down to the fact that we had some history with him, and we know the person, how he was with us and our experience with him, and it was a positive one, like I mentioned.
Omar Khan on why the Steelers brought back Cam Sutton with us from last hour, and he said they have no idea what the discipline is going to be from the NFL. And you know what? I believe him on that. I know that maybe when we Fittipaldo on next hour or Cavalli tomorrow, he'll say that's just GM speak. I really think the NFL is so inconsistent with personal conduct policy punishments. I'm not even sure the NFL has gotten around to adjudicating this case yet.
Do you think that they at least expect him to be suspended, period? Because I think they at least expect a suspension, if not a length of time that they know.
He dodged that one. He said you'd have to ask the people in New York.
That tells me that he's passing that off to them because that is their purview. But with the way he answered that, my inference was, yes. We understand tacitly that this man will be getting suspended. We don't know for how much time. Because I think that's a safe – your assumption that they actually don't know the specific number of games is pretty reasonable, because I think you could imagine 4 to 6, maybe even 8 at the high end of things, because Mike Florio has consistently said to us after we kind of got his dander up about this that there are aggravating circumstances. And then does the league – and now I should have looked this up before the show – would the league look at him as a guy that has no history of anything prior to this and say that affects the way we handle it too? I'm not actually suggesting that it should affect the way they handle it. You should almost just take it for what it is, the affidavits and everything else. But I wonder if they would look at Sutton as, well, this guy's not a repeat offender. We've never heard anything about him.
He'd get more if it was the second time he did it. So, yeah, I do think that plays a role in it all. Yes.
I think that the number is probably going to be between 4 and 6 games right now. But I think he's definitely getting suspended, and I think it's going to be for a significant portion of the season, either a quarter of the season or close to a third of the season.
So I'm looking up right now NFL suspensions. This is in chronological order, so it's taking me a little while to find it. Okay, here we go. Let me see. And it's been a long time since someone got a significant suspension for violating the personal conduct policy. From the list I have in front of me, I don't have anybody in the last 2 years, Chris.
Who was it prior to that?
Who was it prior to that? Well, that's substance abuse. Now this is going to turn into a Starkey Zeiss situation.
Well, forget it. Then don't bother. So it's been a while. Well, this is one of the uglier incidents, I think, involving an NFL player in a pretty long time.
The
guy was
MIA.
AWOL.
We didn't know where he was.
I mean, anytime you're the NFL and you're very PR conscious and there's a headline involving one of your players, and that headline is Hillsborough County Sheriff's looking for Cam Sutton, who is essentially on the run, that's not a good look. The NFL cares very much about how they are perceived as a league, and that isn't going to make them happy. So I could imagine them just not giving him much of a break, quote-unquote, on this, and probably saying 5 or 6 games. I mean, do they usually go in increments of 2, though? Is that the other thing? It would either be like 4 or 6. They wouldn't just say 5 or 6, and you could appeal it down to 5.
I am baffled by just how maybe could you infer the policy's working? Because I just don't see a lot of domestic violence.
I don't think there have been as many
abusers here.
Yeah, I don't think there have been as many extremely ugly public situations that have come out. I can't remember any of them, really. Most of the suspensions I can remember being handed out lately are gambling related now for the league.
Yeah.
So Calvin Ridley, the guys on the Lions, Jameson Williams. I mean, I just look at it that way. Or was Jameson Williams, was he a knee injury or was he a suspension?
No, he got in trouble.
That's right. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, those are the ones I think of now are the gambling related.
The last one I found here is Zeke Elliott getting suspended 6 games.
What year was that, 2019?
That would have been 2021 here.
When did Greg Hardy's situation happen?
2017. Wow.
For Zeke?
That's what it looks like here.
When was Greg Hardy? Because that was a very bad one.
Yeah. That was, well, this couldn't have been 20. What the hell am I doing here? Again, this is turning into
You're turning into Starkey.
I know. I need to. No.
What the hell am I doing here, Paul? Can you help me out here? I don't even know what's going on.
I need to stop. I need to just stop with that. I'm getting myself.
You're
turning
everything. Yourself into Joseph Raymond Starkey.
Right.
Not a place most people want to be.
The debrief is next. Omar said something in that interview that I think Donnie can relate to.
Now I'm trying to think. He said a lot to us, and he was very generous with his time, so there's a lot to comb through there. But now I have to think of what that could be.
Ray Fittipaldo next hour, too. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Right now, headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Patrick Cantlay leads the way after one round. He shot a 65, 5-under. At Pinehurst this afternoon. Rory McIlroy, 3-under. Tony Finau, 2-under, as well as Bryson DeChambeau. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Wetco Car Wash. I tell you guys about it as often as I can because I go as often as I want with Wetco. We have 45-plus locations now in Pittsburgh where you can get your car washed an unlimited amount of times when you sign up for the Unlimited Pass today. That means do it over and over and over again. Go once a day, go 30 times a month, and the price stays the same. It is a fixed cost. You pay that monthly fee, and then you get your car washed as much as you want. You get your car extra dirty. You want to go twice in one day, you can do that. Buy your first month, get your second month free with the WetGo Car Wash right now. There's no excuse to not have a clean car this summer. You won't have to take time washing it on your own. Let WetGo do it all for you right now. GetGoCafe.com/WetGo. Go unlimited today with the WetGo Car Wash.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, does Crowley think people actually believe his BS stories? Dude has to make everything about himself. We're paid to talk into a microphone. You can either listen or no. I mean, that's fine. Why would I make this up?
Did the texter want us to tell stories about them? The texter said your stories. Like, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Right. Like, what kind of text is that?
I'm just wondering what about any of this would be a lie? Where's the lie?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you been diagnosed with a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Has your pain been affecting the quality of your life? The treatments that you have tried were only designed to give you temporary relief or to just manage your pain. Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. I have good news for you. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, we have helped our patients fix the problem, heal their discs, and get their quality of life back. Our treatment, Intradisc Neutrosis, is non-surgical, safe, and gentle. Over the years, we have helped thousands of patients just like you turn their situation around once and for all. Find out if you're a candidate for our treatment. Call our office today or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. Call 412-906-9600. Call the Pittsburgh Disc Institute today, 412-906-9600.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
In the heart of our town, there's a place where community thrives. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals, together, they'll make them happen. Join Allegiant today and be part of a movement that's shaping the future one member at a time. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for the very serious, very well thought out Downey Football Debrief, and it is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread. Stella had some Saloni's Italian bread toasted with peanut butter on it. Where do you come down on that as a breakfast?
Didn't you already tell us this once?
Yeah, it's a favorite of hers now.
Oh,
so it's in the rotation.
No, I mean toasted Italian bread, specifically Saloni's, with peanut butter. very good. You got to get the right ratio of peanut butter to bread, though. You can't over peanut butter the bread, because then it just overwhelms the palate. I'll tell you what, though, PB&J in general, does she like jelly, or do you not let her have it because of the sugar?
No, she had peanut butter and jelly bars. Trader Joe's does like a bar, and we break that up and she has it.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware of what Trader Joe's is all about with that, but peanut butter and jelly.
How about avocado toast?
Oh, yeah, I'm big into that.
Donnie, have you ever had a piece of avocado toast in your life?
No, I haven't. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying it, though. I'm not, like, totally against it.
I get, like, my eggs now from the little farm share thing because they're, like, very fresh, so we get 6 eggs a week because I thought that was, like, a reasonable number. Last year we did it, and I ended up with, like, a dozen eggs a week, and I was not going through them that fast, right? Ace loves eggs. My mother fed him 3 scrambled eggs, and he just ate the whole thing. You know how much food that actually is? And he just was apparently housing scrambled eggs like it was his job.
Is it bad for you to drink a raw egg like Rocky did?
I think so. I don't think.
Donnie, did you ever do that in your life because you
good.
wanted to train and be like Rocky?
No, I never tried it.
Do
we know that it's bad for sure?
I think people can do it.
Raw eggs, man.
Well, like, here's the thing.
That's why we're not supposed to eat cookie dough.
I was just going to say, but I always ate the cookie dough.
I think that's an old wives' tale with the cookie dough.
No. See, Donnie, this is where I'm going to have to disagree with you and say that your pal Sal Manella is not an old wives' tale.
I'm looking it up.
You
cookie
are
dough,
not
bad for you.
Raw cookie dough. Like,
raw
yes,
cookie dough.
You can. I used to eat it like before the eggs would go in, and then man, it looks so good once the morsels are in. You got to take like a little bit, and that's not good. You get salmonella.
Uncooked flour and eggs could cause food poisoning and bacterial infections.
Yeah. Oh,
salmonella.
Yeah,
infections.
flour's got it too, man. You're not supposed to mess with raw flour.
That's what WebMD says, Donnie. Sorry to rain on your parade. Anyways,
I don't know anybody who's had that.
Salmonella?
Yeah, I don't know anybody from cookie dough who's had it.
Callis thought Salmonella was a old backup catcher for the Yankees in the 1950s.
Oh, I believe the gentleman was Yogi Berra's understudy.
Go ahead.
The debrief, June 13, 2024. I don't know if you wanted me to take this in some Omar Khan direction. I was actually going to go with a little bit of college football news.
Do you?
Donnie, this is your segment. Don't let Pony influence you.
Yes, do you.
The Big 12 exploring selling its naming rights to a title sponsor with potential revenue being in the hundreds of millions of dollars over the course of the deal. That coming from Pete Thamel, who's like basically one of the top college sports insiders.
So it would just be renamed the FanDuel Conference?
Yeah, well, no, I think it would have the Big 12 in it, but it would be almost like a bowl game. It'd be like the FanDuel Big 12, the DraftKings Big 12.
Are the players going to get a healthy cut of all this money?
He does not have that included in his tweet.
If the players aren't getting an appreciable cut of this money, then I don't like it because it's just the guys at the top trying to find more ways to grease their own pockets.
I honestly think, speaking of bowl games, we're not that far off from 50-yard line logos just getting replaced with sponsor logos. So instead of it being a Pitt script, it says Aflac at the 50.
Aflac, FanDuel, DraftKings.
Instead of it saying Steelers in the end zone, it says Little Caesars. I really think we're going to see that someday.
Honestly, we had a professor in college, it was not Lanny, who brought up, he's like, you guys in the sports broadcasting field, one day you're going to have a title sponsor for every single, 10-yard line on a football field. And we all kind of, laughed it off. But now that you say that, I feel like there is a possibility. We already have red zones.
Smith is writhing in pain at the Starbucks 10-yard line right now. And here comes the Blue Cross Blue Shield ambulance out. They're going to have to put his leg in an immobile situation.
I'll give you another one. I think in our lifetime, instead of it saying Pittsburgh and script on the jersey, it's just going to be a sponsor. And there might be a Pirates logo and the...
that happens in European soccer
that's
now.
Why I brought it up.
Manchester United for several years, I want to say, had a giant Chevrolet logo as their logo.
Yeah. It just says
Bet Golden Palace Online. Do you remember those ones? Those boxers?
That's what I'm saying, man.
I think that's right.
They're going to try to
You don't think of it in these terms now because they're the ones, but they are really the ones just slapping their logo on it. They don't actually make the uniforms, we found out. Nike and Under Armour and everybody that does like an equipment sponsorship, they don't actually make the jerseys. Somebody else makes them, and then they slap a Nike logo
I wonder
on
if it's going to just be like, I don't think it'll get this bad, but all of our team names in Little League were just the sponsor. We didn't have nicknames. It was just Parkway Drugs.
Oh no, we had names. Like I was on the Red Sox, the Brewers, and we didn't have that many of those sponsors. No, we would sell candy bars, Chico's bail bonds,
Parkway Drugs.
We normally just had the sponsor name like on the back where like your last name would be.
Yeah,
Ridgewood Market was another one.
Oh, who was the powerhouse?
They were a dynastic little team.
Ridgewood Market. Were they recruiting? Were they jaking the draft?
I think just solid drafting.
Some shady stuff going on at the Ridgewood Market.
So you don't think that's actually going to happen, though?
No, I don't think it'll just turn into the Brewers are now Amazon, the Amazon baseball team.
I'm generally okay with like the ad patches on uniforms when people freaked out about that, but I do think there's probably got to be a line before it just becomes at some point if you choke it with advertising and title sponsorships to a certain degree, like an overwhelming degree, Pony, are any of those sponsors actually getting ROI from that? Like the average viewer becomes totally desensitized to it. You know, we're here watching the Milwaukee Amazon play against the Pittsburgh U.S. Steel.
That's a good question. I feel like in NASCAR, those guys get their money's worth. The big logo that's on the hood of the car, the big sponsor logo.
I know Jeff Gordon was DuPont.
Exactly.
But I couldn't tell you who anybody else was. Maybe Dale Earnhardt was Goodwrench or whatever they called it.
Tony
Those
Stewart
are the only
was
two.
Home Depot for a while.
There you go. We memorized these.
I couldn't have told you that.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. was Bud Light.
Yep.
Who did Tide? Didn't somebody have a Tide car?
I think that was Terry Labonte, maybe.
Bobby Labonte.
What was Dale Jr.
Marlin?
was actually Bud Heavy. Now that I think,
yeah,
of it.
he was
the
Bud
right
Heavy.
car.
He wasn't Bud Light.
Who was Dick Trickle?
Cialis.
Right? Wasn't that a NASCAR driver's name?
Yeah, there was
Am I
also
making that up?
also Dick Pole.
That is so mean.
What?
Dick Trickle, man, look at him.
I don't think things ended well for Dick Trickle, though. Do not think it was
Life advice, deploying the Dick Trickle maneuver.
I think he has a son in it now. Like everybody, I think like Cole Trickle is a.
I think actual
driver.
athlete named Dick Pole.
Oh, man, you're right, Malsey.
Former baseball player, Dick Pole. 6'3", 210.
Well, how about Rusty Kuntz? That was always one of my favorites, too.
Dick Pole. Not really a great pitcher. A career 5 ERA he lugged around.
Rusty Kuntz.
I mean, I've told this story already.
Am I saying it right?
I've already that
it is Kuntz.
That my brother's best friend growing up, and still I think to this day, maybe one of his closest 2 or 3 friends. Last name Munsch, but pronounced Munch. Father's name Richard. He didn't go by Rich or Richard.
Oh boy.
He just went by Dick.
I went to high school with Amanda Bone.
Was your high school full of Simpsons characters? Come on.
I swear to God, man. Amanda Bone, B-O-H-N.
Was she in the same class as I.P. Freely?
No, Amanda Bone was in the class. I know, you can imagine like Mo, I'm looking for Amanda Bone. Moe's Tavern from Simpsons. No, I swear to God that was her name, brother.
I mean, what did she think of having that name? Did she go by Mandy?
No, she went by Amanda. Yeah.
How did you guys walk across stage for like graduation or whatever?
She was a year younger than us, so I wasn't in her graduating
I can't imagine how they called her name. All right, in the next Amanda Bone. How does anyone keep a straight face there?
I remember my buddy John Zeeler was like, I got to say, Amanda Bone's pretty hot.
B-O-H-N.
Yep.
I guess there's no other way to pronounce that. Bon? No.
All right. Donnie, did we get done what you wanted to in this segment?
Of course
not. I thought it went very well.
And if we didn't, you do have 6 to 10:35 tonight. It is a doubleheader. All right. Biggest story from day 3 of Steelers minicamp. Mike Tomlin wraps things up. Also, what Omar Khan told us earlier in the show about wide receivers and Cam Hayward's future. But first, Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 67 degrees. I have a message for you guys. McVeigh Plumbing, heating and cooling. I know about plumbing disasters. I had one at my house yesterday. Amanda texted me and goes, there's water. It's leaking. I can see it on the ceiling. Immediately called and figured out that something was loose. The tube was not tightened the way that it should have been. Was initially livid about it, but then I realized that we knew the right people to call. McVeigh Plumbing, heating and cooling, all over the place. Great company. Get in touch with them today. Save the day, McVeigh.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us every night from 10:35 to 11 p.m. as we present the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call with hosts Bob Papiani and Richie Walsh, as well as a rotating cast of fan hosts. The Nightly Sports Call, brought to you by Ireland Contracting.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
What do you guys have lined up for spring, Patty?
Well, CGR Wholesale gets super fast lead times on Trex and TimberTech decking, as well as Montgomery trusses and West Virginia metal panels. We also are fully stocked with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the beautiful colors. Plus, we stock 11 colors of Provia Cedar Peak siding and Bourne & Batten.
Located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at TotalByVerizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See TotalByVerizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie. And we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews. But now, we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay.
Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pins Mechanical Company is a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual and connect to the real. Games like duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and classic arcade games. A fully stocked bar with fun cocktails and refreshing ice-cold beer. Pins has something for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding. Now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see 2024 Miss Burlesque Sherry Noble Friday, June 21st and Saturday, June 22nd, only at Cheerleaders.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're still seeing pretty bad delays on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from the parking lot on 2nd Avenue all the way through the tunnels until you get to Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by 4th-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, it's just gone final in St. Louis. The Pirates lose 2 out of 3 to the Redbirds. Today's loss, a 4-3 decision. Mitch Keller went 6, gave up 4. Lance Lynn was the starting pitcher for the Cardinals today, but only went 4 in the third. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cardinals relievers combined to shut out the Pirates over the final 4 2/3 innings of the game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I sat and watched the Super Bowl on my couch. I love my wife and I love my friends, but, I'd much rather be watching it in the stadium, watching the Steelers playing the game than sitting there. And we're all, trust me when I tell you guys, we're all chasing the same thing here.
Omar Khan, our guest, telling us that he has no hobbies. So that means no golf on Father's Day? Omar, do you guys have anything? No golf, huh?
No golf at all. I mean, I'm just going to spend some time with the family here. And, it's funny. People ask me that all the time. Like, what do you do when you're not working? I said, I just spend time with my 2 little ones and my wife. And I really have no hobbies. I'm kind of boring when it comes to that. I'm all football.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We made an executive decision as a show. 5:30 total request Thursday has been postponed till next week, and it'll be a Bucco minute after the Pirates just went down to St. Louis 4-3. So if you're just flipping over to us now, we will give you analysis of what happened in that game. But if you were listening, that also means you missed Omar Khan's conversation with us, in which he called himself an all-football guy. A boring guy with no hobbies whatsoever.
I hang out with my family. Otherwise,
it's all football all the time.
Football. He and Mike Tomlin, 2 football lifers with no other discernible interests.
Colbert had other interests. Colbert liked the Pirates and the Penguins, and he'd go to Robert Morris basketball games.
I think Colbert was a golfer, too.
Yep, and a racquetball player.
Well, Kevin coming up, I mean, obviously had very multifaceted interests in terms of sports, right? Baseball was more front and center for him for a while, I think.
He was a baseball coach.
Yeah.
At Robert Morris.
Yeah.
He might have even been the golf coach there. But I'm pretty sure baseball.
I am imagining Kevin giving like golfing tips in sort of Kevin's accent, and it is very funny. Hey, just don't shank it into the woods. You blocked it. You sliced it.
Yeah. He served as the school's baseball coach in 1984. At Ohio Wesleyan.
We all wondered how Tomlin and Khan would get along with, because Mike and Kevin had such a long relationship. But if Omar isn't just kind of ribbing us a little bit that he really has no interest, that he and Mike are just both football lifers, they probably get along great. Like, that's all each of them ever really wants to do is talk about football.
Yeah.
They probably are good buddies.
Did you? And
look who it is.
What's that?
The cat dragged 2 people in here. There's not.
DeFabo and Vatco.
Yeah, Paul Zeiss not the only one gambling right now at the Rivers Casino.
Was Brooke Pryor going to pop out of a
she's just a
slot machine?
We just turn and look over, and she's at a roulette wheel.
I don't think I asked Donnie to clip this, but did you also find it interesting when we asked about Tomlin's contract, and Omar said very complimentary things, but also made a point to say that he had absolutely nothing to do with that decision whatsoever?
I didn't,
because I think people confuse that on the outside and think that the general manager outranks the coach
in these situations,
and therefore has some agency.
I think in some organizations the general manager does outrank the coach. In fact, Bill Cowher and Tom Donahoe parted ways with Tom Donahoe because he lost an internal power struggle with Bill. Like, that was a very well-known thing that happened.
He said that was between Mr. Rooney and Mike.
So I don't know if you mean interesting and you think he's trying to like disavow.
No, I don't mean that. But
no, I think he's always very careful. Every time we've ever asked him about Mike, he is always very careful to talk about Mike not as almost as a superior, like Mike is his superior. I'm just lucky to work with him. But he takes great pains to make it very clear that Mike and Art do any kind of conversing about that stuff. that his relationship with Mike is about, I'm trying to put together the best roster, you're coaching that roster, like we're working together on all of this. But I do think he wants people to, or he just wants it out there, like, hey, I love the guy, I love him as a coach, but he and Art talk about that. That's their business.
Because it's got to be tough. You want to draft the player